Hello! Did I scare anyone? I hope I did. My intent with these streams is always to terrify people. Happy morning, everyone. Happy Sunday. Hello, Deeded. Please, everyone, spam the baguette emote. I want everyone to thank Deeded for that. It's wonderful. It makes me so happy. I am... it's so perfect. Oh, we still have the streamers up. Yay! Do we still have the yay? No, where is that? Oh, it disappeared. That's so sad. Oh well. No more streamers. We're cleaning up the decorations, everyone. Christmas is over. The new year has started. Welcome on in. I said Deeded. Hello, Martine. Hello. Raven. Hello. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Reduced to ash. Oh, goodness. What's up, everyone? I had some music queued up. I'm going for relaxing fall ambiance. If anyone can guess what game this music is from, I'd be really impressed. I honestly don't. So it's the first really cool fall rain. Ah, sorry. There goes hello. Sorry, everything's broken. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of emote spam. Hold on. Okay, the mic is back. The owl's not bouncing. This is what we're gonna have to live with until I get a new cable, everyone. What just happened? Oh my god, Deeded gifted a tier 1 sub to Martine, not Martini. Oh, thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Well, Martine, you better spam the heck out of that baguette emote. I tell you what. Deeded, thank you so much. I love the spirit of giving is alive and well in this community. Everyone should be able to use the baguette. Sorry, I forgot I put it as a sub emote. I think I wanted it to, I really wanted the yay emote to be follower only because that one amuses me. Whoa. What is the window capture? What the heck? That is so weird. Hold on. What on earth? Hold on. I need... What is going on down here? Oh, give me a second, everyone. Don't look too hard in case I'm accidentally doxing something. What? I'm so confused. What? Every time I stream, something new happens. This is so exciting. Is it my VTuber? Hold on. At desk. Oh, there it is. Window capture. Oh no, good. It's just sharing Julius Caesar with you all. Perfect! I think it's just Tech Martine, but I appreciate the... Well, if you were just saying that just to say it, I appreciate that too. Ooh. Alright, how's everyone going? How's everyone doing? Martine, you said how are we doing today? You know that melty face emoji. That's unfortunate. Is that a literal, like, is it hot? Or is it a metaphorical, like your soul is melting? Either way, I hope it gets better as well. Oh, sketchy people and a general anger at the political landscape, plus Monday tomorrow. It's true, you know? The Monday is coming. I had a very nice catch up with a friend last week. We hadn't seen each other in quite a while. It's difficult when you live on a farm, but we made it work, and we spent a lot of time vetching, and it was cathartic. And then I was like, you know what, actually I don't feel better anymore about complaining, because the fact that we're complaining means it's all still happening. So I get that, Martine. I get it. Yeah, how is Silksong Deeded? Are you, like, alive? You take a break. At least we have Claire Obscure. I'm actually really excited to play. I've been missing it. I've been also missing Dragon Age, and I am thinking of going and actually streaming through the entirety of Dragon Age 2, but I also kind of love, like, the once a year 12-hour Dragon Age stream, because it would be really funny to me if I only streamed Dragon Age once a year, and how it was It would take so long to finish it, but it would be really amusing. If, you know, assuming I stream for the next 10 years, we might finish it. Bag it, bag it, bag it, bag it, bag it. This is the perfect start. This is always the start. You didn't want to trigger it? Appreciate that. Yeah, no, that I should make a separate command that's tech support. Something from the IT crowd, maybe. It is lovely. It was nice to catch up. The downside is I'm utterly exhausted. I think for some reason or another, I have just, like, my age has been hitting me. The last 4 centuries have really all been hitting me a lot, and I mean, also I haven't slept, so that's not helpful, but I've just been really tired. So if I'm a little lethargic today, actually I need you all, I need all of you good people to yell at me at some point today to stand up. I'm sitting down right now, and I would really like to stand up at some point. So please yell at me to stand up and use my standing desk and play and stream standing up, because I don't think it's good for me to sit down all day. So I worked out yesterday, and I was like, oh, this is hard. Why is this harder than usual? And then it was obviously because I'm, you know, decaying. But now I'm sore. So now I don't want to work out today because I'm sore from working out yesterday, which is the opposite of what I wanted, which was to work out yesterday as a way of getting back into the habit of working out. So I'm not gonna work out today, but you're gonna have to yell at me to stand up. Yeah, okay, but use it whenever you want. I refunded everyone from the community challenge. I didn't realize that it was a little unfair to ask you all to pawn up 250,000 channel points over the course of like 3 streams, so you all got your feathers back. Maybe one day. You have such a skill issue. Dude, I think it's just hard. I think it's just a hard game. Like, I saw a little bit of the gameplay, and I had a brief moment where I was like, wow, this looks like fun. Maybe I should get it. And then I remembered. So I'm not gonna be playing Silksong. Sorry to disappoint all of the droves of adoring fans, but I assume that you all need a break at this point from Silksong. I'm sure literally everyone in the world has been streaming it in the last 3 days. So we're gonna be streaming the game that came out in like March, that hopefully people are still into. I'm still into it, although I do need to catch up a little bit on where we were in the plot. It's been a hot 2 weeks or something like that. So I'll need to remember everything, but yeah. My eternal presence is briefly, I'm like a candle. You know, I'm like a walking shadow. The other thing I actually really wanted, and we may wait and warm up a little bit before we get into the Shakespeare of it all. I need to memorize a speech. And if you ask nicely, I might tell you why, but I was gonna ask for some advice on which one to memorize, so that's gonna come up. So while my body may be waning, my mind is alive for sure. So anyway. Yeah, it is fun until it is not. It's pretty, but also it's ugly. Like, I mean, and it's not ugly. Obviously, it's a very pretty game, but it's just not for me, and I think that's okay. And I think honestly, can I be honest with you all? I really think the world would be a much better place if people were willing to just say, this thing isn't for me, and so I won't comment on it. You know, it's like, that's what happened with Veilguard, where so many people came out and said, this game isn't for me, and I'm gonna keep complaining about how it's not for me. And that doesn't help anyone. Me complaining about Hollow Knight doesn't help anyone, because it's not for me. And so I'll just shut up about it. And I'm very happy for all the people that are enjoying it, and all the people that are suffering through it, which seems to be the Venn diagram is a circle there. I finished an entire game during my during my break, did I? Yeah, I mean, we clearly finished all of Dragon Age. We clearly finished it. I think it's neutrality, and it's just knowing when to shut up, right? It's like, okay, you don't like bugs? You don't like hard games? You don't like bugs? Like, stay away, okay? It's not for you. I do like some of the music, though. I think Christopher Larkin is a good composer. And I'm just like, you know, it's great. You know, it's kind of how, you remember that Cloudflare outage a couple months ago? where everyone using Windows, or was it a Windows app? No, I don't know. There have been sort of these like major outages over the last year because technology is terrible. And then sometimes you're like, I didn't even notice. Well, like if Spotify goes down, Martine, like you don't use Spotify, right? And so Spotify goes down and everyone on the internet is complaining about Spotify and you're like, I didn't even know there was an outage. That's how I feel about Silksong and Steam going down. I was like, I didn't even open Steam on Thursday, you know? Like it just passed me by. And I think that's a wonderful thing. Different strokes for different folks is one of my favorite expressions. You're not exempt from this, but I think you're aware of it. And you know, it's like I catch myself doing it. Like I think I catch myself getting really heated about something and then I remember that I just don't have to take it personally. And it's just not, you know, I can just move on with my life. Spotify was like, you know, whatever. I mean, I'm sure Spotify has gone down multiple times this year alone. Steam went down. They crashed Steam. I mean, there were like 500,000 players on the first day, right? And presumably many more people bought it and then just didn't play. I was surprised at the lack of people taking time off from work to play it. But maybe they're just not that dead. And also maybe that's for the best because Steam went down. I think the PlayStation store, it didn't even launch on the PlayStation store until later in the day. I don't know about the Nintendo. Dieter, are you playing it on Switch? Did Nintendo go down? I mean, Martine, I think there was no way to accommodate this. I don't know what Steam's backend looks like, but I think that amount, I mean, their traffic probably spiked 1,000%, probably more. Like, there is just... I think there was just no way. I mean, they probably could have checked wish lists. They probably... The thing about Silksong is that it's a law unto itself, right? Switch? Okay. Yeah, and like, I think... It probably worked out. You didn't have to suffer through the e-store going down. Because, like, yes, I think companies to some extent can... But also, like, 200 people work for Valve. So I don't even know if they have the resources to accommodate. I don't know who their cloud provider... Like, I don't know what the infrastructure looks like. And I would just expect that they... I'm sure they took precautions, and it still wasn't enough. That's my guess. Silksong was the most wish... Yeah, right? Like, Silksong has accumulated so much hype over the years that it's just... I mean, it's unlike anything else. Electricity usage experiencing an uptick at the start of commercial breaks because people put the kettle on. I mean, what are you gonna do? Watch commercials? Remember when we used to have commercial breaks at regularly scheduled intervals so you could just walk away and come back rather than ads coming on every 2 minutes? Remember the days of cable TV? You know what I really do miss, and I think that's what Silksong kind of gave us. I miss the kind of synchronized excitement of like a season finale airing on TV, and you know that everyone's watching it at the same time. And then you go into work the next day and everyone's talking about it, right? We've lost that community. Of all the things that streaming has taken from us, I feel like people are overlooking the sense of community that has been lost from watching shows just at, you know, in sync with each other. I hate when they release shows all at once. It makes me so upset. That's why I just stop watching TV. Because I can't keep up with that. I say this having watched 3 episodes of television this morning, but typically speaking, I'm bad at binge watching, and also I think in general, you should be bad at binge watching, because I don't think sitting in front of a screen for 6 hours, which we're about to do together, is good for you, usually. It's different. It's different when you play Clair Obscur, obviously, but, yeah, it's terrible for renewals. Well, we know that, and I know that you have personal grievances with Netflix over many different shows. I know. So, yeah, it's just, I mean, and like, obviously the whole media landscape is ruined, and we don't have to go into that now, but it's just, I just feel like, not to go all golden old days, but even in the span of like 10 years, everything has gotten worse. Anyway, we're here to have fun. We're here to be positive. We're not here to gripe. And it's different when it's Katie. I'm educational. We talk about Shakespeare here. We're gonna go kill the paintress probably because she's clearly evil and we shouldn't listen to Renoir. It's all coming back to me now. Yeah, this is great. I didn't get a snack, so I'm probably gonna have to go get a snack in a little bit, but today's gonna be a chill I always feel the need to like apologize after every stream that goes really well or that I'm really high energy, and then the next stream I'm like, oh, actually I'm gonna be a normal person today. I feel the need to apologize, so I apologize to you, chat. I'm gonna be a normal person today. I'm probably not gonna have that much energy, and that's okay. And that's okay. We're here to watch things get worse in a game because we know they're gonna get better in the game. And that should hopefully empower us and motivate us to go back to the real world and make things better where we can. If we can. And if we can't, that's okay too. Because I think just, you know, living, that's enough, right? Makes it all better. That's why we like tragedy, because we can offload our problems onto someone else. Come here of your own free will. I mean, do any of us really have free will, Martine, when you drill down? You're getting ice cream? What flavor? It's very important. The last time I went out to get ice cream, I didn't get cookies and cream because they had all these other gourmet flavors, and I said to myself, you can get, I've said this before on stream so many times, but it bears repeating. I didn't get cookies and cream because I know that you can get it wherever, and I wanted to try something different, and it was disappointing, and I could have just gotten cookies and cream, and so the next time I go to get ice cream, I'm getting cookies and cream, because life is too short to deny yourself the things that you enjoy just because they're basic. Anyway, rant over. Okay, wait. Cookie, but oat-based vegan one, so oatmeal cookies. That does sound good. How do you feel about vegan ice cream? Are you actively choosing this flavor because you like it, or are you choosing vegan ice cream because you don't want dairy, or is it just that this is what happens to be available? Because I don't think I've ever tried dairy-free ice cream. And maybe it's time. Maybe it's time to set foot into the unknown. Vanilla is considered basic. No, you're right, right? And I love vanilla. And I did have vanilla. I took a trip like a month ago. I took a pilgrimage to one of my favorite ice cream places in the whole world, and I just got vanilla there because the ice cream is so good there but I know the point you're trying to make is that vanilla is actually exotic and expensive and shouldn't be considered basic. But anyway, vanilla is delicious. Every once in a while I try new ice cream. It was the only cookies and cream. But it's like an oatmeal cook. That's so interesting. That sounds really good. Actually, do you mind if I know we've only been here for 20 minutes. Do you mind if I go get my snack before we start the game? Martine's going to get ice cream. Just so that I have sustenance to get us through the monolith. Okay, I'll be like right back. Sorry, I should have gotten it before the stream started. I'll be right back. Oh no, you weren't supposed to see that. Oh no. Hold on. Whatever, you can read Shakespeare while I'm gone. I'll be back soon. Out of breath. I could be smoking. How else do you think I get this rasp? How else do you think I get the Toad voice? I look cool doing it too. Kids don't smoke. It's bad. Oh, what's this? Shelves. I did see that. Oh my god! Nope. No. Great game, buddy. I can't do that anymore. I can't say no. I'm so enthralled. Where did he go?
He said no.
No!
I can't believe it. I just can't believe it.
How could you do this to me?
It was your lack of attention span,
No.
your unwillingness to help others,
No!
your unhealthy obsession with trying to ruin my game.
No.
All of the above. Well, regardless.
It's okay, I have the little one. I have a little one, it's fine. It's fine. I'll never lose the little one.
It's gonna be the one that rolled away.
The one!
Was it worth it?
Oh my god.
You'd probably say yes. I'm not gonna give you the chance.
Listen, better to have loved and lost than to never have loved at all, alright? Alright? Pikachu is a round boy. But the B tier is getting so crowded, I feel like I have to move Pikachu to A. Oh god, what am I gonna do? I mean, I guess, listen, if there's just no space left in B tier, listen, do what you have to do. I don't, like, there's nothing, I mean, my hands are tied here. It's like there's a vacancy in the A tier, and there's nowhere left. Pikachu's round. I stand by it. Okay. This is the Shakespeare. We'll get to it maybe at some point later. Woo! Thanks everyone for your patience. Where is my game? Sandfall. Look at their hair. This is what I've really been missing, I gotta be honest, is the hair. Okay. Will I get through the monolith today? I don't know. Will I? Everyone seems to have a lot of doubts in me getting through the monolith. I'd like to. Because we have to beat the game. We're gonna beat the game today, obviously. This is it. This is the end. We're gonna kill the Paintress. We're gonna end the Gommage. We're gonna bring Sophie back. We're not gonna bring Gustav back because he's dead, so. And then, we're gonna get a sequel hook where now Sophie is back and Gustav is dead. So she and Mael are gonna go to the land of the dead to rescue Gustav. And that's Expedition 32. I don't know. I got banana in my mouth now. Okay. Vegan ice cream, if you're specifically after ice cream, like you get at a dairy, is pretty hit or miss. That's what I thought, yeah. Probably ice cream sounds interesting. Chewing ice cream is difficult for me. My beak is very sensitive. Although chewing ice cream, chewing like popsicle, like an ice pop or something hard, that sounds worse. Ice cream chewing is fine. Or if it's like a creamy popsicle, that's fine. But if it's a hard, like, if it's an ice, you know what I mean? Oh, I totally get you with the meat. Yeah, with avoiding. Like, that's the thing, is I would never call myself like a true vegetarian. Well, I'm not a vegetarian. But I definitely think like reducing your animal-based intake where possible is good. Meat replacements, I gotta say, veggie burgers are top tier. But I understand the texture is weird. And tofu I like, but I don't often, I like tofu when it's prepared well. And I've never really prepared it. I think I found one tofu recipe that I can confidently do well. And then sometimes I'll get tofu at when I go get like hot pot or dry pot or something like that. Pea protein I'm not as familiar with. I've planned all this through. I've already contacted Sandfall and asked them to let me lead the next game. Hornet Silksong? Okay, listen, that would be a very cool crossover. You chew water with ice in it or just the water? I love, oh, you do like veggie burgers. Perfect, perfect. Pea protein. Okay, I'll keep an eye out for it. Just water. Wait, I'm gonna try. Hold on. Let me try to chew water. No, I don't know what you're going for there. Do they like ice water in Germany? Because I know that a lot of Europeans think Americans are crazy for their ice water obsessions, but I gotta say, my controller's not working. I feel like Americans are wrong about a lot of things, but not about putting ice in everything. Whenever I go abroad and I try to ask for iced coffee and they laugh at me, I just feel bad for them. They're wrong, right, Raven? You just feel like you can't. Okay. I mean, listen. Everyone's got their. Everyone lives life in their own way. What were we even doing? Okay, I miss my A team. Sorry, guys. We gotta bring the A team back. Ice water is different. You take 1 or 2 cubes for the whole cup. So the thing is, oh, there are bubbles. Oh, there are bubbles. Oh my god. I'm just gonna stare at the bubbles for a little second. For just a moment. Just a little minute. Can we, like, walk? Oh my god, Lene's in the bubbles. Oh my god. That's how she keeps her hair so fresh. Oh my god. ASMR stream? Just bubble ASMR for the rest of the stream? I wish I could get Lune out. Maybe no, they're going too fast. They're going I need to slow this. Oh, there we go. There we go. Bubble stream. So ice, so yeah, I think Americans do go too far when you go to like a diner and they fill up your cup with ice and then you get like 1 or 2 sips of water. But there is a happy medium and I think it's higher than 1 or 2 ice cubes per cup. Oh. Ice cold drinks with ice in them. Yeah, Raven, exactly. It's like putting ice in water makes it taste better. Stuff getting watered down. That's fair. Especially if you're paying ridiculous amount of money for drinks and things. And putting, like, bubble tea, it's a big problem over here. Is you never want to order bubble tea with regular ice. Because then you only get like half a cup of tea. So you always have to order it with little, or actually Brandon Sanderson. I don't know why I know this, but he said this in an interview once. Brandon Sanderson always orders bubble tea without ice. And then puts his own ice in when he gets it, once he gets home. Yeah, I like my water watered down with more water, actually. Yeah. Oh, frozen beverages instead of ice. Yes. When you make the ice out of the thing you're already drinking, that is the optimal way to go. Room temperature Pepsi. Well, I don't think there are a few things less appealing than room temperature soda. So I feel like you gotta put ice in that. Ice cube tray looks like, oh, I love fun ice shapes. I love fun ice shapes. I should really get, my ice cube tray is very boring and normal. I should really get a fun. I think life needs more whimsy, you know? Slap it in the freezer for 45 minutes. That is, of course, assuming you remember to take it out of the freezer, which I never trust myself to do. Martine, someone was talking to me the other day about cotton candy grapes. And I feel like I thought of you. You talk about cotton. This was right many moons ago. You were the one who talked about cotton candy grapes. Frozen grapes are really they are so good. Frozen grapes, frozen berries are a lot of fun. Made a shark ice cube tray, but it got stolen. Oh, I would never forgive them. Have you ever, I guess, did you never see them again? I feel like that's the only way that could work. Timers. Okay, yeah. I'm really afraid of leaving a drink in the freezer and then having it explode. Mostly because I like seltzer. So I'll get like the what is it, like Poland Spring flavored seltzers, and I really like them cold. So I usually just leave them in the fridge. But sometimes I forget to replenish. And then it's a question of, do I risk putting carbonated beverage in the freezer, or do I just suffer with warm seltzer? Oh, that was someone else. Okay. From the server, that mystery server that we don't talk about anymore. But we did, okay, so there was a cotton candy grapes discussion. And that, I think, was the first place I ever heard of those. They followed you on social media and you denied it? That's so funny. I mean, that's so rude of them to take your shark ice tray. Come on. Couldn't they just get their own? We're sitting in a lecture about Hallstatt Iron Age settlements when the first Cotton Candy Great message came in and it changed your world. Yeah, that was a time and a half, wasn't it? You're looking at bubbles. Adagio, I've decided this is an ASMR stream now. I don't want to play games anymore. I just want to look at bubbles. I'm also eating a snack right now. So I'm just fueling up before we get into the game. They also took all but one of your forks. Oh my god! You lived with these people all year and this is how they repaid you? They just... wow. That's terrible. University roommates sometimes can just be like you really see the true heart of people. Bubble's good. The ocean is carbonated, yeah. Oh, go get your ice cream. Yeah. Absolutely. I thought you were gonna go while I got my banana. This is why roommates are bad. I gotta say, guys, banana and peanut butter doesn't get much better. I'm not a huge believer in peanut butter. It's taken me many years to really come to terms with it. But banana and peanut butter. I get where Elvis was coming from. They didn't clean it. Oh man, so you just had a miserable time with them. Just, you know what? So this is just fitting. This is how it should have ended. Roommates bad, but rent prices worse. You're American. Yeah, I honestly think that's true everywhere. I mean, I do think it's worse in America, but I think it is pretty bad everywhere. Singing in the swamp. Hello, welcome on in. Good evening to you. How's it going? How do you feel? Excuse me. How do you feel about bananas and peanut? Excuse me. How do you feel about bananas? I can't. Hold on. I need to drink some water. I'm choking on my banana. How do you feel about bananas and peanut butter? Was going to be the question I was planning to ask very normally. Has anyone here actually seen the Aaron Burr peanut butter commercial? Well, it's actually a commercial for milk. This was before all of your time, pretty much. But are we talking about good sandwich? So you agree? So you agree it's a good sandwich combo is what you're saying? Stop focusing for 3 seconds. Dita, that is 3 seconds too long to ever follow a conversation here. They make you take the floor? Oh my god. You love bananas but can never get behind peanut butter. Maybe as a combo they're alright. I respect that. I don't think you're missing anything. I think peanut butter is fine. It's fine, but it is a good combo because the sweet and the salty. You gotta get salty peanut butter. Sweet peanut butter with a banana sounds terrible. You seen the remake with Leslie Odom Jr.? Ah, yes, that was a funny one because he is Burr. Sandwich. Have you never had a banana peanut butter banana sandwich? With a bit of honey. Ooh, yeah. Yes, creamy peanut butter, bananas, nice multigrain bread. It's a perfect. That's my like go-to hiking lunch right there. Because I don't love peanut butter and jelly because it doesn't feel like it has any nutritional benefit. But the banana is both sweet and full of, you know, radioactive goodness. Yeah, Martine, being allergic definitely would put you off of it. I can see that. You just hate the taste. No, that's fair too. It's a weird taste. You like peanuts? I get it. No. I'm the same way with something else, and I can't remember what it is right now. But no, I totally get that. I actually don't like peanut butter and chocolate, which I think is very unpopular for people who like peanut butter. I'm very anti-peanut butter. I hate Reese's Cups. Reese's Pieces. Used to dislike all peanuts, but you grew out of it. You grew as a person. Now you're into nuts. Congratulations. Peanuts on their roasted peanuts, honey roasted peanuts. Oh, with a little bit of chili on them. Ooh. Ooh. Peanuts in Coke? What? What? By people who love ketchup and sauce. Oh yeah, exactly. I know someone who loves tomato sauce and can't even look at a tomato. Like, does not want to see a tomato in the flesh, but tomato sauce and any condiment form of it, absolutely. Peanuts good, peanut butter bad. Peanuts and cocaine party when? That's at the Adagio, that's the meetup. That's what we're doing. That's first thing on the agenda. Yes, Reese's I will maintain is absolutely not good. Yeah, well also, I have to be honest. Oh, Ren's not here. Can someone remind me to tell my chocolate story when Ren gets here? No one here is British, right? Although I guess some of you are European. I had British chocolate. I had a British Kit Kat. Somebody brought me one back. And I tried a British Kit Kat for the first time ever. And I was like, oh, this is really good. But I love Kit Kats, so it didn't make me think. And then I tried an American Kit Kat a week or two later, and it tasted like plastic. And now I'm ruined for Kit Kats for the rest of my life. And I just can't believe that we eat such garbage in this country. We eat plastic and corn syrup. You like Reese's Cups, but not anything else peanut butter chocolate. Okay, I don't get it, but you know, whatever. Yeah, they're different over there, Dita, because they actually use chocolate. The whatever Butric, I don't even know what that is. Maltesers, ooh, okay, I've heard of those. I don't know if I've ever had those. I love trying candies from all over the world, like Japanese Kit Kats, oh my god. I had a Japanese Kit Kat. I'm too afraid to try like the sriracha flavor or whatever, but the matcha, like the green tea Kit Kats are really good. Yeah, I love Kit Kat, so I'm really easy to please, but American Kit Kats are so bad. I don't even know what it means to malt something, I'll be honest. Not like it's in the name. I feel like we have this thing called Whoppers, which are supposed to be malted, but they're actually terrible. Like, it's like eating cardboard. It's like eating it's like eating sawdust, that's what it is. It's like eating sawdust. Oh yeah, Daju, it's really easy when you just get them fresh out of your grandma's garden. They're wonderful then. Japan has a bunch of Kit Kat flavors that ruined them in a good way or a bad way. Imported candy shop here? Ooh, yeah. I just love candy. I love I don't know. I just love sugar. I love that candy. I feel like it's just such a, I mean, it's just fun. There are just so many different things, so many different, I would thrive in Willy Wonka's chocolate factory, all right? I would be the best. He wouldn't even know I would just run off into the candy forest and I'd never bother him. I would have such a good time. He would not try to kill me, I hope. We should watch Willy Wonka. Is that? No. Is that what people want? I don't know. You hate vinegar? Well, that's sad, Adagio. Have you considered not? Oh, they're so good over there. Yeah, they are. That's the butric acid, apparently. That's the vomit flavor. White chocolate still kind of, I'm still not a huge believer in that. Because it's not chocolate, is it? Imagining a little owl Loompa, right? Just imagining a little owl fluttering through the candy forest. Fried rice with turkey, squash, and red onion. Oh no, that sounds so good. Yeah, no, forget the candy. That's real food. Oh, that sounds amazing. You're making me realize I haven't had a real meal today. But that's a later problem. It's a later problem. That sounds delicious. Oh my god. I love red onion. I actually hate normal onions, but red onions get a pass. Especially pickled red onion. And I don't like onion in its natural form. And I don't know how many people do. I know at least one person who really likes onion. Caramelized onions and pickled red onions they're okay. They can stay. Drawing an owl Loompa, please. I need to see it. Oh my god, I need to see it. You love a good lasagna? Unrelated, but okay. I love lasagna too. Actually, I really like spinach lasagna. Red onion is peak, onion hater, exactly. Raw red onion in a tuna salad, yes, but like really thinly sliced, right? Or chopped. Like I can't, if I have to bite into an onion, we've lost. We've lost. It's too late. Made chicken nuggets, fries, and apple juice. That sounds like a delicious meal as well. Italian fish, red onion, and orange salad. Oh my god. Singing to the Swamp, you came to the right place. This is a channel that loves to talk about food. But that sounds really good. Ooh. I should try to cook more fish. Sometimes I really like fish it's hard getting fish. It's hard getting good fish where I am. So I haven't really cooked a lot in the last year or so. But I love fish, but I can't do the bones. I don't, and I'm always afraid that I'm gonna like choke on a fish bone and die. But that's just me. You know, I'm sure you'll be fine. Salmon lasagna sounds amazing. I've not had that before. Red onions because they're clearly purple. No, you make a good point actually. You make a good point. They are purple onions, but I don't like saying purple onions. You've never had fish? Do you eat it? Is that just like, do you not eat it, or like you just never? That's wild. But then again, I've never had a hamburger, so I understand. Just not being exposed to certain classes of food. Blueberries bother me so much. First of all, I don't like blueberries. Just saying. Just putting that out there. I think people know that already, but I don't like blueberries. Secondly, yeah, they're not even blue. At least oranges are orange, you know? Whoa. The game paused on its own. It's like, you've been gone for too long looking at these bubbles. We think you're dead. No, game, you're wrong. Oh no, it's my controller disconnected, not the game. Oh, there we go. We're looking at the bubbles, actually, intentionally. This is part of the game. You've been obsessed with food, cooking, and recipes. What's your favorite recipe? What's your favorite recipe? Your parents had to hide recipe book, and I know that you can't tell me that because you probably have about 50 favorite recipes. But I have to ask. You've never gotten it anywhere. What do you eat it? Oh, would you ever consider trying it? I'm like trying to think of what fish I would recommend to someone who's never had fish before. That's crazy. I love sushi. But I don't think sushi should be your first fish experience. Dear owl, do not eat the fish you catch in Lake Texas. Do not eat the fish you buy from the supermarket in rural Tennessee. It has not seen the ocean in months. Blueberries are good cooked. I've got a really great recipe for a blueberry, like, pie thing. And I will only eat that. I will not eat regular blueberries. This may be our sign. Okay, well, if you insist. No more bubbles, chat. We had a good run. Didn't we? Didn't we just? You're very paranoid about undercooked food. Yeah, no, that's totally fair. I think sushi is a terrible idea. Like, it doesn't sound like you should eat it, but it's so good. Fish sticks, fish fingers, and custard. Would highly recommend, actually. Game! Let's remember how to play the game, shall we? We'll start, as we normally do, with a nice bout of combat. Oh.
Let us stain them.
You like recipes as a concept and end up modifying. Oh, okay. So you're one of those people who's like, I can figure this out on my own. I respect that. Oh, there's a really big thing right over there. That's scary. Okay. Sushi with cooked fish. I don't think I've ever had. You might think that for all of my paranoia, I wouldn't like sushi, but actually I'm obsessed. I'm a big sushi buff. So, there you go. That's your fact of the day. Cool. Let me know if it's too loud. Oh my god, baguette. Baguette. German Met. Do I want to know what that is, Martine? Do I want to know? Let's see. Do I have... I don't have any... Why are all of my character builds so bad? Don't look at Armenian food. Oh, you guys are really tempting my curiosity. I don't know if I've had Armenian food. I really should be more adventurous, I think, in my food choices, but because I don't eat a lot of meat, it's difficult. I would love to be adventurous in eating vegetables. I love vegetables, actually. But I don't eat a lot of meat, so it's hard to, like, I'm never gonna eat all of the, I don't know, like raw stuff. So I usually eat, like, fish. So, but still, there's a whole wide world out there of different vegetables and fruits. Actually, there are a lot of fruits I've never tried that I really should try. Okay, Verso, just pick a, let's go. Come on, just pick it. Oh, I love this song.
Let's spill some ink.
Oh, she looks so cool. Looks so cool in this outfit. So
Take down the shields. I'm ready.
oh, Lune can get hit. That's fine. We want her to get hit. Yeah. Yeah. I love it.
Ready to evade.
Oh, they keep going for her. I don't want her to go. Oh, that was a crit. That's annoying.
Bring it on.
Oh god. Oh god, here we go. Nope, missed it. Nope, missed it again. Verso's dead. That's fine. That's fine. We don't need him. We don't need him. Chicken with sour cream pan sauce is your favorite. Is that the one you were making? I feel like, did you tell us about that last week? Because that sounds familiar, but that sounds really good. How well it works for reasons unknown. It's just magic. It's just magic. Is Lune shirtless? I don't think so. Do you want her to be? We can make an arrangement. I don't think so, though. I don't think the game lets you do that. Unless it was a glitch. Let's see. Okay, what do we want her to do? We want her to switch to Virtuous. Okay, perfect. Yeah, no, she's just got her baguette. That's the one. Oh, awesome. Yeah, sour cream is underrated, actually. I think people were really afraid. There was a time people were really afraid of anything with fat in it. And so everything became skim and fat-free and light and all of that. And I'm like, guys, there's a reason we use, it's like fat tastes good. Do you want your food to taste good? You're gonna need to add something to it. Okay, what are we doing here? We gotta bring Verso back, but we can't because because we have no powers. Okay. Cool. Ooh. Oil. Are we slipping back into that? That's a shame. Oh, they are so slow. Okay. Oh, it looked like she had a bareback with a baguette. I mean, it's the baguette is really the main thing here. Grandma's obsessed with good butter. Oh, I have not seen the bear. I really should. That's definitely like high on my list. Okay, what are we doing here? High physical. High physical. Butter is great. Oil is great. Those are the main two things. Peanut butter is great. When she's getting hit. Oh, I didn't see. You're right. She's wearing the baguette. It's covering what it needs to cover. Okay, now we can bring what's his face back. Okay.
A brilliant light.
This is not the A team anymore. They've lost their synergy.
Let's finish this.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Yes. Nope, too late. He's dead again. Oh my god. You know what? It's fine. We're getting back into it. We're just waking back up. The baguette stays on. This is the C's get degrees team. This is not the A team. It's not even the B team. But you know what? They're getting through. This is so embarrassing, actually. Oh, now they've got shields. Oh god.
A storm is coming.
Okay. What if we just kept him dead for now? Can any of them break? No. No. Okay, that's fine. Maybe Versa will get one hit in. That would be nice. It'd be good for his morale.
You don't
You
get
know.
to die yet.
He has so many action points. Okay. Alright. And he's gonna go again, so let's try... Let's try something. Let's try it, okay? Nice.
I'm ready.
Don't die. Oh, it's fine. Nice, okay.
Ready to evade.
They keep going for her. I think I see what you're saying. But it's hard for me to pay attention because I'm watching the enemy. All right, Versa. All right, let's go. Let's go. Here we go. There we go. They want her baguette. I mean, honestly. Yeah, oh yeah. Oh, Versa's got a baguette, but Versa also keeps dying, so that's probably it's probably not working. They both have shields on. Cool. Cool. Dead. Nice. And one more. Oh, and I don't have enough action points. This is crazy. Oh, but we do have, cleanses all status effects and heals all allies. Yes? No. Yes? Maybe. You know what? Let's try it. Oh, Luna can't get healed. Shoot, I always forget. I literally built this character. And she cannot, oh my god. Incredible. Okay, it's fine. Amazing. Good job, team. Good job, everyone. We did it. We played the game. So, to catch people up, we are in the monolith. So, overall, actually, Singing in the Swamp, have you played this game at all? Oh, you may not want, I don't know if, you may get spoilers. If you want to play this game, I'll yell. I actually won't sum it up for you, and I'll let you know when we're getting to the plot so you can run away. That thing looks, oh yeah, we've seen those before. Otherwise I'll sum up everything for people right now. Oh, because we've got a nice mini boss. Look at this. Oh no, that's just a random. That's just a random. You know what? We need a better team here. Yeah, that was the Paintress we won. We beat the game, actually. We beat the whole game. Verso's not helping. We're going girl power team. We're going actually vertical hair team. Look at this. Look at this. You won't remember anyone you're working. Okay, good luck working and enjoy your working. And so that I can catch myself up. Whoa, okay. You know what? We should actually probably kill some of these things. So we've traveled across the wide world. All right. With our vertical hair and baguettes. We have lit everything on fire in our path. And it hasn't done much because we're underwater right now. So basically, we have a weapon that was able to destroy the barrier between us and the monolith. And we tried to fight the Paintress, and she didn't do anything. So now we're in the monolith. Renoir said something. I forgot. There was a cutscene. I should probably like rewatch my past streams before this to catch up on the plot. But basically, we're trying to kill the Paintress, and I have a feeling it's not going to be that simple. I would like to thank our hair for always lifting us up, and our baguettes for always having our back. Exactly. Oh my god. Have we tried poking her? We did in fact try poking her with a stick, actually. I think that's what CL was doing with her lantern post there. Unfortunately, it didn't work. It didn't work, you know? Crazy, I know. Because who wouldn't be defeated by a stick? Okay, I've forgotten how to use CL. But that's okay.
Take this.
We'll relearn.
Ready to evade.
Oh, oh, dang. Oh, man. Oh, my god. Okay. Oh. Oh. That was rough. Ninbite, you ruined. I'm blaming this one on you. Well, come on in. This one's on you. That was rough. Have we tried offering her food? Not yet. That's an option. Rowlet stares into your soul. Yo. Yo. Yeah, this was unfortunate. That's okay, because we can just bring her back. We can just bring her back. Nobody dies forever, except Gustav, apparently. Apparently, you can only die if you die in a cutscene and not in a regular battle. Invite, how was it finishing Silksong in 2 days? How do you feel? How are your hands? So, oh my god, how are your hands? Do they not all have, Portel already? They should. Oh, admit.
Take this.
Nullified? What does that even mean? Darn it, I should really read more closely, shouldn't I? Thank you, Martine. Why didn't the bot take that? That's also probably a spoiler, but that's okay. Streamlabs like, you can't spoil the game. Everyone's, I mean, the game is like a month old. When did this come out? Don't worry, I'll fix it. I'll fix it. Or not, maybe. This is such a cool enemy design. Look at that. The bot's probably asleep. Yup, there it is. Always. Martine, could you try again adding the quote? Just so that it doesn't say that I added it, because that's embarrassing. No, it's fun. Listen. Well, no, I don't want to spoil the game. I would hate to find out. Willow is yelling at you? Well, you better listen to her. Is the Rowlet not bouncing today? Oh, no, it's because my microphone breaks every 5 minutes. Thank you for telling me. Your hands hurt? Yeah, I'm not surprised. Did I get mad at you? Yeah. Oh, perfect. That's great, actually. Now we can fill that in with whatever character we like. That's fun. That's good. Yeah, every time I, like, breathe on it wrong. Bubbles! Every time I breathe on it wrong in the game, the owl stops bouncing. And the controller stops working. Oh my god, one of these days, I swear, chat. I swear. Not connected. And but I blame this on you too. Nobody dies forever unless you're in a cutscene. That's exactly it. That's exactly it. You can only die in a cutscene. You can't die in combat. Which is counterintuitive, but okay. It really is upsetting. I mean, I don't know how they could have made it any better, but it does make me annoyed. It's frustrating. I don't like that unless the idea is that it's like in Pokemon where they don't actually die and they just get knocked out. If you die in a cutscene, you die in real life, exactly. Whoa. Obscure? Oh gee. Should not have tried to parry that. Oh, that thing, nice. Okay, we're all just watching each other's cutscenes. Isn't that weird? That is weird, isn't it? So this is good. We need to grind probably about 5 levels before we're ready.
The expedition's
Based on how these fights are going. Oh, darn it. Oh, it's just a second too late. Enraged? Why don't I get enraged? Why don't they let women get enraged? Look. What, it's only the giant rock monster that gets enraged? Oh no, don't exhaust. No. No. Oh god, she's dead again. She's dead again. Oh, I should have gotten Monoko in this fight. This thing is so cool. What if the boss fights scale with your power level? I don't think they do. It would be nice though. It's a nice thought. You know what, CL? I think you're gonna... No, we need you alive. Darn it. Doom! I have to add that quote or that clip. Is Dita here? Can I post that somewhere? I really wanted to post it. It's really funny. Okay, here we go. It's time. Applies 1 foretell. Consumes foretell. Consumes all foretell.
Your fate is sealed.
No. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, it's so scary. Oh, it's so scary. Oh god. Oh my god. Okay. Why was I allowed to parry 3 times? Sound alert is me going. It If you put it in stream suggestions, and I'll add it for next time. We are not doing anything here. Why does that attack always do so much damage? Thank you! Can I heal? I have to take her thingy off, probably. Medium lightning damage. Oh.
Lightning. Strike. Let's
Oh,
dance.
come on. Oh, jeez. Oh. Oh, she could have survived that. She could have survived, but she didn't.
Let's gamble.
I have a feeling this enemy is gonna be more, this enemy is gonna come up. Probably, just possible. Not gonna be good. You know what? Sucks to be nullified? What does that mean? Oh.
Let the ink flow.
We're gonna die, guys. We're gonna die. Oh, that didn't even do it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. This is fine. It can't do dark damage. Okay, so it's immune to dark damage. Okay. Okay, it's immune to dark damage. Cool. 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 She's in a beginner place now. This is not the A team either. This is going really great.
Now's our chance.
It's going really great. This is going really great. Oh my god. If I had a paintbrush haircut, it would be like one of those really big paint, like the sort of the wide, flat ones. You know what I'm talking about? It would be a wide, flat paintbrush. And it like with a really, really like straight top, you know? For like oil painting or whatever. No, for is it, how do you pronounce it? Is it gouache? How do you pronounce that? I have no idea, but where is our little healing? It's like, do you know what I'm talking about? I feel like Martine, you would know what I'm talking about, and you're about to make fun of me for the pronunciation of it. Yay! Oh, hold on, my phone is lighting up. Why? Why is it doing that? Who is talking? Oh, huh, okay. Perfect. One that is super soft. Oh, I know the teardrop one. Yeah, those are so nice. Those are so nice. Cut in an angle. Ooh. I like that. Or, you know, like the ones that are just sponges that aren't really paintbrushes? Okay, upgrade. Let's do some deep diving in the menu here. We haven't leveled up in a while. We need more health on Luna. She needs more health. Actually, should we just dump everything into health for her? Yeah. Yeah. This is the weirdest build I've ever made for a character. Speaking of sponges. What else we got going on here? He needs a better set. He needs a better build, actually. I feel like I've abandoned some of these characters. Alright. Like Mael, for instance. Oh, and Minoko. Minoko, actually, probably we should be leveling him up. He's only 37. Alright, what do we got here? Fire Rage. But she receives damage all the time, so that's no good for us. Unless we wanted to completely change her build. Miles used to getting abandoned. Oh no! No. Rock Slide, Earth. What are we? Earth, Wind, and Fire. Lightning. Single target lightning damage. know if lightning damage is any good. Elemental Genesis. Oh, we should save up for this. We're almost there. Okay, we'll save up for Elemental Genesis. Ooh. Deals high ice damage. Oh, that's also good. We'll save up for this. Oh no, it can only be cast with all 4 stains. Do I have that right now? Tsunami? Tsunami. Grippling Tsunami. Oh, I haven't been oh, Typhoon. Typhoon. Yeah, this one might actually be good. Because I don't think we're gonna get all 4 stains. We usually don't. Big water. Okay, we got Typhoon. I hope you're not leading me astray. What are we looking for here? Deals high target. We want some more powerful? No. Light damage. No. That's something. No. No. None of his skills are very exciting. Extreme single target physical damage. 13 hits? Whoa. Interrupted if any damage taken. That's a fun one. That's a fun one. Okay. He's at 4 right now. We'll wait. We'll wait. 5. What can she get? Oh no, she can't take damage. We don't want her taking damage. Minoko. Well, Typhoon is more of a storm, right? Tsunami's just a wave. But you're right. What is it even called? Crippling Tsunami. I don't know. Sounds pretty intense. Rim Harvest. If we could get someone else on healing duty, maybe Lune. Well, Lune can't really do. Deals double damage for 1 turn. That might be good for, well, Ciel is really the damage dealer here. Shell, powerful and rush. Targeted ally plays immediately and gains 4 action points. That's actually super useful. That might be a really cool combo with Lune. I don't know. Were we saving up for anything? During Twilight. Ooh. Absorbs allies' health and enemies' foretell. Allies' health? No. No way. No way. Delay target's turn. Intervention OP. Yeah, that does sound. You're right. You're right. You're right. Okay. I feel like I really need to respec everyone. Do I ever play city building games or strategy games? Not often. I'd love to branch out. I don't know if this really falls under strategy games. I'd love to play Crusader Kings. I tried playing The Sims once. What are you thinking of? Like city building, what are some city building games? I don't think I've really played any kind of strategy game since Age of Mythology, honestly. I really wanted to play the remake. Played a lot of Age of Mythology back in the day. Age of Mythology and Age of Empires. Okay. I want to get Minoko in the party. And he's got some health, so we could do that. She's got all the therapy skills. Doom, intervention. She's so well adjusted. Alright, let's see if we can get... Does she have any non-dark damage? Let's see. To all enemies. Applies rush. Low target single. Plentiful harvest. Marking. Consumes all. She can heal herself. All enemies. No, okay, that's fine. Wish I had strategy skills. Bad Omen too. She's really well adjusted. Strategies to run at something. Yeah, I'm not necessarily always good at thinking ahead. Farthest Frontier, which is similar to Age of Empires. Ooh, and Zeus, Master of Olympus. Wait, hold on. Farthest Frontier. I will say, I've never actually played Civ, but I love strategy games have great soundtracks. Let's see, Farthest Frontier. Oh, I do also have Frostpunk. This looks really fun. This looks great. And then what was the other one you said? Zeus, Master of Olympus. Zeus, Master of Olympus. Oh, yeah. I also love Greek mythology. So this would absolutely. Oh, they have it on Steam. Oh, this brings me back. Oh my god. It's Zeus plus Poseidon. Oh my god. So, to answer your question, I played a lot of strategy games way back when. But I haven't really played any in the last decade or two. Civ 4 Beyond the Sword. After DA2. Okay. I don't have Civ 4. I think I have Civ 5 and Civ 6, I want to say. If I look at my Steam library. No, I've got Civ 4. Ooh. You're saying Beyond the Sword. Oh, I've also got that one. Oh my god, when did I get all of these? Oh, maybe I should do a strategy game day. When we finish, once we finish, Claire Obscure, I'm planning on trying a bunch of games. What a skill tree, it's crazy, right? Because there are a lot of platformers I want to try, and we can also try some strategy games. I want to sort of branch out before we get back into, because I think the next game we're going to play after this is probably The Witcher. I know I've been saying that. I'm just trying to get people accustomed to the thought of another 80-hour game. So, you know. Imagine a Sims house where all the Sims are. So, Adagio, I don't think you were here for the Sims stream. I tried to make Dragon Age characters. It didn't go well. I was not good at the Sims. Alright. We'll work on the build later. We're too early in the stream to be doing menu diving. We'll work on the build later. I want to get through some of the story first. I have to slowly lead us. Yeah, I need to kind of like, you know, it's like exposure therapy. Like herding cats, exactly. We're gonna try this again with Minoko, because I want him to get this one. Oh, but we shouldn't have CL in the party. I'm so stupid. I'm stupid. Stupid. Yes, Martine. Like I said, I always apologize after I always apologize for being low energy, and I always apologize for playing games that I like. Such is the life of an app. Okay. I do think The Witcher would be a great game for this channel, being as I am the person who streams on this channel. Hey Caitlin, welcome on in. So that thing doesn't take dark damage, which is fine. It's fine. It's fine. We just won't, CL just won't attack that thing. It's fine. We're gonna have Minoko attack that thing. How are you doing today, Caitlin? Caitlin, I needed your advice. I'm glad you're here. During the break, probably, we're gonna chat monologues. If a game takes more than 5 seconds, yeah, right? Silksong, too long. That took a whole 2 days. It's so fun. Oh yeah, Caitlin, do you like peanut butter and bananas? How do you feel about that? Oh, I'm so glad he doesn't have a dart. But, whew. Single target. Nope, we don't need that. Applies shields to the target? That's interesting! That is interesting. Okay. Balanced mask. Okay. He's got 5 action points? Woof! Okay. You adore long games. Ninbite, you adore all games. Let's be honest here. Except bad games. Ninbite, what's your favorite bad game? Oh. Oh. Okay, gradient. Nope, I missed it. Well, that was fine. You don't like bananas. Oh, true. Oh. This is not going well. That thing's gonna die, though. Watch out, Minoko! No, too early, darn it. The game doesn't last at least 50 hours minimum. You usually bounce off. That's insane. I mean, I get it though. I get it. Why are they all enraged? Yeah, I need advice. I need multiple people to tell me what to do. Blue Dragon on the Xbox 360 is not necessarily bad, but it wasn't too well received in the West. Okay. No, and I knew you would have an answer for that, and I like that. Let's see. I'm curious. Blue Dragon. I mean, it's got dragon in the name, so how bad could it be? Xbox 360. Oh, I vaguely remember this game, I think. Oh, it sounds fun. 5 friends who use magical shadows? Ooh, wait, what is it? It says five friends who use magical shadows to fight enemies and explore a fictional world. I mean, that sounds great. Oh, it's cute. Yeah, I get it. Every game can last. Honestly, if a game doesn't last 50 hours, it's probably not a full game. How bad? Yes. Yes. Almighty. I've never seen that movie, so I shouldn't really even admit to knowing the reference, but I do, unfortunately. I do get the reference. She's just gonna probably light them on fire. Alright, Seal. Alright, we've figured this out. No? No? Nothing? Okay. Wow.
Eyes out, Minoko.
Okay, okay, this time. Nope, not. Nope, not this time. Oh my god, every single. Oh, okay, finally. Jeez, these things are scary. It's a great movie. Should that be the next watch party? We need another watch party. I want us to keep the momentum going. Oh, bad. Nice. Anything but the bird. No, I have to watch the birds. Oh my god, no, wait, I have to watch the birds. Actually, this month would be the perfect month for the birds because I have to watch them before next month. Would anyone else watch the birds? Or should I just watch it by myself? Didn't Benedict Cumberbatch voice the ones though? Did I make that up? Wasn't he in? Oh no, did he voice the Grinch? You guys would watch the birds? Okay, we're watching the birds. Sorry, Caitlin. Sorry, you don't have to come. It's fine. I'll give you a day off that day. I just really want to see the birds. Okay. The birds watch party. What weekend am I free? I think it's gonna be 21st, 27th. The 27th, I have a thing, but I might be able to do it later in the day. The 28th, I also have a thing. That weekend is tough. But let me see. Hold on. Actually, wait, let me double check. Oh, no, wait, the birds can be in October. Wait, hold on. I forget if I have to watch the birds for October or November. Hold on. Oh, no, brilliant. Okay, I don't have to watch the birds. So the birds will be October. The birds will be our October watch party, okay? So for Halloween. So we still need a September, but I'm scheduling in the birds now. For like the week before Halloween. Yeah, that's perfect. Okay. So we can pick a different thing for September. Sorry. I like locking it in when we're here talking about it. It was Ed Helm, aka Andy in the Ed Helm voiced the Onceler? That's crazy. We found out. Oh god. People are weird. People are very weird. You don't like it either, but you would? Oh, goodness. I have an email. Okay, we're fine. The bird. I mean, yeah, we as a channel have to watch the birds. Like, we have to. I like that my controller just stops working every single day. You can hear it, right? Oh, no, you can't. Oh, there we go. No, you can't. Okay, whatever. Is it disconnected again? Yeah. Guys, for Christmas, somebody send me a new controller. We crowdfund a new I mean, I can just get the... I swear it's a good controller. I don't know why this always happens. Okay, we're back. I don't even know. I wish I knew what a good controller would be and why this one keeps getting disconnected. Oh, nice. Yeah, I need one custom made for my feathers. No, I missed it again. We're getting back into it. We're getting back into it. Oh, okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. I like this game. I like this game. I like this game. I have to remember that I like this game. I like this game. We like this game, right, chat? We like this game. We actually really like this game. We love this game. We love this game. We love it. Great game. Having such a good time. Yes, we love this game. This game has baguettes. Thank you, Martin. We gotta level up. This is great. At least this isn't You're So Right. It could be so much worse. It could be the volleyball gauntlet. At least we never have to go back to the volleyball gauntlet. Alright, let's move on, shall we? Let's actually go somewhere. And actually, let's see if we can give Minoko the new skill. You want to get an Xbox Elite controller? Let me know how it is. I should just get an Xbox. Why don't I have one already? Because I've got a computer. Level 18. Holy moly. Oh, we've got all these great new weapons, don't we? You know what they should let you do is compare. Don't lose. Maybe I should give her a non-dark weapon. Just maybe. Yeah. Sure. Oh, but I like the lantern so much. It's so hard to say no. It's $200? That's a lot of money. I don't know if that's worth it. Obscure sword. Deals high single target dark damage. 5 hits. Eh. It's fine. Yeah, actually, thank you, Martine. That's a great point. Everyone, go get... You can get games from library. I don't know if you could get consoles, but you, like, I highly recommend checking out video games from library. I mean, will it make your enjoyment of the game $200 better? Because that's something to consider. Okay, are we rested? We're not rested. Why didn't I rest? Okay, we're good. I think we made a really bad decision when we allowed laptop manufacturers to do away with disk drives. And my PC doesn't have a disk drive. And I really need to get I keep forgetting. That's what I should get myself for Christmas. I really need a DVD drive or CD drive, a disk drive, because it's so stupid that they don't come with them anymore. What gives? Why did we as a society allow this to happen? And then it's like, I gotta use another USB port. I've got 4 things plugged in already. But it's still better than nothing. This is so beautiful. Look how beautiful this is, guys. Isn't this so beautiful? So beautiful. Adagio, what you have to do is you have to get a dongle thing, whatever they're called, like an adapter that has additional USB ports on it so that you can plug something in so that you can plug more things in. Yeah. Yeah. I miss when they I miss CD-ROM games, guys. I miss CD-ROMs. I miss when you could own games. Oh, Ninbot, you didn't realize what kind of library? That's really funny. That's funny. Oh, that thing had a. It's gonna get nullified. Oh no, it didn't. Wait, it worked? What? Oh, jeez. Oh, I'm so bad at this. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's fine. Alright, subscription services. Heavy mass. Oh, I apply shields to. Oh, oh.
It likes you.
Oh, jeez. Okay. Can I heal Seal? Yeah. USB ports in Martine, I think you're so right, because I think not having USB ports is actually a crying shame. It's a terrible, terrible shame. Agile man doesn't have any shield.
Look out!
What?
Sweet taste.
Oh, what just happened? Yeah, the fact that Apple doesn't give you USB ports on their devices is kind of... Oh, that was scary. Okay, blah, 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 blah. Counter. That didn't do very much. It's gonna counterattack, it's gonna counterattack, it's gonna counterattack. Oh no. Okay, we're fine, we're fine. Oh, it's gonna slam a shield. Okay. Yes, we did something. I'm just so upset about, well, I guess you all know this already. You know? The way our economy has skewed. Okay, caster mag. I have Ouch. But I can do, let's see, I've got 2 + 7 plays the second turn. Let's go! 2 turns. Oodles of damage. Y'all aren't ready for this amazing combo. Look at that. Right. Oh, here we go. No. Oh, way too early. Oh, shoot. I just killed CL. Oh my god. Amazing. Oh, we got a new weapon. It's not their fault. It's just that actually Apple is terrible. Monoko got a new toy. Sakapatate. High physical damage. This is crazy. They had to give Monoko a move for every enemy in the game. Every single enemy in the game. Every single enemy in the game. We're taking CL out. We're putting Verso. Actually, no, we're putting Mael in. But we are gonna look at Verso's weapon. He got a new one. Can't lose perfection. No damage increase. Laptop has 0 USB ports. Do you have a dongle? Or whatever. I don't actually know what they're called. But it is terrible. It's terrible design. It's not your fault, it's just Apple. Yeah, it's tough even to get- I don't even think my laptop has 4. I think my laptop has 2? 3? Maybe? 2 for sure.
Perfect.
I love these are all the gestural statues, look at that. Okay, you look scary. You do have a dongle? I love saying dongle. Only 2 work? Oh no. Ultimate Sakabatate! Oh. I love saying Sakabatate. Alright. Alright. Lune goes next. Lune's gonna heal everyone, I think. So.
Lust.
Or at least she's gonna heal.
Let the ink flow.
Yeah, yeah. That's good. Thunder thingies.
Okay.
Oh jeez.
Brace yourself.
Oh jeez. Oh jeez. Oh jeez.
Okay.
Your turn to shine.
Nice! Whoa! Oh, that was not a jumping attack. And Mael is dead. This is unfortunate. You carry on different extensions? Oh my god. How are we pairing electricity? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Just don't worry about it. Goodness gracious me. Oh no. This is really bad, actually. Can we destroy their catapult? Okay. Okay. That's 1. Oh. Oh, perfect. Okay. Let's do it. Okay. That was fun. Shakespeare! Oh my gosh, Grant LG, welcome on in. That is probably the best first chat message that anyone has ever said ever. Welcome, how are you doing today? Oh. Minoko is not wearing shoes. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Shakespeare indeed. I should have something ready to go for that. But I don't. So, you know what? I'm just a poor player who struts and frets their hour upon the stage and is heard from no more. So, like, I can't really just come off with things off the cuff. You searched for Shakespeare? Oh. Oh, you've really just made my day. You've really just made my day. You've absolutely just made my day. Oh, and the charity bot works now. Wonderful. Welcome. Welcome. This is a Shakespeare-friendly channel. I talk about Shakespeare all the time, and I annoy my chat all the time. And I put the Shakespeare tag on my channel because I assume that one day someone will come around and want to talk about Shakespeare, but it's never happened until today. So welcome on in. Trying to learn a Shakespearean monologue? Which monologue? Because I'm also trying to learn a Shakespearean monologue, but I haven't chosen it yet. So if you pick, which one are you learning? And we can look at it. I've been trying to decide between a couple, so maybe you'll be able to help me figure it out. This is miraculous. Oh my gosh. I'm Ephemeral. Owl's fine. Welcome. Welcome to the channel. We are very happy to talk about Shakespeare. We are playing a game right now, but the game is usually the backdrop. Okay, but speaking of, I should probably try to, let's see. Oh right, I'm dead. Okay, that's fine. I'm debating, I had like all of these speeches queued up. The game is so not important. You're right, the game is so not important. Should I switch to the monologues now? We can just leave the game behind. Hey now. Hey now. This is what dreams are made of. Ignore the game. Ignore the game. The St. Crispin's Day speech? Oh my god. Listen, we happy few, we band of brothers. Is this for an audition? For a class? Are you playing Henry? I studied Henry V for a class. And are you looking at the rhetoric of the speech, or are you just trying to learn it right now? Because we talked all about, I've forgotten it all now, actually. This is genuinely what dreams are made of. Let's pull it up, okay? Let's pull up. I think people know this speech, but in case people don't know this speech, y'all should know this speech. Does it bother you that he said that the guy's name is Crispin Crispian? Because that really bothers me. I'm like, why is his name Crispin Crispian? He says this day is called the Feast of Crispian. And then his name is Crispin Crispian. You'd like to have it as a party trick? Of course, because Shakespeare speeches are absolute crowd pleasers. This is what I actually have a clip. There's a clip on the channel from earlier this year where I talk about wanting to learn a Shakespeare speech specifically to pull out at parties. And everyone was like, that's a great idea. You should do that. Adagio, you're so happy here. Adagio, you're fine. Everyone's happy here. This is a great place. It is great for sports team motivation. It's great for, I mean, so every movie of Henry V now. Well, do you know the Laurence Olivier movie? I haven't actually seen it. I was supposed to see it for my class, but I never watched it. But it's basically a military, it's like a World War II propaganda speech, right? He's just like, come on, man, let's go. You're gonna make your lunch? Okay, dude, enjoy your lunch. What lamp? Iconic name. His name is Crispin Crispian. It bothers me so much. Also, I don't know who St. Crispin is. I never really did a good job at studying the historical context. This is a long speech. You are dedicated, Grant. That's impressive. You want to be at a party where people pull out Shakespeare's Entertainment, Singing in the Swamp? That is every day in this channel. Every day. But if it be a sin to covet honor, then I am the most offending soul alive. Oof. Oh. Oh, so good. I love Henry V. Weren't there two saints? Wait, are there? This day is called the Feast of Crispian. Tomorrow is Saint Crispian. I don't know. He's referring to it as if it's one guy, but maybe it's Saint Crispin's Day. But it's also the Feast of Crispian. Are they two different guys? They could be. This is something I don't know because I slacked off. So fun story. I took a Shakespeare class and I didn't when we got to Henry V, I didn't read Henry V. And I watched have you seen the Hollow Crown production, like the movies? I watched the Hollow Crown movie of Henry V starring, I love that the game is still going on in the background, whoops. Starring Tom Hiddleston as Henry. But I didn't read the play until the final paper when I went back and chose a speech from Henry V to study. And then I read it and I was like, oh, this is good. Yes, it's given on St. Crispin's Eve, right? Is this so? Because he's referring to tomorrow is St. Crispin's Day, and that's when we'll be fighting for glory. And everyone else in England wishes they were here with us on St. Crispin's Day. Right? It's like, where is it? Yeah. Gentlemen in England in now abed shall think themselves accursed were they were not here, and hold their manhoods I can't speak, and hold their manhoods cheap, whilst any speaks that fought with us upon St. Crispin's Day. So it's the St. Crispin's Eve speech, really? You're right, but it's about St. Crispin's Day. Should you read this play? Caitlin, you should read this show, not for this is a good speech. But this is like, it's a great speech, like Grant said, for sports motivation. But Caitlin, for you, you should read this speech for specifically, you should read this play for specifically, where is it? I, Richard's body, have interred new. The whole play is worth it to get to that one line. Oh, not today, think not upon the fault my father made encompassing the crown. I, Richard's body, have interred new, and on it have bestowed more contrite tears than from it issued forced drops of blood. So read it for that, but St. Crispin's Day is what everyone, I think, knows it for. You're trying to get into Shakespeare's, your school kind of killed it. I'm so sorry! Oh no! Wait, okay, so what are you, so you're starting with Henry V? Is there anything else you're exploring right now? I highly encourage people getting into Shakespeare. It's a shame that your school killed it. We were talking about this a week or two ago, how schools and schools don't get Shakespeare. Yeah, maybe we should kill your school. That was Kafka. But Martine, you didn't like Kafka, I thought. Wouldn't you be happy if they killed it? But that's also the thing, because I think sometimes if you like, or if you don't like something, that's all the more reason to try to understand it. I don't like Hamlet. And that hasn't stopped me. No, literally the voices. So, the thing is, have I told everyone my idea yet? I am really into the history plays. Oh, killed the enthusiasm. Oh, I read it as the school killed Shakespeare. You know, he's been dead for a long time. No, okay, killed enthusiasm for it for sure. That could definitely happen. Got into Shakespeare. Yeah, I got into Shakespeare after high school. I think we're all like recovering. We're all recovering from high school English by reclaiming it later on, right? Or German in Martine's case. But Kafka. Martine, that clip you sent me about Kafka was crazy. I wish I could read it in German. Maybe that'll be my goal now. That was a long sentence. So I want to stage a whole production of the Henriad, so of Richard II, Henry IV, Part 1, Part 2, and then Henry V. I really like the history plays. I feel like the history plays are the kind of thing that most people don't think about them too much. They're kind of dry and dusty and boring. If you're getting into Shakespeare at the beginning, I think the top of the Shakespeare funnel is like Romeo and Juliet, Othello, Hamlet, Macbeth. That's what they teach in high school. Maybe Julius Caesar, right? So it's like, that's what you're sort of exposed to first. And those are all amazing plays. Don't get me wrong. Those are all amazing plays. Be careful what you share. What if big Shakespeare TM is lurking? Yeah, what if the RC is lurking in my chat right now? This goes out directly to you, artistic director. I have a pitch. You dressed up as Shakespeare before high school and then got back. With the ruffed collar and everything? That's amazing. You can read it to me, please? Please? Audiobook, please? Be amazing. But I think, like, so you've got the top of the funnel. What if Harry is like... That would be crazy if he found me here. That would be really crazy. I have my favorite Shakespeare people and my least favorite Shakespeare people. And I don't think any of them would find me, but you never know. But anyway, so I feel like you've got your tragedies, which is what everyone gets into first, because that's what they teach in school. And so you might not like the tragedies, or you might, and whatever. Then I feel like you get into then the comedies, because that I think is what is just sort of popular from a general pop culture perspective. So you've got Twelfth Night, you've got Midsummer, you've got Much Ado. And I think those are like the three big comedies. Then you get into like As You Like It. Nobody really does All's Well, Merry Wives. Nobody like then you have like the second tier comedies. All this to say is the history plays are down. The tier listing Shakespeare people. I could do that. That would be really fun, actually. I could never do that in public because I would make enemies. But I definitely do have a tier list of Shakespeare people in my head. I also have a tier list of Shakespeare plays in my head that one day I'll share. King John. Yes. And the Bastard is everyone's favorite character, right? I was almost going to go see like a tiny regional theater production of King John like a month or two ago. And I so regret it not going because I think it would have been, because nobody does King John. And it might have been bad, but it also might have been really fun. But anyway, yes. King John is written entirely in verse, and one of the main characters is just called the Bastard. Why haven't I tier listed Shakespeare people yet? Because I really don't want people to hate me. Where does Taming of the Shrew? I forgot about Taming of the Shrew. Taming of the Shrew, oh god, do I have to do the tier list now? So Taming of the Shrew, for me, is what I like to call a problem play. Well, that's not my phrase. Taming of the Shrew for me is what I like to call a crazy people play, where it's really like on the surface bad and it hasn't aged well, and you really like shouldn't like Taming of the Shrew is problematic, but I like Taming of the Shrew because I'm crazy, and also because Kiss Me Kate the musical is based on Taming of the Shrew. and also because Taming of the Shrew follows a very particular archetype of play. And so I think the thing, and I'm not going to say what, but the thing about Taming the Shrew is that it can actually be done very well if you sort of spin your perspective on it. And I think Taming of the Shrew for me is in the same category as Merchant of Venice, where Merchant of Venice is extremely problematic for a modern audience, and indeed should never have been okay. But if you do it with the right intent, it can be really, really good. And mostly that means cutting Lancelot Gobbo entirely and treating Shylock like a person. And then you can sort of salvage, and also treating Portia like a villain, because she's mean. So you can save Merchant of Venice if you do it right, right? But it's like, it's horrific if they play it straight, right? Oh, Martine, I thought you meant the Shakespeare people tier list. I can do the Shakespeare play tier list. Apparently in Victorian England, King John was... Really? Wait, oh, that's so cool. I didn't know that. Did you know that they banned King Lear in during the Georgian period because King George III was crazy, and so they didn't want people playing King Lear on the stage? That's cool though. I wonder what happened with King John and why it's fallen out. Yeah, I can't face deposition yet. I have hardly yet have learned to flatter. What does he say? Alack, why am I sent for to a king before I have shook off the regal thoughts wherewith I reigned? I have hardly learned yet to flatter, bow, insinuate, and bend my knee. Give sorrow leave to tutor me a while to this submission, I think. That's the line. Going back, school killed the enthusiasm. Okay, Martine, you were right. They made you read the play, not show it. Oh, right. Right, and that's the thing. I also think high school teachers are so... Yeah, exactly. They're so afraid and prudish about Shakespeare, where they're like, we can't tell the kids that that half of what he wrote was just an innuendo. And that's why I remember it was so awkward studying Romeo and Juliet in my high school class, because the teacher was just so squeamish about telling us, it's like, this is a joke, like, this is, this is what this means. And I feel like that's the best way to engage with teenagers, because they're already making those jokes anyway. So actually, I mean, great, that's it. Really awesome that you're trying to get into it on your own, even though school ruined it for you. I love the initiative here, And also, yeah, you can't just read it and not watch it, right? Like, they're plays. You're not just gonna have people read The Crucible and then not watch The Crucible, although I think they do that too. Singing in the Swamp, elaborate. You have ties to Shakespeare? I want to know more. You guys are a little more reserved. Yeah, Martine, this is a Puritan. Grant, I'm assuming you're American. If you're not, please disabuse me of that notion. I just assume if you have a bad experience in high school English, you're probably American. The sassiness. Villain, I have done thy mother. Yeah, oh god, yeah. Well, you shouldn't be reading Titus Andronicus in high school, but also yes, right? Like, he's got really good one-liners. The sassiness, like the characters in Shakespeare are so fun. Oh my god. So many quips. Must have been, yeah, you didn't get all the good stuff, but yeah. You hated Shakespeare because but Adagio, they probably also taught it boring. And also Adagio, I would recommend never reading the Arden edition of Romeo and Juliet, because as I mentioned, I think I said this to Caleb recently, I've never read the phrase bawdy quibble so many times in my life. So don't read Romeo and Juliet. You went to a British school. Oh, wait. So that's worse. If the British can't teach their children to... Oh my god, if the British can't teach their children to like Shakespeare, there's no hope for the rest of us. The only film you saw was Of Mice and Men? Wow. Yikes. Even I would probably fall asleep in that class, and I'm a nerd. Wait, in 8th grade you translated a sonnet from English to Russian, then back to English. Teacher said it's the most interesting and beautiful take on Shakespeare. Wait, that's so nice. I mean, oh... It's really, and I'm glad the teacher did that, because so she'd been critical. I'm glad she got out of her, like, ego and actually gave you credit where credit is due. That's wonderful. And that sounds like a really fun, I wish I could translate things. That would be so fun. You don't remember which one? Yes, boo. No, it's fine. I mean, listen, they're all great. I mean, actually, I don't love the sonnets. There are a few that I like. Body quibble. It's wonderful. You were surprised Shakespeare never did a play about King Arthur or Robin Hood. Isn't King John the king that Robin Hood was like that was his king? But you're right. Yeah, Robin Hood never showed up. And that is interesting. I think Shakespeare stayed away from like British mythology for the most part, other than Macbeth, who was Scottish technically. Actually. And King Lear, which was ancient sort of British history. So you're right. Like, it is interesting that he did mention King Arthur. He mentioned Merlin in King Lear. Well, they mentioned Albion, which is technically. Anyway, you're right. It is interesting. It is a surprising thing. He did a lot. He covered a lot of ground, but he never did like the kind of stock English characters. Oh, you're there to stay at oh, I got you. Well, I'm glad you still got an education. And I'm sorry that they couldn't sort of give you more. I mean, and it's probably a resource question to some extent, where it's just like, you know, not every school is equipped the same, which is a shame. But it's like, if it inspired you to keep learning after you left, then that's kind of like the best thing you could have gotten out of it, right? So that is, I'm glad that like you're still like I'm glad that you didn't leave feeling sort of disillusioned with, or if you're still there, I'm glad that you like haven't sort of lost that desire to learn. Arthurian mythology. Yeah, Arthurian mythology, you're right. King Arthur was Welsh. So the English are interesting because they kind of pretend like the Welsh are just part of them. And I don't know how the Welsh feel about that. I imagine they don't like it. But because, like, the Tudors, for example, were Welsh, right? Owen Tudor, and then later Henry Tudor. And so I think the English have kind of, in a way that they never did with the Scottish, I think the English tried to absorb the Welsh, right? So, like, King Arthur is very much, I think, viewed as an English figure. But you're right, it's a good point. Shakespeare's not like other girls, it's true. They made you hate Romeo. I feel like no one has survived high school and come out liking Romeo and Juliet. I think there's not a single high schooler alive. And I think there are a lot of adults who don't like Romeo and Juliet because they never went back to it. What kind of candy do I like? Kit Kats. Oh my god, are you doing the Owl Loompa? I'm so excited. Like, I think I don't know a single person who's ever studied Romeo and Juliet in a school setting and actually liked it. I think it took me going back to it many years later to actually even see why people like it at all. I reread Romeo and Juliet at the beginning of this year in preparation for seeing it live, and I was like, wait a second, this is good. This is good. Yeah, 4 weeks on the balcony scene, that's nuts. It's like a sonnet. Get over yourself, teacher. No, the balcony scene isn't even that interesting. I think what's way more interesting is I think Romeo's first scene is really great. I think it's a great character establishing moment. And then I think Juliet, oh my god. Juliet, Lord Capulet and I don't remember the specifics of the play, but Lord Capulet, in the scene where he turns on Juliet and is like, you have to marry Paris, and just at the drop of a hat becomes this tyrant over her, that's a chilling scene. I prefer dark chocolate, actually, Adagio, if that's possible. If that's an option. Dark chocolate Kit Kat. Yeah. It's famous but overdone. Act 1, oh my god, Act 1, Scene 1 is, when I was reading that, I was like, oh, this is where the line notes were just body quibble, body quibble, body quibble. And I was like, oh my god, like, the wordplay is insane. The wordplay is insane. And Samson, and the side character, right? It's like, no one could do clowning like Shakespeare. And do you bite your thumb? That was great. That was the one thing my high school class got out of Romeo and Juliet, was we all went around saying, do you bite your thumb at me, sir? For weeks. It was so funny. Oh my god. The one Disney cartoon about the hippo laughing in the audience. Is that from Fantasia? That sounds familiar. I don't know off the top of my head, but I want to say it's Fantasia. Dark chocolate Kit Kat. No, literally, Romeo's like, I've never been more in love with my life. 2 minutes later, I've never been more in love in my life, but with a different person. I love it. There's analysis of the meeting scene is so, it's wonderful the way Shakespeare does it, because it's just the cup, like the shared, like they speak a sonnet together. And I'm like, that's beautiful. I don't know. There's something about it. It's so simple, but it works so well. And it's something you don't pick up when you're watching it because you can't hear form, right? I do bite my thumb, sir, but I do not bite my thumb at you, sir. Do you quarrel, sir? Quarrel, sir? No, sir. It's so good. It's so good. No, it's like, Adagio, I know you're joking. And I think to some extent, yes. Like, the point is that, like, to some extent, it's about teenagers being stupid. But, right, I mean, and people have done this, and people have explained this better than I can. Romeo and Juliet is about a lot of things, right? It's about teenagers being stupid and hormonal. It's about generational rivalries and you know, the failure of adults to really protect and guide their children. I think the real villain of Romeo and Juliet, can I be honest with you all, is Friar Lawrence. Friar Lawrence is actually the only adult in the play that I hold fully culpable for the events of the story. Midsummer Night's Dream, and it's amazing as a musical. Musical? Oh my god. Wait, Midsummer Night's Dream musical sounds amazing. I need to see that now. Were the World Mine? Oh, that sounds really okay. Because I've never read Midsummer Night's Dream, and I don't know anything about it, and I need to like try to get into it. I know I need to because it's so popular. That's the world. Okay, I'm gonna add that to my list. This sounds so fun. Oh my god, romantic musical fantasy film. That's amazing. I'll have to check that out because I've just never gotten into it. Yeah, Caitlin, Friar Lawrence is literally the problem. He is literally the problem. He knows everything that's going on. And he's like, you know what would really work? Just pretend to kill yourself. That's fine. It's like, dude, she's 13 years old. You can't let her do this. And then he takes no responsibility when his letter gets waylaid. It's like, ugh, Friar John also is a problem. Well, it's not even Friar John's fault. It's all Friar Lawrence. All his fault. And then the nurse, you could technically blame the nurse, but like, whatever. She's just there. She's just there. I see their knavery. This is to me. Yeah. There's a song called Were the World Mine, and most of the lyrics are taken from the play. I love that. I really like adaptations that still use the original language. I'm a big language purist right now at this point in my life. So I like the sound of that. It's crazy that modern Romeo and Juliet would probably have happened on Twitter. I love the thought of that. I love the thought of them having like Capulet and Montague just have a flame war going on Twitter, and their kids are so embarrassed. Like, Dad, can you put your phone down? Nobody was seeing it the way you were. Yeah, it's like, people really miss the point of Romeo and Juliet. They really do. And that's a shame. And then they perpetuate that over the years of like, teachers miss the point of Romeo and Juliet, and then they teach it the wrong way to kids. And then no one, and it's probably because the teachers don't want to teach a play that's about, you know, the irresponsibility of adults, because they want to believe. Bless her heart, my English teacher in high school was fabulously out of touch with everything going on around her. She was actually horrible. And she was really, and like, I respect it, like, to some extent. She was really, really keen on making sure we understood her quote, suicide is a permanent solution to a temporary problem. And I'm like, okay, like, yes, you're right, and suicide is bad. That's not the point of the play. It's on YouTube. Oh, excellent. And she was like really, 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 and I guess when you're teaching impressionable teenagers about a play and it's got suicide in it, you want to be careful, but like, you're missing the point, which is all of the lead up to the suicide. Like, Juliet didn't just decide to kill herself, right? Like, there was a lot leading up to that, and to ignore the rest of it, to just say like, oh, well, you know, suicide is bad, kids. It's like, there's a lot else going on here. Thoughts on Romeo and Juliet? This is not the first time this has come up. I've never seen it, and I can't tell. Some people, I don't know if when people say it's the best Romeo and Juliet adaptation, I don't know if they're joking or not. I've never seen it. Maybe that should be our watch party this month. Should we watch Romeo and Juliet? Like, maybe that's it. I don't know. Romeo and Juliet on Twitter. Actually, on TikTok? Actually, yes. Wait, Caitlin, yes? Should we? That's good. I don't know if anyone's done that. Romeo and Juliet on social media would be really good. Does anyone remember, I feel like there used to be a YouTube channel. There was, hello! Oh, thank you for following. Welcome. Enjoy the emotes. There was like a there was this trend at one point of doing stories in like emoji. Oh, it was probably SparkNotes that has done like various different stories portrayed through like text messages or Instagram or whatever. And I feel like Romeo and Juliet, that would work really well. She could not stress enough. Exactly. She was just like, guys, don't do it. There's always something worth living for. And I was like, yes, you know what I'm living for is for you to teach us this play correctly. Kabale und Liebe. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that first one right. Someone kills herself and the teacher just went, so we all agree this was a stupid decision, right? And we roasted the character for it for 15 minutes. I mean, it's like, yeah, like you don't want to tell kids that they should kill themselves. Like, obviously, you have a responsibility as a teacher to keep your students alive and well. But, like, there's context, right? I'm not saying she was right. She shouldn't have killed herself. No one should you should not kill yourself. And I'm gonna drop it here because I know that this is a sensitive subject. But anyway, it's like, I just think you gotta understand, there's more to the play. There's more to the play. Go to your fault list. No! Tashio. I've still never seen 13 Reasons Why. I remember when it came out and it kind of freaked me out. I was like, I don't think I want to see this. And I feel like more people probably should have had that reaction of like, I don't know if I want this kind of, what's that show that just came out? Oh, I said I would drop this. Okay, no more suicide talk. But a web series, yeah. She had her first crush, yeah, it was tough. It was a tough, she was going through it. That was 20 years ago? Oh, wow. You read the book? Yeah, I just, you know, anyway, I think Romeo and Juliet has a lot else going for it. I think Romeo and Juliet, people aren't, well, and maybe it's silly to defend one of the most popular and well-known plays of all time. But because I feel like it does get so much flack so often, I feel the need to defend it. Romeo and Juliet has exceptional poetry. And do you want to know why, chat? Do you want to know why? When did Romeo and Juliet come out? Anyone? 1596 or thereabouts. 1595, 1596. Do you want to know what other play came out at the same time to the point where scholars can't actually decide which one he wrote first? He probably wrote both of them at the same time. Anyone want to guess? Leading question. What other play came out? What other play Shakespeare was writing at almost the same? Actually, there are three. One of them is Midsummer Night's Dream. There's like a trilogy of plays right in the 15th. Yes, Midsummer Night's Dream. But the other one, Love's Labour's Lost. I actually don't know anything about Love's Labour's Lost. That's a big blind spot. They're like, I go really deep into certain plays and I don't know any. So like all of the comedies except for Twelfth Night, I don't know any of them. Merry Wives of Windsor. Okay, you're showing me up now. I get it. Merry Wives of Windsor, actually, they were doing in DC. And I didn't want to see it, but I wish I could have seen it because I feel like that's another play that I don't give enough credit, probably. But I also really hate Falstaff so much. I like genuinely despise Falstaff. Which is also why I haven't, I'm gonna put some tunes on. Also why I haven't given the Henry IV plays their due. I hate Falstaff. But anyway. It's a tragedy, but not the way people think. Exactly. Moral of the TV show is everyone who is mean to you feels bad and gets the- oh god. Sounds like a great lesson. If it was taught better, we could appreciate it. And that is why I'm doing my duty to this, to the literary world by becoming an English teacher. That's my goal. Oh, your copy of Complete Works is set up perfect. So it's not set oh, that's really interesting. So it's not sorted in genre, it's sorted in chronological order. That's fascinating. I really want to do a chronological study of plays. And actually, you'll all hear about this eventually one day, but I'm working on one right now. In your dream, I texted you and told you I was going to be in Merry Wives of Windsor. Well, funny story about that. Anyway, welcome back to Eden. So I wanted to say the play that was written around the same time as Midsummer Night's Dream was and Romeo and Juliet was Richard II. Shakespeare was really having a fruitful 1595. And so the reason Romeo and Juliet has such good poetry is because Shakespeare was writing really good poetry at that point. And Romeo and Juliet, and I think that's what people miss, is I think people ignore the actual language of Romeo and Juliet to focus on the star-crossed lovers. So there's not a Shakespeare channel. There should be. We have a book club channel and we have a Shakespeare roll where sometimes I will tag people if I need to talk about Shakespeare. And everyone who has that role right now, I just want to call everyone out. You're a liar because people don't talk about Shakespeare when I want to talk about Shakespeare. But Grant, if you want to talk about Shakespeare, I'm literally always there to talk about Shakespeare. Yeah, you'd never see me again. Time zones. Okay, you get a pass. Everyone else is a liar. There's a Shakespeare Squad role, and we're actually gonna be doing lots of stuff. We're gonna be there's a lot of Shakespeare stuff coming down the pipeline. You're not an active listener. You just sort of let it happen in the background. You only have the role to listen. The role's not for listen. I mean, I guess. All right, I'm not gonna turn people down. I'm not gonna turn people down if you want to listen to Shakespeare. My channel would be dead if nobody wanted to listen to me talking about Shakespeare. Is there? Caitlin, you know what's coming down the pipeline. You're doing it. We're doing our workshop. We're actually, I wanted to ask Caitlin, but everyone. So we had a plan to do a King Lear workshop. We were gonna do a little bit of a King Lear workshop, and I know I have at least one person who would come, which is Caitlin, but someone else would probably come. And, but I was thinking, take a step back, what if we did a Hamlet workshop? Anyone. You send up a picture of your complete works in the book club. Excellent. I'm so excited. Oh my god. I'm gonna judge you for whatever edition you have. Oh, it's beautiful. Oh my god. Okay, but who's the publisher? Henry V. Oh, I love Henry V. Oh, for a muse of fire. Oh, and there's the end of Richard of Henry IV on the Henry IV Part 2, Act 5, Scene 4, I want to say. Whenever he throws off Falstaff, absolutely blood-curdling. Such a good scene. Such a good scene. Oh, St. Crispin's nice. Oh, so this is great. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. The text used for this edition is that prepared by the late Arthur Henry Bullen for the Stratford Town edition to print, which he founded the Shakespeare Head. Oh, this is great. Oh my god. Wait, this is so exciting. I have a question for you, Grant. Can you do me a favor? Can you go to Hamlet? Sterling Publishing. Okay. Can you go to Hamlet? Can you go to Act 3, Scene 1? Can you tell me if this edition uses disprised or despised? So for pangs of disprised love or despised love, I'm very curious. And also in the same speech, and this is the to be or not to be speech. And also, does it say enterprises of great pith or enterprises of great pitch? These are my two little pet peeves when it comes to Hamlet. That's the rub. That's the point. Yeah, does it use the first quarto actually? You're available for line readings, don't ask you for analysis. Adagio, that's perfect. You're coming. You're coming. Caitlin's, yeah, a Hamlet workshop. Didn't I ping for this? I pinged for the King Lear workshop. Act 3, Scene 1. And it's like halfway through the scene, I think. I forget when exactly it comes in. I haven't read Hamlet in a while. Caitlin, yeah, if you look in our planning channel, I sent my idea for a Hamlet workshop. Martine, okay, Martine's gonna come read. We're all good readers. I pinged for King Lear, but the Hamlet one is a new idea. The new idea. Because I've been having thoughts about Hamlet lately, so unfortunately. That's like a cry for help, chat. Where is my, there we go. When there's a meme. Wait, hold on, there's a meme. Hold on. I'm gonna make a meme so quick for you all, chat, so quick. Oh my god, if I can find it. Where is that? Oh, I'm so bad at finding memes. It's like you know when the mom like comes into the room and starts crying? Oh god, where is it? Oh, I'll have to find it later. But Act 3, Scene 1. Okay, so in the to be or not to be speech, there's a line where he says, For who would bear the whips and scorns of time, the oppressor's wrong, the proud man's contumely, the pangs of blank love. The pangs of blank love. I want to know what word they use. And then later in that same speech, and enterprises of great blank and moment. That's what I'm looking for. Analysis depends on how bad work was that day. That's fair. We'll do it on a day where you feel revved up. Hamlet is a cry for help. Okay, Martina, I appreciate that. I would do Kafka. That'd be so much fun. You're great at bandwagoning. Perfect. Smile and nod. We're talking about Hamlet. This is so exciting. This is so exciting. Pangs of despised love. No, they're using the second. Well, actually, no, that's the folio. Shoot. Oh, I used to have this. One of them's from the first folio. One of them's from the second quarto. And most editions will sort of merge those two together. And I think I like the folio better. The meme connoisseur. It's an older meme adagio. It's like one of the Rage comics. And I think... Hold on. I used it once. Hold on. I'm gonna be able to find it. Oh, I won't be able to find the actual one, though, because I used it for a different meme. I need to make this meme now. Oh, man. Oh. I'm so bad at finding memes. I have, they're all in my head, but I just can't remember. Let me see how long ago it was. Oh, here it is. Oh, it's the mother I am something. Oh my god. Where is it? Oh god. I don't remember the original one. Let me see if I can get it on Google. I'm sorry, folks. It'll be worth it. It'll be so worth it, I promise. Oh, here it is. Here it is. I don't know what the original one is. This is actually also funny. So it's this meme. Hold on. It's this, but it's Mother, I am talking about Hamlet. And just and this is all of you who are concerned about me for talking about Hamlet. I'm never having delusions. I always have the meme. And Enterprises of Great Pith. Okay, so that's the folio, I think. I think the folio uses pith and despised. And then, I think the quarto uses pitch and disprised. I specifically like disprised and pith. Don't ask me why. Unless you want a speech about it, because I will. Yeah, Rage comics were before your time. You and the boys at 3 PM looking for memes. This meme works for you on so many levels. Mother, I am talking about Hamlet. Mother, I've been thinking about Hamlet again. You want to know why? Okay. Hold on. Let's pull up Macbeth. Nope, Hamlet. Oh, I still have to pick a speech. Actually, I have this. Do I need lesson plans for teaching Hamlet? No, I don't. Mother, I am a VTuber and talking about Hamlet. I'm gonna change the tag to just I'm gonna change the tag to literature. I think we have a literature. Sorry, Claire Obscure. We'll get back to you in an hour or so. Is there a reading? There's a reading tag. We're reading. There's a books tag. There is a Twitch tag. We've done it before. Books. No, that's not it. What's the tag? What's the right tag? Oh, there's a reading and writing. There's a reading and writing tag. That's what, yeah, reading and writing. Okay. This is a reading and writing stream now. Sorry for derailing this stream. No, this is exactly, honestly, we were going to be talking about, I have all these other plays queued up right here. This was going to happen. You just graciously ushered us into it, so thank you. What if I threw the speeches into a randomizer and let that pick for you? Okay. We could do that. I am lecturing, educating, inspired. That's all I hope to do. Ephemeral Shakespeare compilation. I've got clips for you already. I was starting to compile them. Let's look at Hamlet, shall we? And I'm gonna pull up the different actually, I love this. Hamlet original folio text. This is actually, thank you for asking. I've been meaning to get this off my chest for a while. This is really bothering me, and nobody has wanted to hear about it until now. Okay, Hamlet folio. So for those who don't know, and I think you all know by now, but there is no definitive Shakespeare text because Shakespeare never published his own work. So what they have, you have what's called the folios, and so the first folio was published actually after Shakespeare died in 1623. He died in 1616. And the first folio is kind of what we view as the first definitive text of Shakespeare's plays, and this is how we have defined the canon. So some plays that were left out of the first folio, I think Pericles was left out, I think Henry VIII might have been? Anyway, besides the point. On his birthday, yes, he died on his birthday. He died the same day he was baptized. Or the same day we celebrate his birthday. We don't actually know when he was born. But anyway, so the first folio is what people consider the kind of the definitive text, and then there have been multiple folios since then. The second folio came out 20 years later. Anyway, but before the folio, the only printed versions of Shakespeare's plays were the quartos, and so every play kind of has a couple different versions, and most of the plays are they're all bad. Like, all of the text is different. So Hamlet notoriously, and Romeo and Juliet actually also, the textual history of Romeo and Juliet is fascinating. And I do highly recommend reading the Arden edition. Just take a shot every time you read Bawdy Quibble and die. But Hamlet famously has a bad quarto. And I think I told you all this because, can I find the different version of it? Complete text. Oh, yeah, here we go. Text of this edition. Right, so we have the second quarto, which is the bad quarto. And then they have an editor's choice. So this is Internet Shakespeare from, I don't know, some Canadian website. Anyway, the bad quarto, I think I've told you. Yes, I told Adagio this. It's famous for... Oh, it's not coming up. That's the point. No? Modern quarto. Wait, what? Oh, this is scene 1. Whoops. Okay, sorry. Oh, right, because it's got all the different scenes, too. They weren't split up into acts and scenes, either. It was all very confusing. How are we gonna find this? Complete text. Complete text. No? There we go. There we go. Okay, so the bad quarto of Hamlet is a real corker. Because it has, you guys can't read this. To be or not to be, there's the point. And so people think that actually, there's a theory that this was, the first quarto was probably based on a prompt book. So actors back then would have prompt books which had their lines and some stage directions and some like cue lines before they were going to come in so that they could learn their own part. And I think people think that this is like from the actor who played Bernardo or Marcellus, maybe like one of the more minor characters, because all of those lines agree perfectly with every other edition and the lines surrounding those lines are perfect, but like everything else is terrible. So to be or not to be, there's the point. To die, to sleep, is that all? And like, that's not the speech. Oh, Singing in the Swamp, thank you. Such genuine, yeah, that's the thing I think is missing from Twitch, is authenticity. Because, it's embarrassing and very cringy to be authentic, but that's what we're here to do. We're here to be nerds together. So what's fascinating about this is that they didn't even have Ophelia's name. Let's see, did they get anything right? Scorned by the rich, the rich curse of the poor, the widow being a... This is fascinating. This is to grunt and sweat into this weary life. So this doesn't have any of the words that we're looking for, unfortunately. There's something in this, though. Born before an everlasting judge. I mean, that's not even Shakespeare, we think, probably. But that's the thing about Shakespeare, is that we don't actually know what he wrote. They sometimes they think the quarto was based on like his, what they call foul papers, or his drafts, basically. But Shakespeare never wrote his writing, or published his writing. Would Shakespeare play if you could go back in time, take the manuscript, and throw it into the fire? Merchant of Venice, sorry. Two Gentlemen of Verona? I don't even know that one, except that the RSC did it with a dog recently. I don't know that play very well. I think for like the good of the many, Merchant of Venice. But for my own personal preference, what play do I really hate? I mean, Merry Wives of Windsor, just on the basis of Falstaff, but also I think that gives that there's some good female parts in that play that you wouldn't want to lose. That's a great question. Throw into the fire. I don't know if I hate any show enough. I also haven't read most of them. Yeah, I would just go back and ask him what his problem is. Exactly. Yeah, Ninbite, exactly. Ninbite PhD said it very well. Thank you, doctor. We all have, whatever our interests are on this channel, we all have gone so far in that direction that we can respect each other's, even if we're on opposite sides of the globe, we can respect each other's passion for various topics, and we stick together. We are divided by our niches, but united in a common cause of knowledge. That's beautiful. That's exactly. So anyway, so this is the bad Quarto, just for fun. It's always good to check in with this. But for this, the joyful hope of this, that's... But for oh, wait a second. Wait, this is crazy. Hold on. This changes. I would love, actually, I would love to do a production of Hamlet from the first Quarto. Caitlin, can we do this? Because look at this. Let's get the folio, let's get the editor's choice edition. Complete text. To be or not to be. Oh, they don't do it. To be or not to be. Okay. Can we, like, read these side by side, actually? Hold on, I'm gonna do a little OBS magic here. Give me a minute. Oh, look, there's Lune. There's the game we were playing, guys. So on that side, my hand, and on this side, yours. No, what is it? Now is this crown like a deep well that owes 2 buckets, filling the other. Okay. Oh, there it goes. Hold on, everyone, it's fine. Ignore the game behind the curtain. Oh no. Okay, there it is. Let's get the text back. There's the text. Okay. To be or not to be. I'll give you all dramatic reading. Hamlet, modern, into Quarto. Okay. This is really interesting to me. I need you all to see this. This is fascinating. Okay. And then this one. I'm really good at OBS. I don't know if that's clear. Okay. Ooh, okay. You wish you could go back in time and stop Gogol from throwing the manuscript with the second part to oh my god, yeah. I want to read Gogol. I really want to read. I need to read more Russian literature, actually. I almost took a Russian literature course in school, and then I dropped it because it was too late in the day. And I regret that a lot. I think I could have learned a lot from that. Have you heard of that Fallout 76 community? Yes, Ninbud, I think either you sent that to me or I sent that to you. But yes, I have heard of that. Ninbite, have you seen GTA Hamlet? Oh my god. You'd be into that. Yeah, right? Game? Who? Forget the game. Forget the game. One of the love interests is almost the worst thing you can do to a person. Is there a bed trick in Gentlemen, Two Gentlemen, or is that in Merry Wives? There's a bed trick in Measure for Measure, and that's messy. That's really bad. Our to-do list really grows, yeah. Can we get someone who can do animation? We all do voice acting and premiere it on the stream. Yes! Oh my god, yes. Yes, covering up the game with Shakespeare. Yeah, they're curtains. Pay no attention to the baguettes behind the curtains. Ninbite, you're gonna love GTA. Oh my god, you guys, should we watch GTA Hamlet this month? I'm obsessed with GTA Hamlet. It's so good. It's so good. Not a bed trick. Oh, just straight up assault. Okay, yeah, even worse. Yikes. Yeah, I do not know Two Gentlemen, so that's a really unfortunate. Yeah, also it's a comedy. That's the thing about Shakespeare comedies, is that it's the social norms were different back then. Where's my meme? Yes! Yes, this is it! This is it! This is it! This is it! Oh my god, yes! Hold on. Oh gosh, wait. Oh, you can't see it. Oh my god. This is it. This is it. This is exactly it. This is it. This is perfect. I don't know how to make it. I can't fix the window, so chat, I'm going to talk about Hamlet. This is perfect. This is entirely it. That's amazing. Okay. That's so perfect. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I'm pinning that. I feel like that's how everyone reacts every time I bring up Hamlet. Everyone's just like, no, don't. Don't do it. Don't go to the dark side. Oh my god, so good. Okay. Ooh, what were we talking about? Major meme. Also, yeah. Hello, my name is Grant, and I'm auditioning for the role of Samson. You've got the part, Grant. You've got the part. Adagio, I support you in that. I think we should absolutely burn it. We should. New loading screen, so true. So true. Yeah, so Fallout Shakespeare actors, yeah, Ninbite, if you can find that, or I can find the link later, but it's super cool. I love that people do that. Sooner rather than later, there'll be- Can we have the Hamlet command just bring that meme up? I can make that. I can probably make that. Okay, so I wanted to do a close reading of the differences in between the Quarto and Folio versions of this speech. Is everyone okay with that? Can we do that real quick? Invite is sending a YouTube link that I click blindly. Oh, there it is! Oh my god, an hour long. I love it. I love it. Caitlin, why didn't we do this? Why weren't we there? Amazing. And the Jar Jar command, and it just shoots up 3-1, exactly. Okay, so, chat, I'm gonna do a comparison of these speeches. I'll start with the one that everyone knows, because it's familiar. To be or not to be, that is the question. Whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows, I can do this memorized, of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against a sea of troubles and by opposing end them. To die, to sleep no more, for by a sleep to say we end the heartache and the thousand natural shocks that flesh is heir to. 'Tis a consummation devoutly to be wished. This does not help you, I'll do it slower. To die, to sleep perchance to dream, aye, there's the rub. For in that sleep of death, what dreams may come when we have shuffled off this mortal coil must give us pause. Let's stop there, okay? Let's stop there. Everyone knows this speech, right? But does everyone know what this speech is allowed? What this speech is about? Sorry, I was reading the automod. Why weren't we there? You'll start your own Fallout Shakespeare actor. Perfect. So everyone knows what this speech is about, or everyone knows this speech, but does everyone know what this speech is about? And the answer is probably yes, because again, everyone knows. But I want to actually look. I was thinking about this. This is really embarrassing, but I'll tell you all because it's relevant. I was running the other day. And normally I listen to an audiobook while I run, but I didn't want to listen to an audiobook. So in the silence, in between the guided run I was doing this speech in my head. And I was breaking down the syntax of it. Yeah, you have no idea what this speech is about. So I was doing this speech in my head while I was running. So I'm gonna bring you all on my run with me. True English teacher vibes, exactly. Artie in last action here when he says to be or not to be, not to be. Throws the grenade. I love that. That's it. That's the point. That's the point. There's the point. Uh-oh. Okay, we're fine. Naturally. To be or not to be. Anyone who starts talking to himself for 100 lines might have gone a little nuts. It's only 35 lines. It's only 35 lines. That's nothing. You want to talk about crazy? Richard, line 1 to line 67. You want to talk about crazy? It's not even crazy. Anyway, where was I looking? We'll talk about Richard at hour 3. No, he was just a Twitch streamer. You have no idea, dude. You have no idea. Yeah, talk about run-on sentence. So he's talking about suicide, right? So again, sorry for the trigger warning. Shakespeare talks a lot, and is still considered a sin by a lot of people. If you kill yourself, you're going to hell. And so the fact that, well, he's not really talking about, actually, no, sorry, oh, the mic is gone. Oh, shoot. Let me reel it back in. Let me reel this back in. He's not talking about suicide. Which actually, and I'm glad that you brought that up, Ephemeral, because I think the thing about this speech that everyone gets wrong is they think it's about suicide, and it's actually not. Yeah, Twitch was like, you gotta stop. It's actually not. The speech is not about to kill yourself or not to kill yourself. The speech is about to be or not to be. Shakespeare on Twitch, is Shakespeare on social media? And yeah. No, everyone, you're under NDA. You cannot talk about Shakespeare on Twitch outside this channel. Give us a year, okay? No more Shakespeare on, just NDA, all right? You've all just signed an NDA. So, just put a pin in it, so the thing about this speech is that he's questioning what is the point of existence? Why do we stay alive, right? Seriously, nobody say a word. This applies to everyone. Oh yeah, Grant, this applies to everyone. Everyone here. You don't want to sign another NDA? Don't brag, invite. Anyway. Shakespeare on Twitch is what we're doing right now. So Hamlet is a philosophy student, right? We stay alive for Solus Dragon Age. Yeah, did he know it? Hamlet didn't have, oh my god. Hamlet didn't have Solus Dragon Age. No wonder he had nothing to live for. That's so sad. So he's literally talking about the whole point of the speech is not, because the thing about Hamlet is that he can't do anything, right? That is his main conflict, okay? King Lear's main conflict is that he's losing his mind. Macbeth's main conflict is that he's killing his friends just to get the crown. Hamlet's main conflict is that he cannot do anything. Hamlet playing Dragon Age. Hamlet would love, can we be honest? Hamlet would love Solus. Hamlet would be obsessed with Solus, like for real. He would be writing fanfiction like nonstop for Solus. He would literally dress up, he would cosplay as Solus. He would kin Solus, like I'm not even kidding. Hamlet would play as Solus. Hamlet would make Hamlet would make all of his D&D characters Solus. How did we circle back to Solus? Singing in the Swamp. You underestimate this channel. How did we circle back to Solus? We always circle back to Solus or Shakespeare. And we're just in a circle constantly around them both. No, not She Loves Me. Oh god. Oh god. Shakespeare was totally a Dalish elf. I mean, he might have been. All roads lead to Solus. Do you get extra credit if you compare the speech with a poem, both on the themes? Grant, you gotta tell me the poem first. Fess up, what's the poem? Oh, thank god, it's over. Bouncing fruit. Solus Spear, yeah, Shake's egg, exactly. So you're right, the 3 S's, Solus, Shakespeare, and She Loves Me. Oh my god. Hamlet. Is it still Zach? It's still Zachary Levi, I'm sorry. This was a short one, finally. I was thinking of checking today whether the random timer actually worked, so I'm glad we checked that. I'm sweating, chat. Okay. Anyway, Hamlet, do you need to read this play? Deeded? Maybe, perhaps. Oh, okay. We're talking about Hamlet would love Solus. Anyway. What were we talking about? I'm gonna need to take a break. No, we gotta keep going. Either one, Caitlin, honestly. Hamlet, you say. No wonder Solus. Damn it. Hamlet! No, you're talking- oh my god, what just happened? Whoa. My browser encountered an error. That's cool. Is Doctor Who brought up? Well, you brought Doctor Who up, not me. Omelet, something rotten. And anyone? Something rotten? Yeah. Invictus? Oh my god, yes. Invictus is a great poem. Wait, you do get extra credit for that. Oh my god. What is the rest of that poem? That's a great poem. I actually once heard Invictus without any context and I was like, Shakespeare? What is the... Yes, yeah. Yes, okay, you know what, Grant? Write that essay for next time. 5 paragraphs, cite your sources, MLA. That poem tattooed on your thigh. I respect that. That's a good choice. If you were to have any poem tattooed, that would be a good one. VeggieTales once did a generic Shakespeare parody called Omelet. Amazing. Invictus based. Amazing. So, Hamlet is talking about what the point of living is. Yes, absolutely. And he's like, why do people choose to stay alive, right? Okay, so to be or not to be, that is the question. And I think that what he's talking, he probably just finished off his semester on existentialism, although I don't know when the play takes place and if they've invented existentialism yet in medieval Denmark, but The Cure at Troy. I don't know that one. The Cure at Troy. Does anyone want to know what my favorite poem is? You probably know it already. A verse adaptation by Seamus Heaney of Sophocles' play Philoctetes. Oh, I'll have to read that later and invite. Have you sent me this one? Maybe. Yeah, his semester of Kaylin. He gets to Spiral, exactly. You do want to know which Mary Oliver? Good guess. But not Mary Oliver. But if I had to choose, Mary Oliver would probably be... Oh god, which is the one? Which is the one? Which is the one? Is it The Summer Day? Mary Oliver. I think it might be The Summer Day. It's almost Dogfish season, friends. It's almost Dogfish. It is The Summer Day is my favorite Mary Oliver poem, but not my favorite poem of all time. Oh my god, Adagio. Yes, Dogfish. It's my second favorite. And Worm Moon. Worm Moon. Anyway, my favorite poem of all time is The Love Song of J. Alfred Prufrock by T.S. Eliot. So yeah, what is the purpose of life? But not even what is the purpose of life. I don't think that's what he's asking. I think he's asking is why does anyone endure life? And so that's where you say, whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune. Has anyone seen Slings and Arrows? I haven't. Yes, Caitlin, your notes are correct. I'm very consistent. I'm very consistent. Or to take arms against a sea of troubles and by opposing end them. So he's saying here, so why, you know, is it nobler to suffer through what life is throwing at us? Or to essentially, you know, to take arms against a sea of troubles, to fight back, right? To fight back. And a plot twist literally everybody saw coming. Your favorite poem is The Naming of Cats by T.S. Eliot. Do you like Cats, the musical, Adagio? I know you like Cats. You do not like Cats, the movie musical. Perfect. To die, to sleep no more. And I think this is actually what really gets me. I was thinking about this line the other day, and I think Hamlet is really tired. I think if you're playing a good Hamlet, you have to play Hamlet as exhausted. Like, he is a sleep-deprived university student. And so for him, the thought of to die, to sleep, no more. I also am thinking, this line was actually giving me some trouble because I was trying to figure out to sleep no more. Is he saying we're not sleeping anymore, or is he just saying to sleep and then no more is like an interjection, like no, like nothing, you know, nothing more. I can't figure that out one actually. Because I think the thought of like to sleep no more for a sleep-deprived college student is actually a terrible thing, but like the thought of, and by a sleep, to say we end the heartache and the thousand natural shocks that flesh is heir to, he's saying that, like, living is suffering, right? A rest that cannot be achieved with sleep. Okay, that's good. I think we've got an ad break coming up. And I may need to take a break, but we're good for now. He wants peace, exactly. Blood Brothers. Ooh, I don't know that one. Blood Brothers. Musical. Oh, you've got all these fun musical recommendations. This is exciting. I'll look at that later. He just wants to be at peace. We've got an ad break coming up, and I actually also need to take a quick break. So I think while the ad is running, we're gonna come back with more Hamlet because we've only gotten through the first 5 lines. But I think I'm gonna take a break while the ad is running so nobody misses anything. So I'll see y'all in a couple of minutes. More Hamlet after the break. All right, see you soon.
Oh. Ooh, snacks.
Oh no. Oh look, there it is.
You call that just?
Well, I mean, you know, some of it, it's...
So that's why it broke down. It was
Why
your
is there an
fault.
acorn?
Oh,
And you promised
I
him
mean,
you.
you can suck this stuff up with a vacuum.
Yes,
Maybe
but
not
why
hard
would
to
you
eat,
have a
but-
vacuum outside? Does this count as amenophobia? Oh, it doesn't happen again. Oh, yeah, no, it doesn't happen again. It happens one more time. Katie, give me a song to learn on recorder. Okay. How about you learn this one? Lord of the Rings spoilers, I suppose. He played biography. Teleporno? Is this what you wanted me to see on stream? Jeez. Why? Why are there 2 citations? What? Oh, it's pronounced Celeborn. Ugh, my bad. I'm such a fake fan. His original name was Teleporno. A Telerin name, which means, oh my god. Oh my god. The Lord of the Rings lore is too much for me. Solus's worst fear is dying alone! Oh my god! His worst fear is dying alone, and we abandoned him to go run after Blackwall just because he had hair. He's dying alone. I can't get over this. Oh my god. Yeah, anyway, chess is about chess. Stop! And Blackwell's worst fear is himself. What a red flag. What a red flag. Oh, did I just blow myself? Well, that's what we do on this channel, is we embrace pedantry. Okay, so Zoomeril is C tier. Thank you all for your input. Voice actor. We're finding this out. Hold on, Lesky. Brian Bloom, what a great voice. Brian Bloom, also known for play. Guys, I'm so happy. I'm so happy. This couldn't have worked out better if I tried. Genuinely, if I tried. Can y'all read this? Can y'all read this? Can you see? Can you see this? Can you see this? Can you see this? Can you see? Has anyone seen it yet? Have you 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 seen it yet? Do you know why he sounds so much like Varric? Do you know? Does anyone know? Has anyone guessed yet? Why this random dude in Dragon Age Origins sounds so much like Varric? Shh, shh, shh. Guys, we can't scare the birds. Can I, like, crouch? Oh! No. Okay, guys, so we can't scare the birds. I can't say no.
In sickness and in health,
I'm so enthralled.
do you part? Oh no!
Where did he go?
It said no.
No!
I can't believe it. I just can't believe it.
How could you do this to
What do you think
me?
it was? Your lack of attention span?
No.
Your unwillingness to help others?
No!
Your unhealthy obsession with trying to ruin my game?
No.
All of the above? No. Well, regardless.
It's okay, I have the
ball's
little one.
gone
I have a
forever.
little one, it's fine.
You
It's fine.
blew it.
I'll never lose the little
This was
one.
gonna be the one that rolled away.
The one!
Was it worth it?
Oh my god.
You'd probably say yes. I'm not gonna give you the chance. to
Listen,
answer
better
that.
to have loved and lost
Fine.
than to never have loved at all, alright? Alright? Oh, no, wait, I could do that. Hold on. Actually, everyone, hold on, shut up. I love when that happens. I think this is the right speed, what do you think? Flashing lights warning. Anyway, I'm back, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you're all doing well and you enjoyed the break. What did I miss? That totally accurate, totally accurate and by quote. Yes, exactly. Your music recommendation somehow smoothly transitioned from metal to funky jazz. I love that. I love funky jazz. I hope you're enjoying it. Yeah, I totally said that. I totally said that. I'm a very violent person. Wow, these quotes are really quite something. That showed up on stream screen for you, not in chat. Oh, the Streamlabs quote? That's interesting. I don't understand how Streamlabs works. Okay, I've got more tea. I've got some actually, I didn't drink any coffee before now, which is amazing, isn't it? So the funny thing is I wanted to look at this speech because I wanted to get down. There are some lines at the end that really interested me, but of course we haven't gotten anywhere. We haven't even gotten through the beginning. So let's try to do that. You finished dinner. How was your ice cream? Was it good? And I have goldfish now. Hands are free to type. Your hands haven't been free before this? Wow. You've got some superpowers, Martine. Okay, so, welcome back, Grant. Perfect time. We're gonna talk about Hamlet. Ice cream was done long ago. Oh, the ice cream was the appetizer. I see. Uh-oh. I really want ice cream. I gotta stop. I gotta cut down my ice cream. I gotta cut down my ice cream consumption. Okay. 'Tis a consummation devoutly to be wished. He's so tired. Yeah, get some. Just get some, Caitlin. Just get some ice cream. Everyone should be getting ice cream right now. Unless you don't want to, in which case, you know. Live your life. It's not for me to tell you what to do. So Hamlet, the thing is about Hamlet that I think I understand better now than I did when I first read it, is that the reason everyone likes Hamlet so much is because he talks so much. He says so much. You know how... Does anyone here truly believe in astrology? Because if you do, I'm about to insult you and I'm sorry. But the reason people like astrology is because they feel like they can find things in whatever horoscope you get that they can relate to and find truth in. So Hamlet is kind of like a horoscope. And I bet that's not a sentence you ever heard before, nor ever will again. But hear me out. Hamlet says so much that literally anyone can relate to him at some point. And so that's why people like Hamlet. You need to go grocery shopping. Yes, go get peanut butter. But not bananas. Martine, you deserve ice cream. Everyone deserves. Oh, you still have cake? Oh my gosh. You want ice cream, you have none, and shops are shut. So just, you know, just open the shops. I'm sure they won't mind. I'm sure you could just help yourself. Okay, Marie Antoinette. Thank you, Martine. So Hamlet is a horoscope, right? He doesn't actually say anything real, but he says so much. Just like Holden Caulfield. Exactly. Oh my god. Exactly. And this is exactly the problem. Like, if anyone tells you that Hamlet is their favorite Shakespeare character, that's a red flag. If anyone tells you that if they like Holden Caulfield, sorry if I'm offending anyone who likes Holden Caulfield, but I was not a fan of that book. But I get it. But, like, you get it, right? Like, you get why people relate to them. Because they just say whatever. And there's something, you can find it anywhere, right? Hamlet gets, like, 8 soliloquies. I was thinking about this the other day, too. Hamlet gets 8 soliloquies, I think. I'm probably getting that off by 1. But he has so many soliloquies in his play. The play is 4 hours long. It doesn't need to be that long. But the point is, you like the book, but you want to smack Holden. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. As long as you don't like Holden. It is a good... Holden Caulfield is a really good, like, protagonist name. It is iconic. But, oh my god, he's so annoying. So Hamlet says so much. And that's why I think there's, like, an overexposure effect by the end of the play where you're sick of him. You're not sick of Henry V. Henry V gets 2 soliloquies in 3 plays. He's in 3 plays, and you only get to hear from him twice by himself. He gets lots of speeches. He talks to people a lot. Obviously, he's the king. But you never get to hear what he's thinking. Except twice. And it's gorgeous. Ugh. Henry V is such a fascinating character. Hamlet is Catcher in the Rye, but old. Yeah, you know what? I'll accept that. Yeah, and if you know anyone who grows fixated on Malvolio, you should refer them. That's concerning for a whole different reason. I want everyone to make, I think what I'm gonna do for the workshop is we're gonna start with an icebreaker and everyone's gonna make like a collage of their like favorite Shakespeare characters. And then we're gonna go, and then we're gonna like, and then everyone's gonna get help based on who the characters are. Got a question but kind of too scared to ask. This is a safe space, Grant. Any and all questions. Well, I shouldn't say that, but don't be afraid of sidetracking. My streams would be nothing without sidetracking. What is the difference between a monologue and a soliloquy? Oh, no, I'm so glad you asked. I'm so glad you asked. So a monologue is a speech given by one person to other people. So there are other people on stage, other people are listening. A soliloquy is a speech just given when the character is alone on stage. Or when it's very clear that no one else is. So even if there's another character on stage and the soliloquy is, yes, Ninbai, this made me think of you. I was like, man, I haven't thought about this in years. But yes, so a soliloquy is meant to be delivered by the character alone. A soliloquy is a representation of a character's inner thoughts. So because these are plays and not books, you can't hear characters' thoughts. They're not movies, they don't have voiceovers. A soliloquy is their thoughts. A monologue is actually them talking to other people. So St. Crispin's Day is a monologue, and To Be or Not to Be is a soliloquy, exactly. And so Henry gets a soliloquy in Henry V, and it is his upon the king. Let us our lives, our lands, our children, blah, 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 whatever he says. Talks about ceremony a lot. I love that speech. But yes, exactly. It is a very essential concept. Yes, I'm glad you asked. I want to make sure we're all on the same page here. Yeah, what did you use that PhD for? Thinking like something you say to everyone versus something, exactly. Something you say to other people versus something you're saying to yourself. Video call versus a vlog. Yes, yes. A monologue is also a speech, and a monologue versus a speech, don't ask me that question, because I actually don't really know the difference. But I think a speech has intent, and a monologue doesn't. So like, I'm monologuing, I'm just monologuing this whole stream. But a speech is usually something that is contained and has an intention behind it and delivered to a specific audience. So I would say monologue is kind of probably an umbrella term. But I'm not illiterate. I don't have a degree, so take it all with a grain of salt. Oh, yes, okay, perfect. So, yes, so Hamlet is soliloquizing right now, and all Hamlet does is soliloquize, even when he's talking to other people. Yeah, Martine, we gotta find that video. We gotta have that video on demand. Okay. Where were we? Yeah, so Hamlet right now is considering whether dying is like sleeping, because in sleeping you lose consciousness, right? To sleep, like this is the line that stuck with me. This is the line that stuck with me. This made me really sad, actually. To die, to sleep perchance to dream. So he's thinking, maybe death isn't so bad, right? Life is pretty bad. Maybe death will give you, to die, to sleep perchance to dream. There's the rub. And then he's like, okay, hold on. Oh, Martine, you're a star. Wow. This is I highly recommend everyone watching this video. Actually, should we watch this video to get this speech? This is such a good video. Oh, I haven't seen this in so long. Is this To Be or Not to Be, or is this? It must be, right? I think that's the only one he does. Oh, he's got a whole series? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, he's got a whole series. Oh no. Oh no. I think I would like the lyrics to the song Bones on the Beach by Paris Paloma. I like Paris Paloma. It's the first time I feel rested. Oh. Okay, I think I'll like this song. I'll listen to it. Oh, this is Hamlet. This is it. I hope you find some rest in this life. Death won't bring you what you think it will. Death won't bring you what you hope it will. This is Hamlet. Isn't that beautiful? There's no original thought. Shakespeare's not original. He just said some things really well that people have remembered, but there's our Hamlet. We're watching those together, won't we? I mean, that can be part of the workshop. Yeah, wait, actually, Kaylin, How long ago were these videos? 7 years ago. He might have grown out of Hamlet at this point. Maybe that's our Polonius. We'll find him. We'll find him. Is Puck a red flag character? I love that. I don't know. I don't know because I haven't read Midsummer Night's Dream. Isn't Puck the one that kind of like orchestrates everything? I don't know the play very well at all. I don't know it at all. I feel like Puck is a very popular character, so I wouldn't call that a red flag character unless there's something I don't know, and then maybe there's just a lot of red flags out there. All stories are old, just old stories with a new coat of paint. Exactly. But no, you're right. We have our old man. He just doesn't know it yet. He doesn't know it yet, but we've got it sorted. Oh man, that's so funny. Hold on, sorry. Okay. Puck is the that's one way to put it. I love that. Yeah, like he's kind of the mastermind behind all the shenanigans, right? I should really try. I should try Midsummer Night's Dream. I'm definitely missing out. You gotta get him to sign what's it called? The contract first. He's gotta say yes. He may not know what he's saying yes to. For everyone curious, there's a particular Shakespeare actor that Caitlin and I are trying to recruit into our eventual Shakespeare production that we're working on. It'll happen one day. We don't know how, we don't know why. We don't know where, we don't know when. But concrete? Yeah, that was probably it. You poor unfortunate soul. But this one random actor will be in it. If you do Midsummer Night's Dream, you can play. Okay, okay. You'll be Puck. That's a relief, actually, that we've got our Puck. That's good. Okay. For in that sleep of death, what dreams may come when we have shuffled off this mortal coil must give us pause. I love this phrase, right? So there's the rub. So he's saying, oh, yeah, sign up for pre-sale tickets now, chat. Might be 10 years from now, but it'll happen. For in that sleep of death, what dreams may come? Need to reread and rewatch it. I think, and that's the thing, I like going back to, I love rereading things. And I think Shakespeare really, I've read Richard II like 4 times in the last couple months. I think there's a lot to be mined, right? Okay, I'm gonna skip ahead. Otherwise we're gonna be here all day going line by line. Okay, this is where I wanted to start. You're gonna do that? You're gonna go back to Midsummer Night's Dream? Oh, let us know what you think of it. Whether you learn anything new from this time. I feel like I learn something new every time I go back to a play I think I already knew. You know? Because there's just always something else. Okay. So in the quarto version, we have... So, for in that dream of death, when we awake and born before an everlasting judge from whence no passenger ever returned. This is a misremembering of the undiscovered country from whose bourne no traveler returned. Excuse me. So this is really fun because you can first of all see where they're getting the lines from, and they're just getting the order wrong. The undiscovered country, here we go. Undiscovered country. Everlasting judge is an incredible phrase that is nowhere in the accepted form of the speech. But so I wanted to look at, the reason I pulled these up in the first place is because the quarto has, but for this, the joyful hope of this. Joyful hope is something that is repeated in this version of the speech. Hope. We get it like at least 3 times. Wait. There's joyful hope, and then there's, I can't type. Hope. Joyful. Oh my gosh. Hope. I can't type. Hold on. We get hope. We get the word hope coming up twice in only 20 lines. There is no hope in Hamlet's original speech. Which is really, so the tone of this is actually really different. So this line, but for this, the joyful hope of this, who'd bear the scorns and flattery of the world. Who would this endure but for a hope of something after death? Who would these fardels bear? This is also wrong. Okay. Who would fardels bear to grunt and sweat under a weary life, but that the dread of something after death? But for a hope of something after death, but that the dread of something. Do you guys see what I'm talking about here? This is why I wanted to compare these side by side. Those are two completely different ideas there. Yeah, I really do need to take a typing course. And that, I think, completely changed. First of all, I think that this speech falls flat on its face. Because you're saying, which puzzles the brain and doth confound the sense, which makes us rather bear those evils we have than fly to others we know not of. For the hope of something after death? Why would you stay alive? If you are hopeful that there's something after, right? The undiscovered so in that dream of death, the undiscovered country at whose sight the happy smile and the accursed damned, but for this the joyful hope of this. So this, Quarto Hamlet is saying, I believe in heaven and hell. I believe in the afterlife. And I believe it is up to us to live a virtuous life for a hope of something. Who would this endure but for a hope of something after death? Folio Hamlet is saying, for in that sleep of death, what dreams may come when we have shuffled off this mortal coil must give us pause. The dreams he's having of what comes after death gives him pause. Who would fardels bear to grunt and sweat under a weary life but that the dread of something after death? The undiscovered country from whose bourne no traveler returns puzzles the will and makes us rather bear those ills we have than fly to others that we know not of. Folio Hamlet is saying the devil you know is better than the devil you don't. Quarto Hamlet is saying I am enduring the suffering of life because I have hope for something after. Hopeful after death may be more giving them peace, having belief that when they die they're... Yes, right, yeah. So that you're not just facing oblivion after death, but that there is something. And so I think that's actually and I think that's the crux of it, is that both Hamlets believe there is something after death. Folio Hamlet is terrified of that. Folio Hamlet says, I will endure the whips and scorns of time because of the dread of something after death, right? And makes us rather bear those ills we have than fly to others we know not of. Which makes us rather bear those evils we have than fly to others we know not of. That's great. Maybe it's like enduring would be worth it because there's something to look forward to, right? I think this is the key line. At the undiscovered country at whose sight the happy smile and the accursed damned. Versus dreading death. Exactly. This Hamlet, Quarto Hamlet looks forward to heaven. Folio Hamlet fears hell. So I think this, first of all, so this I really want to do now. Oh gosh. Quarto Hamlet, this doesn't work for Hamlet. All right, good luck with your washing, and enjoy your lurking. Thanks so much for hanging out and chatting. Right. Quarto Hamlet is pretty okay with how things are going right now. Right? He's like, I'm gonna stay alive. And then he says, this conscience makes cowards of us all. This speech doesn't work. Because this line, this is the line that's about suicide. Right? His conscience doth make cowards of us all. Right? And thus the native hue of resolution is sickly. And of course here, thus the native hue of resolution is sickly door with a pale cast of thought and enterprises of great pith and moment with this regard their currents turn awry and lose the name of action. So he's talking about killing Claudius right now. Yeah, the other one has more doubt. This Hamlet has no doubt. Quarto Hamlet has no doubt. To be or not to be, there's the point. To die, to sleep, is that all? All. No, to sleep, to dream, marry, there it goes. I love this speech. For in that dream of death, when we awake and are born, like, I think it's just the really explicit reference to, this is like, I'm sure so many people have already written about this, but this is where I'm really getting stuck. It's like, it's a much more explicit reference to religion here. Whereas this Hamlet is existential, you know, in 1601, it's not a time really when existentialism was that much, it wasn't discussed that much, but this Hamlet isn't thinking about heaven and hell. Like, there's no explicit religious Christian bent to this speech, except for I don't even think the undiscovered country from whose bourne no traveler returns. He's not talking about heaven or hell. He's just talking about, we don't, like, that's actually what I think is really radical about this speech, is he's saying we don't know what comes after, when the church is telling you what comes after. So that's actually kind of crazy. But he does make a reference to, like, I think the references to hell are sort of more subtextual, because he does say, you know, conscience does make cowards of us all, and that's twofold, because one, he's too afraid to kill himself, because, like, and he's not even talking about himself. He's saying we are all too afraid to stop bearing these burdens because we don't know what's coming next and it could be worse. But he's also saying, I am too afraid to kill my uncle because that might mean that I will be damned, right, if I do it. And he does, of course, there's the wonderful, I think the best scene in the play, actually, is Act 3, Scene 3, which is Claudius thinks he's giving a soliloquy. He's not. He's giving a speech, because Hamlet is there. So Claudius is giving a soliloquy, but he doesn't know that Hamlet is there. So Claudius is the uncle who killed Hamlet's father and married his mother. I think everyone knows that. And he says, oh, my offense is rank. It smells to heaven. So Claudius is much more religious, actually, than Hamlet is. Oh, no, never mind. He does give a soliloquy. I would stage this differently. I would have Hamlet listen to the speech. Why is Hamlet kind of good? Hamlet is good if you know what to look for. I don't think the whole play is good. I think Hamlet with judicious cuts is good. I don't think Hamlet is actually good. Does the Bible teach you an eye for eye? Does the Bible teach you an eye for eye? I think it does, yeah, right? Wait, it's an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. Where's that from? The Bible also says honor thy father and mother, so. Oh yeah, an eye for an eye is a commandment in the Hebrew Bible, yep. And the Code of Hammurabi. Yes. But technically it's not an eye for an eye. You had to dry your, I thank you, I appreciate that. But I tell you have heard an eye for an eye, but I tell you to turn the other cheek. Is that the Sermon on the Mount? Because I think there's probably some of the New Testament that's in, conversation with that. So I think technically it's not exact retribution. I mean, well, Claudius kills Hamlet Sr., so Hamlet has to kill Claudius. I guess that makes sense. Because you can't really get exact retribution on someone who kills you because you're dead. That is the New Testament. Yeah, okay, so Jesus was like, actually... Yeah, right, and so there's that. That's interesting, right? Because then you have two conflicting, like, tenets, right? An eye for an eye, but you should also turn the other cheek and be forgiven, like, and show forgiveness, right? Yeah, exactly. Why couldn't the ghost just kill Claudius? So if I were to stage Hamlet, and this has probably been done before, I would absolutely have Hamlet enter during this speech. I don't know when, but he should hear the speech. And so I think everyone goes nuts over this part, because Hamlet is ready to kill Claudius. I do it, Pat, now is a prey. What? Now is a prey? Shakespeare didn't write in English. This is so, I don't like this actually. Okay. Let's get the Folger version. Oh, my offense. Oh, my offense is rank. I can't type. And smells to heaven. Now I might do it, Pat. Now he is a praying, and now I'll do it. And so he goes to heaven. Right? So Hamlet, and so I am revenged. That would be scanned. A villain kills my father, and for that, I, his sole son, do this same villain send to heaven. Why, this is higher in salary, not revenge. He took my father grossly, full of bread, with all his crimes broad blown as flush as May, and how his audit stands who knows save heaven. But in our circumstance and course of thought, 'tis heavy with him. And am I then revenged to take him in the purging of his soul, when he is fit and seasoned for his passage? No. Up, sword, and know thou a more horrid hint. I don't know what hint means. When he is drunk asleep, or in his rage, or in the incestuous pleasure of his bed. Like, Hamlet is like, I can't kill him while he's praying, because then he's going straight to heaven. Shakespeare did write in English, I know. I know, but sometimes you're like, man, why couldn't you have just written what you... Just write, just be clear, dude. We do need to do another production of Hamlet on top of the other. Yeah, we need to do like a normal production of Hamlet. Owl Loompa is ready. I'm so excited. Shakespeare probably did at some point. My thoughts fly up. I love this. Oh, Patrick Page. My words fly up. My thoughts remain below. Words without thoughts never to heaven go. This is fascinating. This is fascinating. Okay, I don't want to get too much into it though, because we were talking about to be or not to be, but anyway. What? So I think we said the thing. Did we say the thing? Did I get my point across? The thing I wanted to say is that the idea of hope in Hamlet is completely out of place. Hamlet doesn't have hope. Patty mentioned, so Patrick Page, if you guys don't know him, normal production? Yeah, you know, just like a normal production of Hamlet. I think there's a lot to be learned from Hamlet, most of which is how to write a bad play. How not to, like, you look at Hamlet and you're like, okay, I'm not gonna do any of this. That's how you write a good play. Is you just don't do Hamlet. Well, what happened here? Okay. Huh, are you honest? How to be and how not to be. Can that be the name of our, I don't even know, our book? Our, video diary series when we talk about putting together the play? How to be and how not to be. Oh, Hamlet. Would be really fun. Okay. That's all I wanted to say, probably. What else is here? We can go back to Clair Obscur. It's only been, what, an hour? Oh, probably not. Probably less, right? Our video diaries. Yeah, one day. The widow being oppressed, the orphan wronged, the taste of hunger or a tyrant's reign. This guy was just making stuff up. And that's amazing too. I love that this was just someone's, like, vague recollection. Honest thoughts of Baz Luhrmann's version of Romeo and Juliet. This is embarrassing for me. I actually haven't seen it. Would I like to see, so I should watch it. But based on what I know, what I vaguely know of it, I think it's a very stylish movie, stylish adaptation. I don't know if it's a good adaptation of Romeo and Juliet, but I think, I am pro imaginative interpretations of Shakespeare as much as I am pro textual purity. And I know that like in that production they name their swords. All the guns are named after swords or something. And like, it's got style. It's got style, right? So I don't know it too well. I've been meaning to watch it for a while. Grant, I should be clear, since you're new, you don't know, my history with Shakespeare is actually very short. I've only been on this train for about 3 years, so I have a lot to catch up on. And like I said, I go really deep into really few things. But I do plan on watching it soon. Our talkbacks, exactly. Pretty sure it's been an hour and a half, not that anyone minds. Not that anyone's been counting. I don't have good time perception, so. Yeah, he changed swords to guns, so the speech is yeah, so I think that's totally fine. I should really watch it, though. But as much as I defend Romeo and Juliet, I don't actually like it that much. It's fine. It's like in the B tier of Shakespeare plays. Where it's like, it's good, and I get why people like it, but it's not that good. The Anarika. Yeah, we need to watch the Baz Luhrmann Romeo and Juliet and Nomeo and Juliet. We can just have a Romeo and Juliet marathon. I've only seen the Zeffirelli. And that one has a whole lot of creepy stuff going on in the background, so. But you can't deny Zeffirelli had an eye for the sublime. If that doesn't make me sound too middle-aged. Shakespeare plays here. I mean, we could do it right now. We could do it right now. But I just need to, I haven't read half of it. Possibly more than half. But I still have thoughts about many of them. But I'm such a fake Shakespeare fan. Because I literally have I only know like 4 plays. But I just feel really strongly about those 4. Right, Adagio, I figure that that's like, I'm allowed to you know, basic middle-aged is young for me. So it's good. I'm de-aging myself as we speak. I would love to tier list Shakespeare plays. I just can't do it because I don't know anything about Love's Labor's Lost. I don't know anything about All's Well That Ends Well. That's the one with the bed trick, right? You have to start somewhere. You only know 3 plays. So you know Midsummer Night's Dream. You know Romeo and Juliet. Well, you know Hamlet. Everyone knows Hamlet. Yeah, Ninbite, I went to a stream the other day. I found some streamer who was reading Jane Austen on stream. And I love that sentence. Twitch is a magical place. But so someone was like reading and discussing Jane Austen on stream. So I popped in the chat. I wanted to say hi. And I said, I love Jane Austen, but I'm a fake fan because I've only read 2 of her books. And the streamer said, that's a lot more than a lot of people have read. And then I forgot that I had actually read 3 Jane Austen books. So that's me. I'm a fake fan of myself. Caitlin, I actually did tell you about this one. I hate to say it. You'll find it. You'll find it. Yeah, but I haven't been able to make it back to their stream, which is really bumming me out. Because they also had a Shakespeare redeem. I was like, we could be friends. We could make this happen. We could start the Shakespeare League on Twitch. When you consider that there are 38 plays, it starts to come into perspective. Oh, Macbeth, excellent. And then Hamlet due to Lion King, exactly. Oh, Lion King. Lion King is a great Shakespeare adaptation, especially because Jeremy Irons stars in Lion King, and he has played Richard II at the RSC. He played Henry IV in the Hollow Crown adaptations. Jeremy Irons is a great Shakespearean actor, and he plays Scar. So I consider Lion King true Shakespeare. You know one play? Well, is it Hamlet? Because that's the one we're talking about right now. Yeah, British actors just have something, you know, they've just got that je ne sais quoi. They're just naturally evil, right? You're British. I don't want to insult you, but let's be honest here. Ninbit, would you like to know more? Because you know that I'll tell you. What other plays don't I know? I don't know King John, but I should. Christopher Lee, ugh. I love Christopher Lee was like a real life superhero. He could speak like 7 languages. He was a spy in World War II. I mean, he was amazing. He was like he was a duelist? Not a duelist, we don't have duelist, but like he was an accomplished fencer. He was a singer. He had like heavy metal albums. He was amazing. And I love the idea of the St. Crispin's Day speech as being a villainous audition. Because I think Henry V is insane. I think Henry V, there are 0 viewers. I'm not surprised. No, I have 8. So Adagio, you're wrong. That's amazing. That's amazing. I think Henry V is like Machiavelli. Or there's a lot of Machiavelli in Henry V. Hey, Kylo Man, welcome on in. How about Much Ado About Nothing? You saw it at Shakespeare in the Park? Oh my god, wait. Much Ado About Nothing, I have no notes. Much Ado About Nothing is like a perfect play. Well, they're really mean to Hero. But like that's kind of the point. And then she gets her come up, or like they all get their comeuppance. So Much Ado About Nothing is great. But how you doing? Welcome on in. Christopher Lee has a heavy metal album, I think, right? From the oh, and yeah, also from the French perspective, Henry V is the villain. Yeah, it's true. He doesn't. Shakespeare wasn't French. Shakespeare hates the French. The thing about the English and the French is that they've never been friends. Oh, nice. Wait, where is it? Oh, okay. Oh my god, Adagio, that's perfect. Hold on. Hold on. That's perfect. Oh my god. Oh my god. There's that. You guys can't see the Candy River or Candy Mountain? Candy River. The Chocolate River. Chocolate River. I love it. That's me. That's me in Willy Wonka's. Oh my god. That's amazing. Oh my god. There's Claire Obscure is still going on in the background. That's fun. Oh, Brits hate the French. Symphonic metal. Yeah, it's crazy. He's crazy. Shakespeare in the Park this year is doing 12th Night, and it's making me upset. Because it actually looks like it might be good. You will slander a Frenchman till you're blue in the face, but if a German tried to bully... That is the most British thing I've ever heard in this... I've ever heard in my life. But not like modern... That is the most like 1920 like period drama British thing I've ever heard. Time to move back to New York just to see 12th Night. Honestly, yeah. I would do it. I would do it. It's a little late though. I think it's closing in a week or two. But it looks really cool. Yeah. Okay, folks. Is there anyone else have any Shakespeare questions, or am I gonna actually play a game? You think we're gonna finish the monolith today? Maybe? Long black line in the grass from where you were resting your hand? What? Adagio, what? Are you okay? Is your grass okay? I think I'm done talking about Hamlet. I know it's hard to believe. But while we're here, can you guys help me pick what speech I'm gonna do? While we're here. I need help. I need help. Let's get rid of this. Oh, in the drawing! Oh, in the drawing. No, it's beautiful. It's beautiful, okay? It is beautiful. Don't worry. Listen, if you have more Shakespeare questions, yeah, at any time. Literally any time. Okay, so. I was looking at a couple different speeches. Or maybe none, if this doesn't load. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. I went back too far. Nobody saw anything. Boy, I do wonder what we'll all be discussing in an hour from now. Well, funny you should mention it. Funny you should mention it. Richard II is one of the options. Okay. Henry V, Act 3, Scene 1! No. Once more into the breach, my friends, once more. Let's block up these walls with our English dead. I don't know. Actually, is Act 3, Scene 1 at Harfleur? No. No, that is once more into the breach. Right? He has a great speech. Oh my god. He has a great speech when they've captured Harfleur and he's telling the French how he's gonna like kill them all. It's terrifying. He's Henry V, genuinely top tier Shakespeare. If we were tier listing Shakespeare characters, Henry V is like right up at the top. I feel like people don't appreciate, this is what I was talking about an hour ago. People don't appreciate the histories. Because they're like, oh, it's too many Henrys and Richards and Johns and Yorks and Gloucesters and Exeters and blah, blah, blah. It's like, get over it. It's fine. Look at a family tree. You'll be okay. Ignore the names. Focus on these crazy people killing each. It's like so good. So good. So, what? Now it's gonna bother me. What is Henry V? Act 3, Scene 1. If it loads. Folger's being slow today. Okay. I was right! It is once more into the breach. Just so that everyone knows that, just so that we're cleared. I was right. I got it right. Or close up the wall with our English dead. I was right. Anyway. You have a Shakespeare question. Would Macbeth be greatly improved if they played Scotland Forever with a full orchestra when Barnum Wood marches? Yes or yes? Yes! Yes, and actually I think the limitation with Macbeth is that you can never stage it the way it should be staged, which is with a full bagpipe armada, like a full regiment of pipers as they're marching. Because that's how they would have done it. Well, probably not, because I don't think they had bagpipes 1,000 years ago, but still, would be amazing. But you could never do that inside because you would literally blow people's ears out. Scotland forever, you say. You see, it's not funny if I know it's coming. Not funny when I know it's coming. You can't scare me if you warn me. You could do it just once and then you'd get sued forever. Same as George R. R. Martin said when writing. They say, don't give characters names starting with the same letter as others. It may confuse the readers. England is a story of Edwards, Henrys, Williams, and a few Richards. It's true. And George. Don't forget the Georges. They're very important. It took me so long to understand British history. Because I was just like, there are too many Henrys. I can't do this. And then finally, oh, and Thomases. Oh my god. Nichest joke you're ever gonna hear, chat. Unless you're British, which you probably know this already. It's really bad to be named Thomas if the king you serve is named Henry. It's happened twice, and that's too many times for comfort. Henry II had Thomas à Becket killed, and Henry VIII had Thomas More and Thomas Cromwell killed. And I know that because I spent a couple of months watching costume dramas. Yep. Yeah, exactly. It occurred to you that the Wi-Fi names of your old family place were named for Shakespeare characters? That's fun. That's just like the moons of Uranus. Oberon and Titania. Third time's a charm, right? From Blackadder? Oh, I love Blackadder. I haven't watched since. I would probably appreciate Blackadder a lot more now that I actually know English history. I didn't know, I just knew, I just thought it was funny. There's a Richard II reference in Blackadder, I think season 2. You know the one about Henry VIII because of 6? I did pronounce it differently last time, and then I figured I would switch things up. There's no good way to pronounce it in English. We really lost out on that. If we had kept the Greek, it would have been Oranos, which is fine. Or however the Greeks pronounced it, I don't know, but at least it was spelled differently. They don't go into it in the musical, but you went and researched Tudor England? Isn't it crazy? I watched Wolf Hall earlier this year. And I wouldn't recommend it. Because it's just a lot of guys in really heavy fur coats talking in dark rooms. But I learned a lot about Tudor England. Just cut the Latin and say urine? I don't think I can say that as an English speaker. You ran us? Yeah, I guess that could work. But nobody says it like that. Discover wanted to name it after himself. Yeah, but didn't he technically say he would like name it after his kid? Yeah, that's even worse. Exactly. I can say Uran. You said Uran. Okay, yeah. Uran. Perfect, that's how I'll say it. With your help, we can make it happen. George Herschel, yes. So they named the moons after Shakespeare characters and also Alexander Pope characters, which is weird. Or we can be adult. No. Impossible demand of this channel. I'm sorry, Grant. I'm sorry. That's boring. You can't have that. We're all adults here, except when it's funny. And then we're all children. And that's the way to live life, I think. Alright. Let us be children once more. Never forget, never give up your inner child. Adult, us, sometimes. I feel like when you get old enough, you just circle back around. I learned that once I hit 400. Well, actually, that's a Shakespeare thing, too. And that's an Elizabethan thing. It's the second childhood. Children don't listen, actually. They never do. Your inner child would be eating right now. You know, your outer child could be doing that, too. It's time for ice cream, I think is what we've learned. Relish in the joy of your youth. I like relish. I'm a big fan of pickle relish. We're always thinking about food here, I gotta be clear. Always thinking about food. Fun fact, Mozart wrote a 6-canon round called Lick My Ass. It's supposed to be saying like, row, row, row your boat in rounds. I couldn't stop reading that once I started, so thank you for that. Mozart had a sense of humor. Catch up on the things. Adagio. Adagio. I see what you're doing. I can't think of another condiment pun. Mustard doesn't really work with anything. What? Neither does mayonnaise. But that's good. That was good. That's irresponsible. I shall not give in to thy temptation. But you know you want to. Oh my god, it's real! K321. It's got a Kershaw number and everything. Since we're being childish and sophisticated. Isn't that the best way to be? Love that. I can spell Kershaw. That's not how you pronounce it, is it? Kershaw. Kershaw. Martine's still here. Nobody say anything. Nobody say anything. You didn't hear that. Okay. List of existing compositions. Oh my god, there are so many. Mozart! They should make a Mozart musical like Hamilton and say, why do you write like you're running out of time? That, I think, is what we've been missing. Ah, there is- oh, 321! It is a scored for I'm starting to think you're lying to me. Or at least Wikipedia doesn't agree. Relish? You really think? Sorry, Martine. I'm sorry I offended your ears. This is what comes up for K321. I mean, it's great. Mozart is hard for me. Mozart is hard. There is one with What If Mozart Was Gay and Emo? Is that what it's called? Or is there one that is like that? I will look that up. Your name brought you back. Welcome back. Welcome back. I hope you had a good time floating through the stars. My bow tie is actually my wings, so that I'm constantly... That's- wait, I'm thinking about... That's cute. I like that. I like that visual. Yes, that's it. It's not a real bow tie. Grant, I'm scared. Grant, I'm afraid. I don't know if I want to look that up. Okay, everyone. I have 3. Trust you, I'll do it after stream. Grant, we've had a good time together in the last couple hours, but we have a ways to go before I'm gonna look that up on stream. Sigh. All right, I've got four choices, everyone. I have to. Oh my gosh. Oh, it's just a different number. Saying trust me is the least trusting thing to say. Singing in the Swamp, thank you for taking the plunge. Wait, hold on. 382. Wikipedia's sorting for this is really strange. Oh, there it is! Oh, it is 231. Yeah, okay. Doubtful. I like that Wikipedia says doubtful as the name of it. That is so funny. It is thought to be a party piece for his friends. That is so funny. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, there's not really that much there. Alright, I'm sorry I didn't believe you. I'm sorry. Doubt! We need to bring back Tchaikovsky's 1812 Overture with canon. I had a chance to see it performed with cannons and I didn't go, and I kind of regret that now. Was it the one that never specified which kind of loud? Did you guys know that the globe burned down during a performance of Henry VIII because they used a live cannon? Does everyone know that? I feel like that is the kind of thing for Shakespeare fans that is the same as when you're watching Lord of the Rings. And you're like, did you know that Viggo Mortensen broke his toe? You know, so you have to point it out every time. Let's bring back defeating the bird. Why did you not see Canon's Skins are cool? I was tired. I didn't want to go. It was far away. I'll go next year, maybe. I don't know. But... Alright, Kaylin, make a poll. Make a poll. It removes all unhappy citizens from a city in Civ 4. Wait, that's so funny. Theater is good, and that's why the Puritans didn't like it. Cannons would wake you up. This is true. This is true. Bring a cannon to the meetup. Okay. So the poll is... Well, we're already doing Macbeth, so I don't need a poll for that. Oop. So the poll is going to be Emilia's speech from Othello, which I will read to you all shortly. Brutus's speech from Julius Caesar, it must be by his death. Or Richard's speech from Richard II's speech from Richard II. Which is I have been studying how I may compare this prison where I live unto the world. And 4, because the world is populous and here is not a great for myself. I cannot do it. It'll hammer it out. So those are the 3 options. We're already doing Macbeth, so I don't need us to vote on that, but we need to vote on the other 3. But don't make the poll yet. Don't make it yet because people don't know the speeches yet. So don't make it yet. So wait, but that will be the poll. That will be the poll. You might not be okay. I'll make the poll. Thank you for your support. Tchaikovsky cannon is not an instrument. Yes, it is. Wake me up. Better than mayonnaise. That's okay. Okay, everyone. So I'm gonna make a poll. Actually, I'll just make the poll right now, and it'll be really long, and it'll be a good. No, you're fine. You're fine. Which speech? Which speech should I learn? I'm gonna make this like a 10-minute poll so that it reminds me to stop talking about Shakespeare at some point. Okay, Emilia from Othello. Brutus is from Julius Caesar. From JC, because it's too long. Or, Richard's from Richard. You wanted ice cream? Did you get ice cream? Richard. Nobody ever called him that, ever. There's not enough. Oh my god. From R2. Okay. Okay. Once I start this... May you inquire what the speech is for? You may. I may not answer, though. So I have to learn a speech because there's a community production of Much Ado About Nothing that I'm going to audition for. And because it's a tiny, rural, regional theater, they're not being very strict about the auditioning, like, requirements. You just need to learn a speech. So I'm trying to learn a speech. So I'm gonna be an actor. And you're all seeing it now. So it just can be any speech. I'm trying to, I don't know. There aren't that many roles in Much Ado About Nothing. I don't know, but these are just the options that I want to test out. So, are you at the soup store? I'm an actor. I'm gonna be an actor. They probably aren't gonna get anyone. Because in Tennessee there are no people. I'm probably competing against cows and chickens. But I feel like it'll be a fun opportunity to meet people. And that's why you're having prophetic dreams. Exactly. So the options are thus, chat. I'm still asking, are you at soup? Are you at soup? There are no clothes in a soup store. Okay. Howl, exactly. So, here are the options, chat. Emilia's speech, but I do think it is their husband. Oh, and I was going to show you videos of them, because I had videos of them. But, I'll just read them. Actually, I should probably read them too, so you can tell me which one sounds the least stupid when I say it. So this is Emilia talking to Desdemona in Act 4 of Othello. This is like the last time Desdemona really talks to anyone before she dies, so that's fun. If you need more context, let me know, but here we go. But I do think it is their husband's fault if wives... let me start over. But I do think it is their husband's fault if wives do fall. Say that they slack their duties and pour our treasures into foreign laps. Or else break out in peevish jealousies, throwing restraint upon us. Or say they strike us, or scant our former having in despite. Why, we have galls, and though we have some grace, yet we have some revenge. Let husbands know their wives have sense like them. They see and smell, and have their palates both for sweet and sour as husbands have. What is it that they do when they change us for others? Is it sport? I think it is. And doth affection breed it? I think it doth. Is frailty that thus errs? It is so too. And have we not affections, desires for sport, and frailty as men have? Then let them use us well. Else let them know the ills we do, their ills instruct us so. So that's Amelia's speech, okay? So that's one option. And I'd work it up a little bit more. You should run back between the two sides. Villain, I have done thy mother. Oh, we got ads? Oh, I didn't snooze it, my bad. Okay. I'll play a video of it maybe after that. Or actually, I'll play the video of it now, so that... Maybe. I actually haven't watched this video, but it's always fun to see someone's, This is some random Shakespearean actor. Let's see. Oh, there's the game. Hey, Waffles, how's it going? How are you doing today?
But I do think it is their husbands' faults when wives do fall.
I like that you're at dinner with her.
Say that they slack their duties and pour out treasures into foreign laps, or else break out in peevish jealousies, throwing restraint upon us, or say they strike us, or scant our former having in despite why we have galls, and though we have some grace, yet have we some revenge. Let husbands know. Their wives have sense like them. They see and smell and have their palates both for sweet and sour as husbands have. What is it that they do when they change us for others? Is it sport? I think it is. And doth affection breed it? I think it does. Is't frailty that errs? I think so too. And have not we affections, desires for sport, and frailty as men have? Then let them use us well, else let them know the ills we do, their ills instruct us so.
That's so funny. Tell Waffles that you're not missing anything. Waffles, you're not missing anything. We're just watching Shakespeare videos. And imagine after she's done that. Yeah, that's lovely, but are you still gonna pay? She'll order more wine. She's not done yet. She's got another monologue after that. Oh my god. So that's Amelia's speech. I think it's fun. It's a little, my problem is that they're all boring to me. Thank you, Grant. But it's like a classic, like, it's actually very similar to Shylock's speech about, if they prick us, do we not bleed? Like, hath not a Jew eyes and such and so forth. So it is an interesting speech in that respect, where it's like, actually, we're human too. And so, if our husbands are allowed to roam, why aren't we allowed to, You're out of ads. Welcome, Waffles. How are you doing? Get a cow as your scene partner and do... Thank you, Adagio. Any tips for learning monologues, Grant? That's an excellent question. So I'm not an actor yet, but I will be once I get the starring role in this play and then take over the theater company. And then we take it on tour. And also this is gonna sound bad, but I'm good at memorizing things. So, okay, you know what? Let me take a step back. Tips for learning monologues. Yes, I can help. Yes, I do know some of these. I do have some things that I can help with. Write it all out and ooh, that's also good, actually. So what I think is always important is reading it and listening to it, which I know sounds maybe, but if you're new to Shakespeare then, so I think reading it and listening to it when I'm yes, so Grant, you'll be in the cast. Waffles will be doing lights and sound and set design and everything, because Waffles is theater tech extraordinaire. Caitlin will be directing, Adagio will be in the cast, Martine will be in the cast. We're also good at memorizing things. That's why you're getting a part, Adagio. I do think, I like the idea of post-it notes. I go line by line, And I also listen to it, and when I listen to it, I try to predict the next line before the actor says it. So if I was memorizing this speech, I would probably like listen to it a bunch of times. The danger with, of course, listening to it is that you're gonna get someone else's interpretation of it in your head. So you do want to be careful about that. If you listen to a bunch of different versions, that's always good. I actually think getting the meter in your head is important, but I do think it is their husband's faults. Actually, like working out the syllables, working out the stresses of the speech. If wives do fall, right? And so finding the iambic pentameter, or sometimes the other, like let's if we do this one. But I do think it is their husband's faults if wives do fall. And then so if wives do fall, that's iambic, then say that they slack their duties. So then it switches, right? And this is maybe getting a little bit in the weeds, but like this is what they call scansion, where it's like actually marking out the accents and the meter of the speech. And I think that actually helps because because like when I find, especially if you're like really particular about the words, knowing the meter will help you remember the words. And also because it's kind of like learning a song is easier than learning a speech, right? Music it helps you remember. Wait, okay. Going to, oh, Waffles, well, congrats on the show. Congrats on the show. Congrats on the car. Have fun in LIC. Listen to someone else every time. If you can find different interpretations, absolutely. You've listened to a couple people do it? Okay, awesome. Kenneth Branagh, Laurence Olivier. Can I recommend you my favorite Henry V recording? Oh, well, now that I have to now. Let me see if I can find it. Henry V. The BBC radio recordings are excellent. So, Henry V, BBC radio. There's a recording from like 2000. When was this from? Oh, they've got lots of them actually. Hold on. All of the BBC radio recordings of all Shakespeare are great. I don't know the most recent one. You have little pictures you draw. Oh, okay. Once you have the pictures, you have the words. Yeah, choreographed movements definitely helps. Yeah, read it out loud. Yeah, oh, reading it out loud is super, like, don't just read it and try to memorize it. Actually speak it. Because that's what you want to do, and that will help you get the sense of it. You did find a guy on TikTok who did that speech? Oh, absolutely. Please share it. My favorite... Oh! Great Lives, Henry V. I don't know who that is. Where is it? BBC 2. This is an old recording, so I don't know if they're gonna have this. BBC 4, Henry V. There are lots of Henry V recordings, thankfully. So you'll have no shortage. Ooh. Further information. I don't know. Oh, that's the new one. But I have a particular favorite Henry V for reasons. What the Tom Hiddleston one is good, but he's also gonna cut. Whoops. He's also gonna cut lots of it. Yeah, put it to a melody. Yeah. But and then I just think obviously like repetition, right? And so I think visualizing it can help if you visualize, especially because St. Crispin's Day is a long speech, right? Oh, this is we gotta go to Act 4. Scene 1, is it? Is it Act 4, Scene 3? It's Act 4, Scene 3, isn't it? It's Act 4, Scene 3. Why do I know this, you might ask? Doesn't matter. This is a long speech, right? I would do it in chunks also. I would do it in chunks. So don't try to memorize it all at once. What's also, I guess you're probably not going to start with what's he that wishes. So you're probably going to start with, if we are marked to die, we are enough to do our country law. I would end then like with, you know, but if it be a sin to covet honor, I am the most offending soul alive. And just get the sections ready. No, it is beautiful. It's a great speech to learn. So I would just sort of, right, like it goes on and on and on. Also, if you're just pulling this up for a party trick and it's not for like if you're not playing Henry, if you're not auditioning, I would feel free to cut stuff. Feel free to cut like the names, right? Well, I guess you can't really. But like, you know, memorize what you want to memorize. But if you want to do the whole thing, I would do it in chunks. Great for the yeah, pull out some Henry V on Holiday to France and just say, oh my god. I'm sure they'll love that. That's so funny. Yeah. So tips for memorizing monologues, like, I don't want to say just do it. Flashcards, I mean, you can always go back to the basics, right? Like flashcards. Writing it out, I think also writing it out helped me. When the last time I had to memorize a speech, I would actually just write it out and then compare and then see which words I missed and which section, you know, like if you miss a line, then you're more likely to remember. Like, I think you need some way of kind of gauging your process, your progress. So like Adagio said, the post-it notes, that's a great idea. You just need to be able to figure out like where you're going wrong, right? Oh, okay, yeah. Monday, Friday, yeah, Monday, Friday, exactly. Once you have the job and then the flexibility outside that to do what you want, most people will not be able to tell if something from a Shakespeare speech is missing. But if you want to learn the speech, then you presumably don't want to be missing anything, right? Okay, so that was Amelia's speech. I want to run this poll. Julius Caesar, Brutus. This is probably the one I'm gonna do, but not, I shouldn't bias people. You're working all over the hours. Yeah, and that makes it tough to have, like, hobbies and stuff. If it's a party trick. Right. No, you're right. But you'll know, you know? You'll know. And I think, like, if you're already going through the effort of learning it yourself, you're gonna want to get it right. If you can. Of course, if you don't, like, it's not the end of the world. Where did you put the video? Wait, did somebody post? Oh, you posted. Right, you posted. Okay. I'll find it later. What was I looking for? Okay. Serpent's Egg, another Solus mention. Yes, okay, can I read this speech, you guys? This is my favorite, not my favorite. This is a speech that I like. I don't know, it's not my favorite. I just like the speech. Okay. For those who don't know Julius Caesar, Brutus kills Caesar, but before Brutus kills Caesar, he needs to decide to kill Caesar. So Cassius is like, hey Brutus, do you want to kill Caesar? And Brutus is like, oh, I don't know. So this is the speech where he convinces himself to kill Caesar. So this is another soliloquy. These are actually, so Amelia's speech was given to Desdemona. This is a soliloquy. Here we go. Okay. It must be by his death. And for my part, I know no personal cause to spurn at him, but for the general. He would be crowned. How that might change his nature, there's the question. It is the bright day that brings forth the adder, and that craves wary walking. Crown him that, and then I grant we put a sting in him that at his will he may do danger with. The abuse of greatness is when it disjoins remorse from power. And to speak truth of Caesar, I have not known when his affections swayed more than his reason. But 'tis a common proof that lowliness is young ambition's ladder, where to the climber upward turns his face. But when he once attains the utmost round, he then unto the ladder turns his back, looks in the clouds, scorning the base degrees by which he did ascend. So Caesar may. Then, lest he may, prevent. And since the quarrel will bear no color for the thing he is, fashion it thus. That what he is, augmented, would run to these and these extremities, and therefore think him as a serpent's egg, Solus reference, which hatched would, as his kind, grow mischievous, and kill him in the show. So that's Brutus saying, Caesar might become a tyrant, so we have to kill him. That's, yeah, oh no, Adagio, that's Antony. That's Antony. Happy Ides of March. Brutus also has a great speech before Mark Antony's speech, but everyone forgets about it because Mark Antony's speech is really good. Katie's version of that one? Like, yeah, we should totally stab Caesar. Exactly. And he ran into my knife. He ran into my knife 33 times, or however many. So this is the Brutus speech. It's a little longer, I think. And it also might be boring, but it's got some good imagery. It's got serpent's egg. It's got the ladder reference. This is actually a Richard II reference. I don't know if anyone, I mean, it's not. It's just a common image. And then the Richard II speech. Romans, countrymen, yeah, that's it. That's the one. I used to know the Mark Antony speech, but I can't, that one's too common. So the reason, also context, the reason that I'm looking at these speeches is because I'm convinced that I don't want to do a speech that someone else is gonna do. because I don't think I'll hold up well to scrutiny. So I don't want to do any really common speech. So I'm not going to do Mark Antony's speech. I'm not going to do, like, you know, something from Twelfth Night, something. I'm not going to do anything from Juliet. Or, you know, I want to do something that's a little more niche, but still interesting. And then for this is too long of a speech. This one I was going to cut here. This is 40 lines. But this is also the one that I probably would know the best. Alright. This is the last one I'll read. And then I'll put the poll on and then we'll go back to the game. And then you'll all take a nap, probably. It's been 2 hours of Shakespeare. So. Richard II, because no one here on this channel knows Richard II. Because I've never spoken about it before. No, the thing is, I think they're all really great speeches. Oh my god, what is happening? My browser is exploding today. I think they're all really great speeches. I just worry that there's there's not enough kind of in them. Like, it's not an Edmund speech, you know? So let me tell you, Caitlin, because I know you're not familiar with Richard II. Let me tell you a little bit about Richard II. So he was King of England from 1377 to 1399. And then he was deposed by Henry Bolingbroke, who then became Henry IV. Okay, I know that nobody knows this. This is like the new She Loves Me. Now, will you understand Richard II because he ain't read Richard I? Hilarious. No, he never did a Richard I play. You don't need any background knowledge, except maybe like a bachelor's degree in medieval history. But you don't need anything. You don't need anything. I can tell you everything you need to know about Richard II. Also a dick. Yeah, people are like, Richard II is the reason the nickname for Richard is Dick. I saw one person say that, which was very funny. You're making an excellent joke. You're making an excellent joke. Now, will you understand Richard III if you haven't read Richard II? Also no. I mean, also yes. Completely different. They're in like completely different. Actually, it really upsets me because every time I look up Richard II, I just get Richard III stuff because that's more popular than Richard II. And I'm like, no, I only want the 2 eyes, not the 3. Which one is it? Yes, Adagio. I mean, no. So Richard has been deposed, has been worthily deposed, according to Northumberland. And he's been imprisoned. He's been conveyed to the Grant, yes. So that was Edward II, but also Richard. So Edward II is the one you're thinking of, but Richard II is sort of similar in that he had a lot of male attendants that he lavished attention and gifts on, and people were mostly unhappy about it from a financial perspective because he wasted a ton of the country's money on his friends. You're thinking of Edward II though. But yeah, there's something about those twos. Henry II, Edward II, Richard II. Although actually Henry II wasn't. That was just in the play Beckett. That wasn't historically based. You want to be a king's secret lover, right? I mean, it doesn't usually end well for most of them. Either the kings or the lovers. William II, I think also was actually believed, yeah. I think he was. I think people speculate that he was. There's something about the seconds. Actually, I think Charles II wasn't. I looked this up after watching Beckett. The Terrible Twos. And James II might have been. I forget. James I probably was. Anyway. Richard II is often played Lizzie? Probably? I mean, listen, I don't know. I don't know what her personal life was like. Takes 2 to tango, exactly. But Richard II and Edward II they're great companion pieces, and Ian McKellen actually played both of them in, I want to say, the 70s? And that was a big deal at the time because Edward II is explicitly homoerotic, and that was not done in the 70s all that. I think it was the 70s, might have been the 80s. It was at some point when Ian McKellen was younger. And that's great. He also did Richard II, and I don't really like it. Which is upsetting because I really want to like his Richard II, but he just talks so silly. Charles II was a party animal. Who can say, really? There's so little documentation from back then. And that's the other thing, is people want to... Oh, God. Adagio. There's a lot of, like, putting modern... You know, it's like, we sort of look at everything through a modern lens. Well, I won't get into that's another stream's worth of discussion right there. I'll leave that. I'll leave it for now. Very funny. Okay. I'm gonna just read this. Everyone feel free to take a nap, and then we'll vote, and then I'll be done, I promise. This is going great. What a great stream. So Richard's been imprisoned. Okay? He has lost his throne. He's in the Tower of London. He's all alone. And this is his first soliloquy in the play. His only one, actually. Yeah, Charles was just having a great time. And this is important. So I was saying earlier with Hamlet, with Henry, soliloquies are really important because it's the only time you get to hear a character's inner thoughts. What I like about Richard II, and if I can keep this short, Richard II monologues as if he's the only person in the room. So while you don't get soliloquies from him until his last scene, he talks as if no one else is there. Because he is the center of his own universe. He believes he's the center of the universe because he is the king. And he was a really firm believer in the divine right of kings. So while you don't actually get him, he's never alone until this moment. But for so much of the play, he's got main character energy. Exactly. And it's a huge contrast from other characters. Well, actually, I guess but Hamlet gets way too many soliloquies, so it doesn't really count. Like, Hamlet feels alone even when he's surrounded by people. Richard acts like he's alone even when he's surrounded by other people because he doesn't think that anyone else has any power to affect him. Right? Being silent. Oh, I'm sorry, Adagio, what are you trying to say? I have sorry, hold on. I have my, where's Caitlin? Is this auto mod? I had the poll up on my screen, so I can't do anything. What are you trying to say? Wait, where is it? Oh god, where's my mod view? Was it trying to censor you? I can try to, let me see. Safety. Stream. Community. I don't know how to actually chat. Oh, I don't know how to fix it. Anyway. Automod was holding it hostage. I'm so sorry. I didn't see it. I promise whatever it was, it wasn't me. It was Automod. You think you should be the next king since you're Irish? You will not waste the country's money on hookers or lovers. Instead, you will waste it on much better things like clothes you don't need and lots of junk. I mean, Richard also wasted it on clothes, so... At least you didn't get completely nuked. Was that you, Martine, that Caleb accidentally banned? Or timed out, at least? That was funny. So Richard is alone for the first time in the play. And it's only now that he realizes he's alone. That was you? Okay, I'm glad it was you and not someone else. And so this is the cut of the speech I would do. It's a really long speech. It's about, yeah, it's 67 lines long. I wouldn't do the whole thing. Caitlin, what? Depose her! Alright, I'm down. She's at the grocery store. She can't defend she can't defend herself. She's gonna come back and she's gonna be like, why is everyone talking about me? Alright. Let's just fall on the sword here. She's at soup. I found a meme that was Richard II, but the soup store. Oh, there you are. And it made me, it was so funny. It was so funny. Kaylin, yeah, I get it. I've been there. I've done it before. It does feel horrible, but it's also really funny, and it's okay, and we forgive you. We would never take away your crown. Don't worry. Do you still want to duel just for fun? You remember the duel command? That was always so stupid. I did not enable that. I don't know why it was there. Okay. So Richard says, your phone is so far away. Richard says, I have been studying how I may compare this prison where I live unto the world. And for because the world is populous, and here is not a creature but myself, I cannot do it. Yet I'll hammer it out. My brain I'll prove the female to my soul the father, and these two beget a generation of still-breeding thoughts. And these same thoughts people this little world, in humors like the people of this world, for no thought is contented. The better sort, as thoughts of things divine, are intermixed with scruples, and do set the word itself against the word, as thus. Come, little ones. And then again, it is as hard to come as for a camel to thread the postern of its small needle's eye. Thoughts tending to ambition, they do plot unlikely wonders. How these vain, weak nails may tear a passage through the flinty ribs of this hard world, my ragged prison walls, and, for they cannot, die in their own pride. Thoughts tending to content flatter themselves that they are not the first of fortune's slaves, nor shall be the last, nor shall not be the last. Oh. Like silly beggars who, sitting in the stocks, refuge their shame that many have and others must sit there. And in this thought they find a kind of ease, bearing their own misfortunes on the back of such as have endured— whoa. Richard has complicated poetry, sorry. Bearing their own misfortunes on the back of such as have before endured the like. Thus play I in one person many people, and none contented. Sometimes I am king. Oh, sometimes am I king. Then treasons make me wish myself a beggar, and so I am. Then crushing penury persuades me I was better when a king. Then I am kinged again. And by I think that I am unkinged by Bolingbroke, and straight am nothing. But whate'er I be, nor I nor any man that but nothing— oh my god, I don't think I can— well, I'm sorry. Don't put that out into the universe. No new chat messages we're going through. It would take me a long time. Sorry, let me finish the speech. It would take me a long time because I just assume that nobody has anything to say. But whate'er I be, nor I nor any man that but man is, with nothing shall be pleased, till he be eased with being nothing. Okay. That, I didn't give Richard his fair shot, his fair crack at the whip, but— whoa. One feather. Anyway, vote on something. Just vote, just do it. You don't have to care, just click buttons. Caitlin, what are you grocery shopping for? Where did I put the other? There we go. Okay. I'm so curious, Adagio, what were you getting auto-modded for? Anyway. The peasant from Monty Python's Holy Grail. Help, I'm being oppressed. Oh, Caitlin, no! It's okay. It's okay. You're fine. Right, yeah, Martine, it's because you were too funny. For the H word. Horny? No. Hell? What? Hookers? Oh, I thought I had already allowed hookers to go through. Hookers. I thought I had allowed that one. Okay, perfect. You think the lady at dinner speech? Oh, yeah, because that's the one that I actually showed you guys. I can show you Brutus. And, when I was gonna do Queen Margaret, I don't have a— oh, I do have a Richard II I was gonna play. I don't know if this one's any good, actually. Just a random Richard II. Some people just feel threatened by greatness. It's true. Let's watch this guy and judge him.
I have been studying.
Oh, the audio's bad. It's already annoying. The audio's on one side.
Where I live, unto the world. And for the world is populous, and here is not a creature but myself. I cannot do it. Yet I'll hammer it out.
Oh,
My
sorry.
brain, I'll prove the female to my soul the father. And these two beget—
yeah, the clothes are funny.
Still breeding thoughts. And these same thoughts shall people this world. In humors.
He looks kind of like— yeah, that would actually be great. Star Wars Richard II? Star Wars Richard II? Hold on. Am I crazy? Would that work? Because the thing is, the Jedi are all no, there's no monarchy in a Jedi, in the Jedi Order. I think I'm crazy. I think that would be a crazy thing to do. Also impossible from an intellectual property perspective. I am the same, like, I'm just, like, I feel like there is really something there. Like, because Star Wars, the prequel trilogy, is kind of a Shakespearean tragedy. If you look at Anakin's develop, sorry if people don't know Star Wars, spoilers for Star Wars. It is like a tragedy, right? And so if you look at the trajectory and you look at the thing about everyone hates about the prequel trilogy is that it's all politics, but that's what the history plays are, right? Don't worry, Caitlin won't do Star Wars Shakespeare with me. Well, there is already Star Wars Shakespeare because of the Force doth awaken. Yeah, Disney would really have, like, they'd have my guts for garters, to coin a phrase. I love that though, Jedi Richard.
The better sort, as thoughts of things divine, are intermixed with scruples that do set the faith itself against
What?
the faith.
What? The faith it's what? What is he saying? Did he just get it wrong? Oh my god. No, what? I think he just screwed up the quote. He looks very scared now. I don't even know who this guy is. I don't want to, you know, he's doing a great job. But I'm shocked. He is in shock too. Oh my god. Someone just get him some brown contacts. He looks AI.
As thus, come, little ones, and then again, no, 'tis as hard to come.
This
as
is a
it for
fascinating.
camel to set the posture of an eagle's eye.
This is a really interesting. This is a funny part show too. Yeah, right. He was like, oh god, I hope nobody knows the play. Why is he dressed like a Jedi? Why is he delivering this as if it's a lecture?
Thoughts tending to ambition.
This is what I do.
They do plot unlikely wonders. How these vain, weak nails may tear a passage through the flinty ribs of this hard world.
No, see, the thing about this line is
ragged prison walls and
there's no clip of it on YouTube. So I can't find it for you guys, but the Hollow Crown, Richard II. I also have never seen David Tennant do this speech, so I don't know what he does. This is what we would call a stage direction that he doesn't do. Brutus's, because, 69, nice. Thank you, the one person, Caitlin, who voted for Richard II. 69, thank you, Ninbite, who contributed 55 channel points. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do Brutus's. I think you're right. Thank you, that's helpful. Who was the Caitlin? Were you the one who voted for Richard II? I respect that. Oh, the poll was going, well, okay. Which speech would you have picked, Martine? Because I know Grant said Amelia's speech and didn't vote, so thank you, Caitlin. What, you didn't see the poll? What would you have voted for, Martine? What? Well, presumably only Ninbite voted. Ninbite and Caitlin voted. This makes me think of the movie The Ballad of Buster Scruggs. Oh, okay. You also think, I think Brutus is the best. This one's, the Richard one is too long. And I screwed it up. This is a really hard thing to say. But whate'er I be, nor I nor any man that but man is with nothing shall be pleased till he be eased with being nothing. Does anyone here know what that means? Because it has taken me so long to even begin to parse through this line. This is the but. That butt is really carrying a lot of weight. That butt is really working hard. That butt man is. That movie is the best modern movie, you know. I've heard of it. I've heard of it. I've not watched it. The Ballad of Buster Scruggs. It's fun to say. Ballad of Buster Scruggs. Hey, 2018's not bad. Not bad at all for a modern movie. That's pretty recent. Oh, it's based on a Jack London book. Brendan Gleeson and Liam Neeson. Wow, that rhymes. Tyne Daly. Oh, wow. Crazy. Emilia, you wanted her to be played by someone her age. Well, so the thing about Emilia is, so I get, yeah, I think Eileen Atkins was a great choice for that. Emilia is not old in the play though, because, well, Iago is, oh shoot, he says his age. He says his age in the play, and I forget how, I think it's like, is he like in his 40s? I forget. He like very specifically says his age, and so I imagine Emilia is not much younger than, well, I don't know. Butt man and Florida man, exactly. That butt is really working hard, thank you. Nor I, nor any man, and this is why people hate Richard II. Can I invent a straw man for you all to argue against? Because I'm convinced that everyone hates Richard II, even though nobody knows Richard II. Nobody hates Richard II. Richard II is pretty universally praised. But the straw man in my head who hates Richard II hates Richard II because it has lines like this. Is there a limit for how many quotes we can have? I don't think so. I don't think so. I'm sure we can get like 1,000. Nor I, nor any man that butt man. God, you ruined it for me. Now I definitely can't do this one. That's so funny. Give me a world class. Okay, Ninbite, you hate Richard II because of this line. Isn't it true? Isn't that true? You hate it because of this? The thing I saw once, I read a really interesting, what was I reading? What would you do without your job as official quoter? I don't know. Richard II is entirely in verse, right? We talked about this earlier. King John is entirely in verse. Versus, I think, the Merry Wives of Windsor is Windsor? Merry Wives of, that's what it's called. Yeah, entirely in prose. So you've got a spectrum, right? Richard II is pretentious. Too many word in sentence. Our master of brevity, Ninbite, says there are too many word in sentence. Any good places to watch Shakespeare plays online? Yes. Yes. Actually, I have a great channel to recommend to you. Great YouTube channel to recommend. It's called, I think, the Shakespeare Network. Hold on. Shakespeare Network. They have an incredible resource of play. They've got Christopher Plummer Hamlet with Michael Caine and Donald. So I mean, oh my god, I don't know how any of this is legal, but they've got so much. You can type stenograph. I believe that, Martine. I'm sure you could be a stenographer. Cannot believe we managed to ruin Shakespeare. You managed to ruin the most beautiful Shakespeare poetry with one joke. But you know what? Shakespeare himself would appreciate it. Richard II is the kind of guy who talks too much. And so you might say, why don't I like Hamlet, who is the kind of guy who talks too much? Because Richard still doesn't talk as much as Hamlet. Hamlet talks way too much. Christopher Plummer. Yes, now... I haven't seen that, but yes, I love Christopher Plummer. He'd be so... Shakespeare would be so pleased if we found a butt joke in one of his plays. With nothing shall be pleased till he be eased with being nothing. Okay, you know what? I'll give the Richard II. I've got like a whole syllabus on Richard II planned in my mind. I've got multiple different thesis topics. We can break it down scene by scene, line by line. And I don't want to do that now because we've been talking about Shakespeare for like 2 hours. Which is wonderful, don't get me wrong. I'm having a great time. I hope you're all having a great time. I assume you're having a great time since you haven't left. And there we go! Exactly, welcome on in, Rollstat. Perfect. That really is, honestly, it's a great emote. It's a great emote. I'm so glad you have that. I feel like it probably gets used nowhere else except on this channel. But I love that you have that. How are you doing, Rollstat? Happy Sunday. We are having a hoot. We are having a hoot doing deep textual analysis of Shakespeare plays, which is what everyone comes to Twitch to do, right? That's what Twitch is for? Yeah, Rollstat, you gotta push your David Tennant agenda. You know what? I'm gonna find that. Let me find that. I want to find that play again. I want to watch him do this speech. If I can find, gosh. Where's that link? Oh god. Caitlin, did you ever send me? I need to find David Tennant. Okay. David Tennant, David Tennant, David Tennant, David Tennant, David Tennant, David Tennant, David Tennant. No, that was too long ago. Where was it? Where was it? This is funny, actually. Out of context, everyone. Sorry to embarrass you, Caitlin, but this is fine. 2 years ago, almost, Caitlin sent me a DM, and out of context, I won't tell you what we were talking about, but it's pretty easy to gain the the message is, don't let anybody convince you to invest time in Hamlet. And Caitlin, I hope it's okay that I share that. I know I didn't ask, but I think that's really funny. Don't let anybody convince you to invest time in Hamlet. This was a message from December 2023. I won't share anything else. I won't share anything else. I just feel like that was relevant. You actually said that. You actually said that. I'm so sorry to share. I normally wouldn't share a message, but I feel like I'm looking for, I think you sent me a link at some point, so I was looking for something. That is so funny. That is so funny. You were right. You were right. I shouldn't have let anyone convince me to invest time in Hamlet, but it's too late now. Where the heck is David Tennant's Richard II? Oh, where is it? 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 There it is. Okay, perfect. There it is. Okay. Sorry, I needed to find this video. Because I really want to watch David Tennant Hamlet now. I know that's not something you guys, or not Hamlet, Macbeth. Richard II. Oh my god. Thanks. Roll set, you did miss the, yes, this is true. You have my permission to use your comparison of Katrin. Yes! Thank you, Grant. I'll cite you, but that's a great, that was a good one. The Holden Caulfield one is really gonna stick with me. Many people play game, very few do literary analysis. And I do literary analysis way better than I game. So, did you just come in and derail the stream with an emote? No, we've been derailed for the last 2 hours. But I appreciate you coming in anyway with that emote, because it was relevant, actually. Listening to you talk about Richard II in like a podcast is good. Oh my gosh. You are pinned. Yeah, Singing in the Swamp, you've been pinned. It was 3 hours ago. Wait. That means we've been talking about Shakespeare for 3 hours. No, 2 hours. No, what time is it? Not 3 hours. Oh, thank God. Oh, thank God. It's only been 2 hours. It's fine. It's fine. Yes. But yes, that's when we were talking about Hamlet. Yeah. Also, you said you won't be discussing Hamlet. That may have been a lie. You're right. You're right. We don't talk about Hamlet. No, no, no. It was a Wednesday. It was a Wednesday. And there wasn't a game. No games allowed on the screen. No game in sight on the. That's so funny. We're looking for 5 hours waiting to drop it. Perfect. Shakespeare podcast when? We're working on it. We're working on it. I promise. We're working on it. Okay. Let me pull up Ricky 2. Ricky 2 is how the cool people refer to it. Ricky 2. It was I want to see him. I've never seen him do this speech. It's been a long time since we watched David Tennant on this channel, but I've never seen him do it. This is not the Duchess of York. A great scene. Does she get on her knees? Perfect. Raid. Listen, we'll allow it. I want to see him do the speech. That's the thing. You can stop. I'm not gonna do the Richard speech, but it's not gonna stop me from talking about Richard for the next 2 hours. Okay. Trumpets are gonna be so loud. Hold on. Or not. Oh. You guys are hearing that. Okay. I'm just not hearing that. Alright. Mischievous Green. This is so funny. Sorry, this is already hilarious. I love it. This is me. RSC has a video section. Yes, and actually RSC you can subscribe, I think, and get a lot of their past plays, except they don't have the only play that matters. They're missing one particular play, and until they put it up there, I am mad at them, so. Anyway, it's fine.
I have been studying how I may compare this prison where I live unto the world.
I'm already so turned off. I'm already so not into it. He's on there, he's like, I have been studying. Like, guys, like, I've been studying. He's on the ground, like, this is so I hate him already. Is he trying to be Ophelia? Yeah. Edward III. Edward, could you imagine? I'm sure they've done Edward III. Why are you making us watch this? I need to watch this.
For because the world is populous, and here is not a creature but myself, I cannot do it. Yet I'll hammer it out.
Maybe he'll get better. Oh, really cool shot, actually.
My brain, I'll prove the female to my soul. My soul, the father.
I don't like this. I actually really don't like this. I'm sorry. Like, this is the second time this is happening. This is bothering me. Like, I don't think this speech is him talking to people. So, Shakespearean actor whose name is redacted for reasons that I really like has said that there are two ways to do a soliloquy, to yourself or to the audience. And I think some soliloquies are much improved by doing them to the audience. So like Brutus's soliloquy is an interesting one to try to do to the audience, because it's like he's trying to convince not just himself, but he's trying to convince, like he's trying to believe that his legacy is intact, right? Legacy is a really big thing in Julius Caesar. They talk about how many times will this be performed in how many languages, you know, that we don't even know. There's a big awareness of what the history of this action will mean. A common consensus. Legacy. What is a legacy, right? And so that's fine. Hamlet, I think Hamlet is a great contender for talking to the audience, because Hamlet is so alone that the only people he can really connect with are people that aren't real. Like he pushes away everyone who cares about him, but he's still reaching out. So I think Hamlet has to talk to the audience, right? Richard should not be talking to the audience. Although I don't know. It's a choice because with my croutons. Oh, Caesar salad, I get it. A weeb talking to his anime wife pillows. Yeah, you could play Hamlet as I could see that. I don't want to see that, but I could see that. Okay, so I have a theory. Hello! Oh my gosh, thank you for the follow to the Shadow Legion. Welcome on in. How are you doing today? I hope you're doing well. I find it fascinating that you dreaded literary analysis in school, and here you are absorbing it. I love it. That's what I love to hear. What you doing? We're watching David Tennant play Richard II, which is a Shakespeare play. So, welcome on in. You're really seeing the channel at its best. What are you doing today? Yeah, all about the instructor. All about, well, it's about a choice, I think, right? Like, you didn't have a choice when you were studying in school, and yet you're choosing to stay here for some reason, and I appreciate that. I don't want to see it, but I can see it. Yeah, Daiju, you've really opened my eyes to a lot of things. So here's my thesis about Richard II, because we're clearly not getting back to Claire Obscura, although I am gonna have to finish that fight. Wait, you're choosing? Some of you are choosing. Some of you I've already trapped. Some of you have free will. Those of you who have been here for too long, it's too late for you. Oh, it was the same teacher, nice. Willow is staring at you judgmentally. Have you told Willow that you're just studying how you may compare this prison where you live unto the world? And for because the world is populous and here there is not a creature but yourself, you cannot do it, yet you'll hammer it out? This is a great time to come to the channel. This is a great time to join the stream. Locked in the theater basement. You're all the opera ghost, you know? So my thesis with Richard II, if I was going to stage Richard II, Richard II is unaware of the audience, right? Richard II is basically unaware of anyone around him. Richard II believes he is the son. He believes he is like he's God, or he's God's anointed, like he's Jesus. He's the king. He is the most important person in the world, right? You're here inside my mind, exactly, and also my basement. Indeed, it's in the walls. So at least you guys have a little bit more space. Immortalize my owl. Perfect. Nibelung Genlied. Your dad considers it a must-read, must-watch, and must-listen. I reminded you of that. Okay, not that I remind you of that, but I reminded you of that. There's a difference there. Germanic heroic legend. Oh my god, and it's about... Oh, this is the one about Siegfried, right? Wow, this is the one about the Dragon Slayer Siegfried? Wow, crazy. That's crazy. I should read that, actually. Not Wagner. I know, but Martine, have you considered... I know. But have you considered that without Wagner, we wouldn't have Bernard Herrmann's score for Vertigo? Anyway. I know. It's you want a house with those secret passages in the walls? It would be nice. Grant, it has been, oh. Grant, thank you so much for hanging out today. Thank you so much for searching Shakespeare on Twitch. You give me hope that is something that people actually do, and it makes me very happy. So thank you. I look forward to I look forward to your performances of Henry V and Midsummer Night's Dream, and you're on the short list when I take my show on the road. So take care. Really great getting to chat. Yeah, see you around. Vertigo mentioned good morning, good day. Oh my god, Caitlin. Amazing message. Don't need it to be a giant house, you just want just a normal sized house. Yeah, see, we're still gonna talk about Richard II. Grant, you really shaped this stream. This has been a lot of fun. Adagio, I'm so with you. I would love just a single bookshelf covering the like a secret bookshelf door, right? Just one. You know, maybe it just goes into the next room, but just one secret door. So my thing about Richard II is that he should not be aware of basically anyone around him, and that is the cause of all his problems. Some people do actually theorize he had what we would consider now narcissistic personality disorder. It's a very you really shouldn't be diagnosing 800-year-old historical figures just because we don't know, right? But a lot of like people have theorized this. So, but the thing is, so he just doesn't see, right? He just doesn't see the people around him as people because he's king, and that gives him divine right? Secret bookshelf door? You can make a secret bookshelf door? Whoa. Adagio, you're fine. Everything's fine. Orlando I've heard of Orlando Innamorato and Orlando Furioso. Oh my god, yes, I have heard of it. Oh yeah, oh my god, Singing in the Swamp. Speaking my language. Roland, yes. I know it in the sort of from the French side of things, but as I know the chanson de Roland, I think. Headcanoning a dead British monarch. Oh, Caitlin, people have done so many things with it. You love that book. That's awesome. I should really read some like medieval poetry. It would fix me. It would make me so much worse. Hail fans of King George III, exactly. So Richard, like his speech, he makes decisions without consulting anyone. When he does consult people, he then sort of disregards them. York tells him flat out, you pluck 1,000 natural dangers on your head. And I don't know, like he's like, I can't stand for this. How long shall York be patient, right? How long shall he be silent, Lord? How long? His uncle tells him that he's doing something wrong and he can't support him anymore. And as, in response to that, he says, I'm gonna put you in charge of the country while I'm gone. Like, he's not listening to anyone, right? He has soliloquy-like speeches in front of other people. He says his hollow crown, he goes off on all. So at first he's talking to people. You know, he tells everyone, for God's sake, let us sit upon the ground and tell sad stories of the deaths of kings. And or death of kings, I think. And he's like aware of these people, and then he just goes into this complete tunnel vision moment where he's having this an existential crisis surrounded by people. And he does that again and again, right? Then he gets another one in the second act. In the third act, in the next scene. Sorry, he gets them two back to back. Oh my god, Richard II, guys, it's the best thing ever. It's the best thing ever. Richard II, Act 3, Scene 2, and Act 3, Scene 3. You put them back to back, and it's like, that is a play in itself. That is a whole tragic arc in itself. And so I think my staging of Richard II would have him completely unaware of everyone, of the other characters, of the audience. He needs to be unaware of the audience. Until, right? And then this is where you could say, well, maybe David Tennant is making a valid artistic choice, right? Maybe Gregory Doran knows a thing or two about Shakespeare. I don't know. Where it's like, Richard doesn't recognize the audience until he loses the crown. Right, because he loses the crown and he becomes human. And then that is when he finally can see everyone. But I still hate this. I think in theory it works really well, but I really hate this.
My brain, I'll prove the female to my
I like
soul.
the chains, though.
My soul, the father. And these two beget a generation of still-breeding thoughts. And these same thoughts people this little world. Inhumers like the people of this world, for no thought is contented.
I like the Jedi one. I don't know.
Thus play I in one person, many people. Sometimes
Whoa! Whoa! Whoa, God. Whoa, God. I can't watch this anymore. Oh my god. Oh my god. They didn't actually just do that, did they? They didn't actually. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. They didn't actually. They didn't act like that's crazy, right? Like they didn't. They wouldn't. They didn't. They couldn't. They didn't. They wouldn't. Well, first of all, they cut. I'm assuming they just intentionally cut. They just intentionally cut. Where was he going next? Yeah, Caitlin, I can't believe you liked Richard II after seeing this one. That's crazy. That's actually crazy. They wouldn't do that, would they? But then again, you had no, this is a great free, yeah, not a great free stream.
thus play I
No.
inhumers like the people of this world, for no thought is contented.
No thought is contented. That's crazy. That's a crazy cut. That's a crazy cut. Can we talk about, I'm sorry, that's a crazy cut to make. That's a crazy cut to make. I mean, Martine, if I had actually known, I didn't know Richard II well enough until, you know, if I had known Richard II and seen this production, that would have been violent. Yeah, feathers flying, exactly. That's a crazy cut, and that's coming from people who have cut things that no one has ever cut. That's a crazy cut. For no thought is contented. And then all of this. Thus play I in one person, many people. And they cut and none contented. So it's like, okay, I get it. You don't want to say contented. So, okay, I guess the problem is here. Even the Hollow Crown didn't cut this. That's great. And the Hollow Crown cut like half of the play. Oh my god. This is the best line in the show. And they cut it? For what? For what? Oh my god. And they cut it because they didn't believe that David Tennant could do all of this. That's why. Like, oh my god. 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 This is Richard's last moment in the show. This is Richard's moment of clarity. It's Richard's moment of clarity. It's Richard's moment of They didn't want to humanize him. He has one scene to be a person. And they were like, no, we're gonna cut it so that we don't have to reference the Bible. Like, what is the point of cutting this? They cut. Oh, I hope they didn't cut this at least. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Have I watched the Gargoyles animated series? I did when it was like airing, but it's been a long time. I haven't, like, I don't really remember. I don't think I ever watched it all the way through. I've seen bits and pieces of it. Is it, would you recommend revisiting it? It's been a while. Crazy cut. Bet line is about the butt, man. Yeah, I need to watch the Hollow Crown again. So it's like, the thing is, oh God, first of all, how these vain, weak nails may tear a passage through the flinty ribs of this hard world, my ragged prison wall. This is what the other guy, this is what I wanted to talk about with the other guy, where he didn't get this line, right? He didn't get this line. This is a stage direction. These vain, weak nails may tear a passage through the flinty ribs of this hard world, my ragged prison walls. He's talking about himself. Ragged prison walls. He is a prisoner in his own body. Like, he is now painfully aware of his own physical, you know, weakness and mortality. And you don't want to talk about that? And it's a metaphor, too, because he's also literally in a prison. And I think, actually, Ben Whishaw tries to tear at... Actually, does he tear at his own ribs? I forget. But it's like, through the flinty ribs of this hard world, my ragged prison walls, he feels, right? Like, I think this is my thing about Richard II, is that this is the story of someone who believes they are above basic human experiences. Feeling for the first time. He's feeling human. And he doesn't like it because, as we learned from Hamlet, being human sucks, right? It's got Shakespeare references? Okay. So I'll have to go back to it because I would definitely appreciate it more now. I get, and the thing is, I'm also very accustomed to listening to uncut Richard II. Oh, sorry. So I'm used to hearing this whole speech, but that's still a crazy thought. Thus play I in one person, many people, and then just cutting it there. Because I don't even think you get it. He says, like, you're missing it, right? You're missing it. He says, us generate these two, okay, my brain I'll prove the female to my soul the father, and these two beget a generation of still breeding thoughts, and these same thoughts people this little world in humors like the people of this world, for no thought is contented. Thus play I in one person, many people. I feel like you missed the metaphor there. Haha, very funny. Like, I think you actually lose the metaphor, because I don't think it's clear here that a generation of still breeding thoughts, thus play I. Like, you actually are missing the substance of the speech, right? I don't know. Maybe they think more highly of their audience than I do. God, Richard, yep, that's it. Made you think of another production. Oh god. I don't know. Because he's not saying anything about what these still breeding thoughts are. And these, so what he said, okay, and these thoughts, I don't know. It's upsetting. Like, they could cut this. They could cut the better sort. I feel like they could cut this. I feel like cutting thoughts tending to ambition. I feel like cutting this is really sad. You lose incredible, you just lose a really good metaphor. And I think cutting this, thoughts tending to contentment. Maybe they just didn't want to be repetitive with contentment. The thing about Richard II is that it is repetitive. And that's the point. The point of this play is that you're circling around the same ideas again and again because he doesn't learn, right? Until the end. And then to remove this where he actually learns, you just gut the whole character. You're like, this is saying we don't care about the main character's development. Like, that's what this is saying. Oh my god, I'm so heated about this. Okay. When will you learn, Gregory Dorn, that your actions have consequences?
Thus play I in one person,
So
many
upsetting.
people.
So upsetting.
Sometimes am I king? Then treason makes me wish myself a beggar, and so I am. Then crushing penury persuades me I was better when a king. Then am I kinged again, and by think that I am unkinged by Bolingbroke. And straight am nothing, but whate'er I am.
See, people are coughing. Sorry, there's such a funny thing. Imagine Richard II told entirely through vines. I want to do that. I want to do that. I want to make that. That'd be so fun. That'd be so fun. Taking this swap, you okay?
But that man is with nothing shall be
Sorry,
pleased.
this is important.
And straight am nothing, but whate'er I am. Nor I, nor any man, but that man is, with nothing shall be pleased, till he be eased with being nothing.
Did he cut Buttman? Wait. That Buttman is. No, he didn't. He just said it really fast. Not through
Nor I, nor any
vines.
man, but that man is, with nothing.
No, he didn't say Buttman. He said but that man. Oh my god, he even switched the word. Guys.
And straight am nothing,
He didn't want to say it.
but whate'er I am. Nor I, nor any man, but that man is, with nothing shall be pleased, till he be eased with being nothing.
I don't know,
What
man.
do I hear?
I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know, man. Like, I don't. I'm glad they didn't cut this. I will say, and as man, there's a great, oh, what is it? It's another Shakespeare quote. Oh god, what is it? Oh, I can't think of it right now, but it's a joke. Oh, call me but love. Romeo and Juliet. Call me but love. I think Romeo and Juliet? I want to say Romeo and Juliet. We don't talk about that. I saw a production of Richard II that I thought was really interesting because they actually used this speech as a framing device. As a framing. So they sort of passed it around through the play to different characters. So the play actually started with Richard giving a modified version of this speech. And at first I was like, wait a second. He missed something because he said, then crushing penury persuades me I was better when a king than am I kinged again, and by I think that I am unkinged. And they cut by Bolingbroke. And I was like, what? Why would they cut that? And then I was like, oh wait, it's okay. You're allowed to play with the language. You're allowed to do, and so they passed this speech throughout the show so that you would have different characters coming on and say, I have been studying how I may compare this prison where I live unto the world. And it was, so, first of all, you have to understand, the show starts, everyone's on stage, Richard comes in, sits on his coffin, oh god, this production was incredible. Sits on his coffin, surrounded by everyone, says, I have been studying how I may compare this prison where I live unto the world, and because the world is populous, and here is not a creature but myself, I cannot do it. Do you see? They understand the vision. Richard thinks he's alone, surrounded by everyone. And it's not until the end of the play where he realizes that now he's actually alone. And that's when he sees the audience. But I still don't like how David Tennant did it. And I'll say that forever. And then they end the play. This is actually the best part. Well, also they gave Bolingbroke a gun. But the best part of that production is that they end the play with Bolingbroke, with the guy who deposes Richard, sitting on Richard's coffin, with Richard inside now at this point, because spoiler alert, he dies. And he says this, he gives a cut of this speech, and it's like, oh, it's a cycle. Like, it's just, it's a loop, right? And then they went and did the rest of the history plays, but that's fine. Okay. Shall we go back to Claire? Does anyone even want to see? Does anyone even want to see the game at this point? Should we play the game? Play the game. It's only been 3 hours. I picked a speech. I think we picked the Brutus speech, right? So I'll learn the Brutus speech. You'll all hear it next week when I have to give it. And I'm also gonna learn the Lady Macbeth speech just because it's short and fun. Always comes back to, it's always a cycle. Nothing that's why Hadestown is one of the best shows ever, because they get it. You've been looking for it. I'm sorry, Martine. I'm sorry. We denied you the game. We denied you. Oh god, it's so loud. Oh god, sorry. It's so loud, oh my god. Sorry. The game. I promise we have the game now. Okay, let me get rid of the tag. Let me bring back Claire Obscure. I like that I didn't change the title of the stream. That's okay. No, you see. Claire, you know you can. Yeah, that's true. Someone else will always be playing Claire Obscure. You're not missing anything. God, Kaylin, I cannot believe that you like Richard II having seen David Tennant for... I can't... And you know what upsets me so much is that I see so many people raving about this production, and it's like, it's the first production that the RSC ever, like, telecast, you know, like, put into theater. They filmed it, they screened it in theaters, and everyone is so... Everyone thinks that... Everyone talks about it being such a definitive production, and I feel like I'm missing something. What does everyone else see that I don't? What is wrong with me? You know, it's like, it's upsetting, where I'm like, what am I doing? Applies shields. Applies shields to the target. Okay. What were we doing? We were playing a game at one point. Oh, I don't get to do a counter? That's a bummer.
A storm.
And I think they might be blinded by the fact that people just really like David Tennant. I understand. Yeah, and I guess if you have nothing to compare it to, it's still a good production, but as soon as you know anything. You think they had variations of these conversations where it's like, oh, guys, why does anyone like Richard Burbage isn't that good of an actor. Why does anyone like this play? Yeah, Martine, that's a great icebreaker. That's a great icebreaker. I'll just go, you know what? That is actually, the next time I'm in a group of Shakespeare fans, I'm gonna ask this question. That's my problem, is that I just see David Tennant doing, and it's just David Tennant doing the play, and I'm like, well, I mean, if you like David Tennant, I guess that's good. And I used to think that I liked David Tennant, but now I'm not so sure. I think the problem is I now like Shakespeare more than I like David Tennant. I think that's what has happened. And so that is why, like, I still like David Tennant, but I like Shakespeare more. And so him doing Shakespeare offends me. And I'm all out of coffee. Good timing. That's crazy, right? That's a crazy thing for me. I know. I've come a long way. What am I doing? Oh, shoot. Okay.
I won't disappoint.
Hidden Blade. Oh. No, darn it. Tried to parry that. Oh, yeah, Singing in the Swamp. Absolutely do it. I want to get into opera, but that might make me too esoteric. But I think you should. I think you should. That sounds like a great idea. Wait a second. Am I making this up, or is there a Hamlet opera in Russian? Wait, hold on. I might be making this up. No, there's something. What am I thinking of? No, there's a Russian film. Oh, it's actually, I wanted to watch this. There's a Russian adaptation. There's a Russian film of Hamlet from 1964. By Kozintsev. Based on a translation. Oh, by Boris Pasternak. I know Boris Pasternak. Thanks, Martine. You need to get more into opera. You're seeing a Romeo and Juliet one. That's good. Hamlet, there is a Hamlet. Actually, Caitlin, I'll send you that video probably. Well, maybe. I don't know. Right, like I feel like when you're forced to go see an opera, that's absolutely a punishment. But if you choose to see an opera, then it's okay. What are we on? Balanced Mask. Okay. I'm just gonna... Mael's dead again. Oh my god. Frankenstein ballet. We should do... I'm so excited for the Guillermo del Toro Frankenstein movie. I'm so excited for that. Frankenstein as a play is really good. Frankenstein as a ballet. So I remember you mentioning that. That sounds really good. Frankenstein's a great story. Mary Shelley was really rocking it back then. We can't do Rebirth. No one's burning. Oh my god, what's happening? What is happening here? We are losing this fight. Yeah, like I think you need to oh, and seeing them live for sure. I think, yeah, seeing an opera, watching like a recorded opera is a lot less fun. Okay, that's fine.
Watch out for
We're gonna get through this, chat, eventually. Oh, jeez, not again.
I'll do it.
Jeez, not again. Okay. We need to just bring, I think we just need to bring Mael back. There we go. She's got so many action points. Oh my god, okay, okay. Let's do this. Nice. Crashes into the expedition. Oh my god. No, I always do it too early. Goodness gracious. I love the arts. I think that's probably clear by now. I really want to get into ballet. I think I've talked about this multiple times. I love La Valse, which now I'm forgetting. Ravel, La Valse. Choreographed by George Balanchine. I recommend that to everyone. It's only 20 minutes long. It's not a full-length ballet. But if you're like, what the heck is ballet? I highly recommend that. This character can't gain any action points. This is really annoying. Can I heal myself? I can't heal myself, but I can at least dispel status effects. Perfect.
Brace yourselves. I'll do it.
Too early every single time. Are you asking me, Martine, or are you asking the general you? What story? I need to watch Giselle. I don't think I've ever actually watched it. Okay. We're still in the caster mess. This is really annoying. What am I doing? Yes, me. You've sent me good recommendations and I just haven't watched them, so it's really just on me. I just keep giving myself shields and action points. I haven't done any of my own damage in so long. Okay, come on. Come on, let's go. Let's go. Giselle! Offenbach's Belle Helene. Ooh. Oh, and Soviet. Okay, those sound good. Yeah, I just feel like I should. I feel like it's also ballet is a good challenge for my brain because there are no words, and I feel like that's where I sometimes falter. What is the worst thing your parents made you watch? Oh, that's a really good question. I feel like I was definitely an unwilling child, which may surprise you now, but I was not, I guess, I don't know how many kids are into kind of, uh-oh, it's gonna counterattack now. Uh-oh. Oh my god. Oh my god, amazing. Okay, and we can break it. Oh my god. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. Oh jeez, okay. Ooh, okay, we can break. Can break, not with that attitude. Okay. She's probably gonna have, someone's gonna have to break this. Cats the musical, yeah. The Birds? You went to watch The Birds as a kid? Oh, Ben-Hur. Ben-Hur really traumatized me when I was younger. I did not like Ben-Hur. The problem is now I love the soundtrack to Ben-Hur, so I'm gonna have to watch it again.
Your turn to shine.
Oh shoot, oh shoot, oh shoot. Oh shoot, oh shoot, oh shoot. Oh shoot, they're both dead. They're both dead. Oh my god, they're both dead. Oh my god, we're all gonna die. Oh my god, we're all gonna die.
A brilliant light. Time to hit.
Hey Deeded, welcome back. Welcome back. You were 5? Oh my god, that's crazy. That's crazy. You're blocking the memories too well. Right, exactly. Silent Hill? No! Oh yeah, okay. Can she break? Can break. Nice! Oh god, 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 she's gonna die. Okay.
brilliant light.
Oh, the weak spot was exposed. Darn it! Darn it! Silent Hill at your grandparents' house. John Carpenter. I don't think so. I've never seen any. I don't watch a ton of... I didn't used to watch a ton of movies. I've gotten into movies now, but... Oh, revives all allies. That would have been so good to have. That would have been so good to have. Well. Oh, that would have been so good. Superhero movies? Yeah, I was a sensitive child too. Oh, she's in virtuoso stance. Okay. High physical damage.
Precision.
Oh, okay, Slime's there. Yes, finally we did it! Oh my god, yes. Oh, I did it again. Oh, shoot, okay. Oh, we're on fire. Oh, we're on fire. Watching Woman in Black. Oh god, I remember when that movie came out. Yeah. Yeah. Superhero movies, you really just don't get a lot of good ones. Can he break? Can he break? He can break. Okay, let's do this. Go place immediately. Let's go, 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 let's go. Let's go! Yes! Let's go, 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 let's go. Okay, ready? Arm is broken. Oh my god, chat, this is it! This is it! We're gonna get it! I know, I think of all of the property damage. The Incredibles, oh man. The Incredibles is a great movie though. Really, really great movie. Spells status effects. Alright, let's stop them from burning. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm not ready. Oh my god, The Incredibles is so good, Caitlin, Caitlin, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Caitlin, The Incredibles is so good. I'm obsessed, it's so good. Alright. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Some weird electric things. Oh.
Ready to evade.
Minoko is fine. Minoko is fine. It is very early. The Incredibles is such a good superhero movie because it deconstructs superhero movies before everyone was trying to deconstruct superhero movies, right? Yeah, exactly. When the heroes are causing all the damage. I know you know I love The Incredibles. It's just so good. It's just so good. Yeah, baby! Guys, we did it. We got somewhere in the game. We got somewhere in the game. We made some minor amount of progress. Oh, we got a catapult skill. Oh my god, we only killed everyone in the party once. Takapatate. Lightning damage. Almighty. Oh, deals extreme fire damage to all enemies. Yes, please. Yes, please. We can get rid of this one. Love. Thank you for the hype. Incredibles is fine. That's fair. I really like it. Only took 5 hours to beat one enemy. That Shakespeare derailment? Yes, I had the game running the whole time. You know, it's fine. It's fine. Okay, let's go. Trebuchem! Because we were in the middle of the fight the whole time. Ooh. Nice. What a speed run. Listen, no one else is doing it like me, chat. No one else on Twitch is doing it like me. Am I going backwards? I may very well be going backwards. We're going backwards. No one else on this website is doing it like I am, okay? No one else spends 5 hours. Wait, shoot, I should have taken. Can someone go back and take a screenshot of the battle? I'll do it later because it'll say the time. It'll say the time in that fight. Get fight time screenshot. Like it'll tell us how much time we literally spent on Shakespeare. You know what? I may not be palatable for wide audiences, but I am unique. And so, you know, it's like for a very specific audience, I'm like Ambrosia. For everyone else, nothing. They get nothing from this, but for a very specific audience, you know, this is good stuff. Singing in the Swamp, what were you gonna say? All dogs go to heaven. Yeah, I remember. Actually, I don't know if I saw that, but I remember people saying that. It's like, oh, this is not just a sweet little kids movie. But so a lot of the... Was that that wasn't Don Bluth, was it? All of these, you know what, maybe we should pay attention. All of these gestuals frozen in place should probably be a little bit of a thing. Maybe just a thing. Little girl who voiced the... I don't know anything about the movie. I was thinking about Dragon Age, as one does. And, well, there's like a certain... I feel like there's a certain aesthetic that a lot of games go for. And it has to do with statues. Yeah, they're doing the mannequin challenge. There are multiple things that, like, I think Bastion does this, Dragon Age does this, like, where people turn into statues and there's also some kind of fracture. Like, it's a trope. There's probably, like, I think it's a thing that people do, that a lot of games do, because it's a very cool narrative tool and aesthetic, you know, design choice. Called the Hell Scene? What is the movie even about? Wait, this is where we just came from. Am I lost? Very artistic. It is. No, okay, we went here, we collected a thingy from over here, we went through this. There's this pillar thing. We don't know what that is. That's cool. So presumably we go straight this way. Rossini's Cinderella. Oh, yes. All the glances you got for finger drumming, amazing. That's how you know you were into it. Rossini's Cinderella. Why was I feel like someone else has talked about that recently that I was, for some reason, like that came up. But yeah, that's a beautiful one. Where did you come from? Where did you go? It is the eternal question, isn't it? I feel like we're going in a circle here. Okay, alright. Oh, this looks like something. Okay, but I can't get to that. But that means there's some way to get to that, which means I should be going... Hmm? Kid's father killed? That really oh my god. Oh, okay, here we go. Wow, oh my god. That's... Oh, horrifying. Oh, fine. We're all dead anyway. Oh, man. That's insane, Martine. Really? Kill her? Oh, my god. No! We got nothing to lose. Wow.
Let's push forward. I'm ready.
The world is a terrible place sometimes. I'm trying. Nope. Oh, I did not survive. Oh. Oh, no. Oh my god, it's so stressful. Oh my god, thunder thingies. No, darn it. Dude, that's so sad. Oh my god. Okay, we're at Heavy Mask. Shield up.
Your turn to shine.
Oh, jeez. No, Lunae's gonna die. Oh god. Oh god. Okay, gradient. No gradient. Oh my gosh. Thunder thingies. You know, the technical term.
Brilliant light.
Lunae's gonna die. It's fine. We'll bring her back.
Here.
It likes you.
Oh, every time. Oh, we all just died. Whoops. Chicken Run, really? Interesting. Alright, this is the A team, everyone. 2, 3, parry. No.
Let's have some fun.
This is the A. We're gonna die. We're absolutely gonna die. Oh, jeez. Chicken Run, I don't think it's as good as people like to say it is.
Not impressed.
My god, I actually managed to dodge something. Amazing. No! Darn it.
Oh well.
Oh my god. Oh, darn it, every single time. I'm gonna die. Yep, there we go. Well, folks, this has been a great stream. No, we gotta get somewhere. We gotta get somewhere before I log off. No, I don't want to retry that battle. I need to go. We need to, like, recenter ourselves. Do I have any more tea? So many headaches and tears. Yeah. Oh. There are so many. That's the thing. Like, I bet there are so many movies that we all just have blocked from our memory. Okay, we're gonna try this again. Alright, alright. We gotta get somewhere. We gotta get somewhere. We gotta get somewhere. Just beat the game real quick. You can do it. Real quick, right now. Let's go. Let's go! Wait, what? Is this a different pillar? Oh my god. Oh my god, where are we going? Oh my god. Oh my god. I need a map in this game. Okay, there they are. There they are. Woo. Good song, Adagio. Good song. Beating the game should be easy. No? Amazing. Thank you. Thank you for that. Should be easy, no? Skyrim modder that put red tundra. Ooh. I want to play Skyrim actually really badly. I would love to stream Skyrim, except I would never stream anything else ever again. It would be all Skyrim for the rest of time. I would never finish that game. You guys think this is bad? Just wait. Just beat it. What, like it's hard? These things are so scary.
Careful, Mael.
Oh jeez. Oh my god. Oh my god. That was an impressive combo. Look at the way it shimmies! Nope. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. How do I... Oh my god. These things. Thunder thingies.
Let's start.
I'm ready.
There we go.
Time to hit big.
Skyrim, but you replace every book in the Bard's College with Shakespeare. We'd have a I'm sure there's a mod for that. There's gotta be a mod for that. There's absolutely gotta be a mod for that.
Chroma's flowing.
Did I heal? No. I should do... Oh, but that thing is resistant. So... still want to play Veilguard modded with Solus as all of your companions. You'd never see her again. Well, I would be streaming it all, but we would never go anywhere in the game. We would just be reading. You could probably make it. Do you make a lot of mods? Or have you made them before? I've always wanted to, but I've never found the time. Mostly just because I haven't, like, made them. Amazing. Amazing. Solus mentioned. Like, I'm not kidding, we always talk about Solus here. Oh, nope, not even close. Not even close.
I'll do it. Ready to obey.
Yeah, I fail to see the problem, exactly. We'd have a great time. All of these stupid characters keep dying. I wanted to mod Blackwall to give him gray hair. I mean, what? Who said that? I want to mod Blackwall. Wait, hold on. Oh, darn it. Oh, darn it. I want to mod Blackwall so he doesn't have a stupid beard. Nope. Darn it. To be bald? No, he's not evil. Couple small mods. Ooh, nice. Yeah, just changing the text is probably very easy. Oh, jeez, I'm so bad at this. Oh my god. Okay, nice. We did that. We got that. We got that. We got one. We got that. What is your holy book? Oh, the Gosfowl? The Gosfowl. The Gosfowl. I would just make new book records and replace the entire library. Easy, easy peasy. Easy peasy. Highlight damage. Darn it. Wow. Oh my god, that was so embarrassing. Oh my god. Crazy, crazy embarrassing. Okay. Crazy. Okay. Nice. Nice. Minoko level up. Mael. Oh, Lune is way too over leveled. You know what? That's okay. We can keep leveling up Lune. We need her. Oh, this was where the plot was going? Crazy thought. Crazy thought. That's not what I want. Lune carry. Holy damage. That's what they do. That's what this party is for. Also, Minoko got a Clarefoot. Let's see. I'm gonna have to do some serious— You know what, you guys? You sly dogs. You got me monologuing. Which means we're not gonna have time to do inventory management today, right? So we're lit nerds now. Yeah, we scared away all the STEM people. Dieter didn't invite. Close your ears. Close your eyes. Is anyone a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde enthusiast? So the thing is, I've never read the book. However, I am obsessed with the musical, and I feel like that's kind of a really lame answer, but I love the musical. Oh no. Deals medium light damage. You all love inventory management, right? It's really not even inventory management in this game. It's like skill tree management. So no, I guess the Luminas are kind of inventory. I'm talking to the musicaler. Yeah. Adachi, why do you bring it up? What is your interest? You're obsessed with the musical? Okay, well, when you put it that way, which I guess I just did. Listen, okay, listen. In my defense— Whoa, the game just completely— Fun fact about it, do tell. Oh, shoot. Let me go, let me go, let me go, let me go, let me go. Oh, it respawned. No, this is like— Of course, this is one of the musicals that you— This is like a core musical for you, isn't it, Caitlin? Isn't it just? What's over here? Oh, one of these things. Oh, this is where skill management, skill tree management, landscaping. That's funny. That's a good one. That's a good one. Okay. VeggieTale, you're kidding me, really? I didn't even know the VeggieTales did Jekyll and Hyde. That's amazing. Oh. Oh, 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 where are you? I know you're there. I know you're looking, you're walking around. Kaylin, explain your reaction to the Jekyll and Hyde musical, please. I need to know. I need to know. Haha, get it? It's a Jekyll and Hyde reference. Love that, love that. What I really wanted was, I needed someone at one point, I wanted someone to make Jekyll and confrontation animatic between, holy cow. Oh, there it is. I wanted someone to make an animatic with Lucanus and confrontation. Utterson, yeah, I don't even know who Utterson is. Original novel is a mystery. Right, it was his sled. Oh, it was a mystery? Like you didn't know Jekyll and Hyde were the same person? Really? That's crazy. I did not know that. Whoa, that I really need to read the book. I really should read the book. I haven't read, it's Robert Louis Stevenson, isn't it? I haven't read a good like adventure, or once, I guess it's not an adventure, it's a gothic mystery. But I haven't read any good, I don't even know when it came out. 18th century? 18th century, right? Anyway, I should read more books, is what I'm trying to say. Remembering everything today. We're unlocking memories here. That's what we're here to do. Thunder thingies.
Here's another dance. Your turn to dance.
Oh, every time.
Your turn to dance.
Oh my god, it's so embarrassing. Boris Godunov. Godunov. Let me write this down. I'm getting some great recommendations today. Oh, I know this one. Wait, is this an opera? This is the opera, right? I know this one. This has come up on Jeopardy. Arts and Popular Media. Oh, it's a play by Pushkin, which was inspired by Shakespeare's Henry IV, of course. Mussorgsky? Oh, wow. Wait, Mussorgsky. I love Mussorgsky. Okay. Exciting. I'll check that out. Opera movie. Absolutely. We continue. Okay. We still haven't found the last of the little thingies that we need to shoot in order to open this thingy. But we shall find it. Somewhere. Oh, this thing. Where is it? This is kind of like in Dragon Age, as you know, streamer says who plays Dragon Age all the time. This is like finding all the little shards in Dragon Age, where sometimes I would just like sweep through and see if there's anything I could shoot because I couldn't find them. Where is it? Everything is just like Dragon Age if you think just even a little bit about it. Not even a lot, just a little. Everything is like Dragon Age. Dragon Age is kind of like Shakespeare when you think about it. Like, Dragon Age is kind of the Shakespeare of video games, you know what I'm saying? Come on, come on. If he is Mr. Hyde, then I shall be Mr. Seek. That's hilarious. Dr. Jiggle and Mr. Sly. If he is Mr. Sly, then I should be Mr. Sneak. What? Okay, they actually really put thought into this. Shakespeare played Dragon Age. Shakespeare actually wrote Dragon Age. Where is this thing? Come on. Here's that painted wall you can blast open. Painted wall? I can blast open. Oh, that thing! Oh! Wait, oh, I forgot that I could do that. For some reason, I thought I needed SPA. Oh my god, thank you, Ninba. You're right. I completely forgot. Thank you. Thank you! They did not have to go that hard, but aren't you glad they did?
Useful.
Damage taken is randomly multiplied by a value between 50% and 200%. Yeah, that sounds great. What? They did Lord of the Rings? Wow, VeggieTales was really on something else. Where's the Dragon Age of Shakespearean tragedy essay? Okay. Okay, listen. Listen. Yeah, write it. Caitlin, when you play Dragon Age 2. Let me find you the essay. Oh, but you can't. I don't want you to get spoiled. This is only for people who have read Dragon Age, who have played Dragon Age 2. Dragon Age 2. The Age of Dragons Part 2, The Tragedy of Kirkwall. You don't understand. This person wrote this essay. Can I read this all to you? I won't read the whole thing. But... oh, but it's so... okay, you know what, Caitlin? Don't actually read this. No, you know what? I'll read you the first part of it. Actually. This is good. I don't want people to get spoiled for Dragon Age 2 if they haven't played it. That's the thing. This is actually an incredible essay, so I'll just tease it for you. I'll tease it. I will not spoil the game for you, so I won't even share the link, but I need you to, I'll read you guys the beginning. This person is amazing. They're my favorite person on the internet. The Age of the Dragons Part 2 from Monday, January 9th, 2012, which is amazing. The Age of the Dragons Part 2, The Tragedy of Kirkwall. Two households, both alike in dignity, in fair Verona where we lay our scene. From ancient grudge break to new mutiny, where civil blood makes civil hands unclean. Anyone know where this is from? From forth the fatal loins of these two foes, a pair of star-crossed lovers take their life. Whole misadventured piteous overthrows do with their death bury their parents' strife. You hate this verse? You hate it? You hate the prologue? Why do you hate it, Deeda? Tell me. In my 9th grade English class, we read Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet. Nearly every public school freshman class in the United States does this still and has done for decades. It's an educational rite of passage. Turn 14, read about two horny Elizabethan teenagers and how they died. At the time, I hated reading Romeo and Juliet. Yeah, I spent a whole month going word by word. People teach Shakespeare so badly. Oh my god. It's crazy. Anyway, I resented everything about it and only began to change my mind when Shakespeare in Love was released a few years later. That's a choice. With the full force of ironic detachment that only a teenager can muster, I knew that it was, quote, stupid. But my English teacher was a wise woman. It's me, chat. I was the English teacher. Wait, hold on. I don't want to spoil this, but I need to know what this asterisk is from. Oh, okay. They credited their actual English teacher. That's crazy. What is internet safety? Okay. Her name? Albert Einstein. I remember very little of the details of her class half a lifetime later, but I remember her teaching the prologue. The tension she explained, came from knowing that the story would end badly. The core of the tragedy was in the audience understanding as the play unfolded that disaster could be averted, but having foreknowledge that it wouldn't be. The story from the outset was a tale of doom, and in that knowledge lay its ardent power. Romeo and Juliet and I eventually came to a truce, and while it's still not among my favorites, I respect it for what it is. But in 10th grade English, a scant few months later, I took to Macbeth immediately and have remained a fan of the art of the tragedy ever since. I love this essay. I love this essay. I'm gonna stop here. The typical model of a video game, and particularly a BioWare video game, is to collect your allies, fight your enemies, and save the world. These stories might have nuance in the details, but ultimately their shape is unambiguous and romantic. Romance, linking to the romance genre. Like capital R romance, just so you know. They're all variations, not lowercase r, capital R. They're all variations on the hero's journey, and the player character is front and center to the story. He or she is the linchpin of all that happens in the game world, and here his or her actions and skills can guarantee a positive outcome for the good guys. Players went into Dragon Age 2 expecting the arc of Star Wars, and instead got handed something out of Sophocles. Saving the world, after all, is par for the course. No wonder so many were disappointed with what they got. I need you all to understand. Dragon Age ended bad because there wasn't a post-credits dance scene. Exactly! Dragon Age ending badly was Katie not- Oh, well, okay, listen. Yeah, you're right, I should have punched him. It's an old tale, it's a tragedy. I won't go too far into it. Right? Your precious- so this they tell you in the opening cutscene. Your precious chantries fall into pieces and put the entire world on the brink of war. And you need the one person who can help you put it back together. It's a tragedy! It's a tragedy. So this is an incredible essay. I don't want to spoil the game for anyone who hasn't played Dragon Age 2, but I love this essay so much. So anyway, there are people out there. There are people out there. And isn't that a wonderful thing? Back to Clair Obscur. We can keep playing the game, I promise. I don't know what we were doing. Ah, yes. We're gonna sing it again, and that's why we all love tragedy. And I gotta fight these guys. No way. No way. No way. Okay, perfect. I want to get somewhere before we end the stream today. Okay. This is beautiful. Oh my god, guys, it's like it's the same kind of rocks that are in Dragon Age, and definitely not in the real world, which we've established already, but... Oh my gosh. Oh my god, okay. I miss playing this game, actually. It is a beautiful game. I forgot that I actually like this game. I need you to play the Dragon Age games, Caitlin. You'd really, really, really enjoy them. Yeah, I can't believe Dragon Age invented rocks. Oh, thank you for that.
Wow.
It's really funny to me how often that... I guess I really do like rocks. Look, guys, it's a floating bus. And there's the Eiffel Tower. And there's space, I guess. Hey, did anyone know we were in France? Wow, that looks like the blight. Stand up, stand up, stand up. I am standing up. Oh my god, thank you. Thank you for reminding me. I've been standing up since since we started talking about Shakespeare, actually. Since I came back from the break. Not since we started, but since I came back from the break. But thank you for reminding me. I appreciate that. I needed it. If I was sitting down this whole time, I'd be very upset. Looks like floating. That was in Dragon Age, you know? And you know what else was in Dragon Age? Solus? Oh god, plot? Oh my god, plot! Wait, oh my god, plot? Is that Verso? And Renoir? Or, no, that's a... You know what we haven't done in a long time? We haven't done any lore journaling. No, that's definitely... That's a woman! Who is that? Oh. Oh! Who is one of them? Black and white floating in the fade? Scotland forever? No. No Scotland forever, wait. Please let them see a normal school trip. Solus Dragon Age? My favorite Dragon Age 2 character. That was definitely either-
Who is she fighting?
Okay, here we go.
Her husband?
I told you! Wait, I didn't screenshot it. Shoot! I didn't screenshot it, but I'm getting this from the VOD right now. Everyone sit down except me. I gotta stand up. Everyone sit down. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm getting this from the VOD right now. I'm putting this in the lore journal right now. We are lore journal. It's not too late, chat. It's not too late to lore journal. It's never too late to lore journal. Never too late. You're sitting excellent. Let me get this. Oh my god. Oh my god. Her husband? I've been saying this the whole time. Who is she fighting? Her husband. Oh my god. 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 Preen. if you've been standing for close to 4 hours, yeah, probably. Ow. When Solus's mullet, why did you just was giving that one, and what was her sister? I don't know that vine. Where is my lore journal? It's been open for hours. Lore journal time! White-haired man is Gustav's dad, we confirmed. Oh no, that's so funny. I still am convinced that Verso and Gustav are related somehow. Oh my god, okay. Confirmed in-game, not really confirmed in-game. Okay, the painters is, here we go. I actually think this is no longer a theory. I think this is just following the narrative threads that the game is setting out for us. But that's my favorite kind of theory. Okay. Let's go. So, when walking through the monolith, we saw another smoke. The illusion of a woman and a guy who looked like Renoir sitting on a bench. Then we get this dialogue afterwards. Her husband! So Renoir is so this is the same theory. Oh wait, no, this is actually a different theory. This is a different theory. Did we have anything else going on here? Okay. Alright, back to the game. Look it up? Well, if I'm not gonna, you have to send it to me. She comes by Bubble? Are we talking about Wicked? What are we talking about now? Oh, Frizzle. Wait, what? Willow's jumping back and forth. She's got zoomies. Who looked like Solus? I mean, what? Everyone is Solus, actually. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. I like that. I'm so glad we got plot. I felt really deprived, actually. I was getting plot withdrawal. Yeah, that's mod privilege. She doesn't have to find the video. Can I get one of these? Oh, nice. Let's get one of these. Oh, there's so many. Oh my god. Nope. Oh. Nice. Okay. Oh, I don't have any. Oh, but I have stains. Oh, look at all those stains that I have. That's cool. You want a title? You gotta earn it, minion. Okay, Martine, enjoy. You're cutting fruit? Oh my god, fruit ninja? Dodge. Wow, that's embarrassing. How many more does he have? Oh my god, so many shields. Oh my god. Oh, they're all dodged. Okay, cool. Why are we cutting fruit during lore? We need sustenance. You got it? Okay. I'll watch this. Oh, this is the Wicked Witch. Wait, what? Hold on. We're all gonna watch this together. So that everyone gets the joke. I don't like excluding people. Is it big enough? The video? Okay.
Hold on! This is my favorite! Hold on! Her sister was a witch! Right? And what was her sister? A princess! The Wicked Witch of the East, bro!
I'm gonna stab him.
You're gonna look at me and you're gonna tell me that I'm wrong? Am I wrong?
It's my favorite
She
movie.
wore a crown and she came down in a bubble, dog!
I'm not fighting with you.
Grow up!
Wait, I'm confused. Hold on. What is he talking? Wait. Hold on.
Hold on! This is my favorite! Hold on! Her sister was a witch!
Her her sister was a witch?
Right? And what was her sister? A princess!
Whose sister are we talking? So the Wicked Witch, I'm confused. Whose sister are we talking about? Yeah, okay. He's a little confused, but he got the spirit. Okay, that's what I was waiting for. I'm like, Elphaba's sister was a witch. Glinda is not Elphaba's sister. Let's be clear here. But you're right. This is the exact energy of my stream, except I'm right. That's the really important thing. Keep in mind. I'm right and emphatic. This person is wrong. But thank you for sharing. That was fun. So I actually really like this. Hold on. I'm gonna do this. You guys can't see it, but I'm gonna do this.
Hold on! This is
This like the hand gestures. That's entire. Actually, that is me when I talk. So that's really funny.
Hold on!
The way his eyes get wide.
Hold on!
That's really funny. Yeah, right. Sappho and her sister, right? Okay, amazing. Thank you for sharing. Hold on. I do that, don't I? All right, we gotta get some plot before I call it a day, don't we?
Take down their shields.
Nice. That's dark projectiles. Oh. 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 Oh man.
A storm is coming.
Oh, I got dizzy. Okay. Good night, Deeded. Wait, what? Oh, bye. Oh, and good night, singing in the swamp. I was gonna say singing in the rain. Good night. Thank you for hanging out. You have a long, yeah, and thank you for all the recommendations. Sleep well. Deeded's not leaving. Singing in the swamp is leaving. I mean, Deeded, you can leave if you want. Pink Lady. Oh, I love Pink Lady apples. I love them. Okay. Okay, fine. Let's revive my own. I was like, it would be strange if Deeded to go to sleep now. It's pretty early. You're playing a main game? Oh my god. Amazing. Oh, come on. Come on. Seriously? 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 Oh my god. No, darn it. And Mael is dead again. Oh, Jin. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, and Monoko is dead. Oh my god, they're all dead.
I'm ready.
Oh, man. Oh my god.
A storm is coming.
Moderator overlord. What are you gonna do? Time me out? Oh. Caitlin, I hope you take this in good humor. I hope you realize that it's okay. You didn't do anything wrong, and we all think it was great. It was great. I'm glad it happened. A lengthy apology. Oh man. Listen, I think I speak for all of us when we love getting paragraphs. Oh, every single time. Every single time. Oh my god. And Mael is dead again. Again. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. You know what? Doesn't even matter. Doesn't even matter. I love getting essays, everyone. Actually, I shouldn't invite that, but oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. There's so. Oh my god. Oh my god. Even bad essays, especially bad essays. All right, I give up. I'm not bringing anyone back anymore. You're all. This is This has gone on for way too long. And they all dodged. I'm losing it, Chad. I'm losing it.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Oh, that was so good. Oh my god, finally. Finally! Oh my god, something is happening. Finally. Oh man.
I'm ready.
Oh my god. So many shields. So many shields. Oh my god.
A brilliant light.
Whew, okay.
I'm ready. Brace yourself. Careful with my arrow. I'll do it.
Sick. Dragon Age wasn't retconned essay? Wait, okay. Oh, when you mean that they were planning it all from the beginning. Yeah, I actually really want to read that essay because I'm not going to have time to replay the whole series. So I really want to read that essay. Chat Ion. Oh my god, just for you guys, chat. I don't even remember who uses these websites. Chat, I know it's not pronounced that way. Oh, but it's not as cute as the lantern. Okay, let's keep going. Did Monoko get another foot? Really important. He did! He got a foot, everyone. This is really exciting. Deal more health the less he has. Less health he has. Deal more damage the less health. La 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 la. This has been a long stream. Great job, Monoko. Well done. Congrats on the foot. Okay, we need to get slightly more plot before the end of the day. Just slightly. Just slightly more. And I have a feeling we're going to. Is this plot? Or is this plot? This is side. Right? Oh my god. This game is stressing me out. Ferris wheel? But what if I finish the whole monolith? No, because I have to memorize my speech. I think they posted one other that we read, and then I don't think there's been anything else since then. Oh, it's gonna come back here anyway. You know what? I want to do this thing. Substack. Yeah, it's a Substack. Can I even get there? Oh no, I go there. We read that article on ethics and AI, right? That was a long one. Here we go.
Well, that will help.
I have never recoded. I never will recode. I've committed to my terrible build. Yeah, remember we were like, oh, it's gonna be about the ethics of AI, and then it was not. And then it was about, then it was a person who never studied ethics ever in their life. You're so cute, my friend. I'm sorry, are you leading me in a circle? I thought it was supposed to stand on the thing. What's happening? What is happening? What's happening? Do I have to kill those things? You know what? Not worth it. Not worth it. We continue, chat. That their writing is unforgettable. That's true. That is true. And that is something that, honestly, not everyone can say that. Where the heck is this taking us? I feel like I broke the game. Just slightly. Oh my god. Oh my god, chat! Are we getting a hairstyle? Is this really happening? Look at that hair. Look at that hair. Look at that hair. Oh, hi, Mime. This is probably where we'll end for today. Through Monkey's Paw, yeah. That hair is kind of cute, actually.
Let's spill some ink.
Kind of cute, actually. Hold on. But I don't know if it's gonna suit my own. But we'll do it anyway. No. Oh my god, Mael. Oh my god. Oh, this thing is gonna kill us. Oh, this is gonna really hurt. This is gonna really hurt.
Ready to evade.
Flare and obscure, that's really fun. The lion does not concern itself with cute hair.
Now's my favorite part.
Is it cuter than a paintbrush? The lion has paintbrush hair. Right, like I would, yeah, to write something to traumatize a group of people and to also have a Substack article written about you. How many mimes are there? Enough. Enough. We need to break this, baby. Alright. At least one. Well, we've seen several. Pen break. Okay, it's like extreme fire damage! Oh my god! They were not kidding! That's the best thing I've ever seen! Extreme fire damage!
A brilliant light.
Maybe they're all the same mime. Honestly,
Yes.
could be. Could be. Oh man. I used to have the mime patterns down. This is embarrassing. Mael's not making it through this fight.
I'm ready.
That fire is doing so much damage. Oh my god, Minoko. Minoko, you hero.
I'm
oh my
ready.
god. Oh, we could have parried that. That would have been great. Oh, jeez. Oh, jump, 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 jump. There we go. Okay. Oh, jeez. Woo! You are so funny, chat. You guys are great. Talk about enemy mine. So funny, chat. Okay. What are we on? Almighty Mask.
Overflowing with energy.
I think we're gonna leave Mael dead, to be honest. The fire's doing more damage than she ever could.
Watch out, Minoko.
Darn it. We almost have that.
Your turn to dance.
Oh. There we go. Okay. I'll figure it out. Thanks, Marcy. Oh, these things are fast. Nope. 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 Okay. It really shouldn't let me try that 3 times, but I'll take it. 8. Oh man, Sekvatate Fire is so good. We need to get rid of this thing. The mime is fine. I don't care about the mime. Oh, dang. Oh, so close.
Your turn to shine.
Ready to evade.
I don't like these enemies. I'm really not a fan. Oh god. No!
The elements dance.
They're called right? They're called Claire and Obscure. Isn't that great? We're never breaking this. So we just keep stacking burns. That one's dead. Okay. 9. Oh my god, 9. Let's go. Let's go. Abyss Wind. All 0 AP. And we go again, and we do Extreme Fire. I don't know why Automod didn't like your typo. I don't know if that's a bad word or not. The mime is called Obscure Expedition, Claire. Is that a bad word? Oh well. Automod is kind of a hater. Automod is being a big hater today. Extreme Fire. Oh my god.
Like it.
Oh, darn it. Oh, Minoko's dead. No. There we go. 33 mimes at the big parade.
I'm ready.
How is this thing still alive? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. Yeah, Automod is really coming for your throne here. Lune carry. Lune carry. Oh my god. I need to bring them back, probably. Ah, whatever. No, I need to bring them back. Nice. You would definitely beat a robot in a fight, Caitlin. I believe in you. Okay. Mael, actually. Now that the other ones are gone. Mael's got 9 action points. She's ready. She's ready. Jimmy.
Let's spill some ink.
Can break. Okay.
Finesse and precision.
All in good. All in good fun. I want Cheetos now, actually. You've got that on my mind. Oh, Gradient Charge. Oh my god, cleanses. Oh, and revives. Wait, can Mael revive allies? Or was that Minoko? Oh, whatever. Oh, whatever. You're doing typos? And you know what? We appreciate it. There we go. You didn't buy snacks? What were you even doing in the store? Pen break. Here we go. Here we go. This is it. This is it. Cool. Now we're getting the hair. Now we're getting the hair. I am angling now. 3 gradient charges. We don't even have 3. We haven't even unlocked the 3rd level. Kayla doesn't do typos. Everything she's... Buy clothes and soup at the soup store. This is it. This is it. Oh, beautiful. Oh, beautiful.
You can't do this yet.
Oh, beautiful. Oh, it's still not doing that much damage. Wow.
Your turn to dance.
You have only real food And no
Let the ink
snacks.
flow.
And these weak nails cannot tear a passage through the flinty walls of the ribs of your cave, your prison. Yeah, pretty profound stuff, huh? You got ice cream, that's what really matters. Unique plays immediately. Oh my god, that hasn't worked in years. Amazing. Box of mini muffins and that's it? You know, all part of a balanced breakfast.
Finesse and precision.
You don't like muffins, Martine? Or do you really like muffins? Darn it.
A storm is coming.
They're not real muffins, don't worry. Birthday party yesterday? Did we miss something? Did you go to a birthday party yesterday and they had fake muffins? We got it. We got it. You were served an abomination. We got voluminous hair for Mael. It wasn't even worth it. It wasn't even worth it. It wasn't even worth it, but we got it, chat, and that's what matters. That's what matters. It's so... Actually, it looks cute on her. Actually, I think it works for her. I don't think it works for CL, but I'm actually a fan of this. That's pretty, actually. I'm keeping that. It was worth it. There we go. It actually... I think this is a look. I think Mael is actually coming into her... She's sort of, you know, growing up. I think this is a great look. Now we gotta get back up. Okay. Anything else to scrounge? Potato muffins? Oh no. She looks like an 80s glam rock star. Exactly. Like this is she, and I mean the outfit and the hair, right? Potato muffins. Oh, meanwhile CL looks ridiculous. Yeah, gluten-free is tough. Gluten-free is really tough. Potato muffins doesn't sound good. Oh no. Oh no. That sounds so horrible. That sounds so bad. That sounds so bad. Oh my god. Okay, so where were we going? I'm following the lanterns, chat. We're ignoring side plot. We're good at that. Wait, no, we're going the wrong way. There's the Ferris wheel. There's the Ferris wheel. There's that thing. We're ignoring that thing. We're following the lanterns, chat. You're going backwards. I know. What? No, I don't want to fight. I don't want to fight.
Ow, wow.
Ow, wow. I don't want to fight, guys. Just let me, you know, leave me alone. Ow, wow. Samwise, it is time to stop. Potatoes don't go in everything.
Oh, lovely.
We need plot. We need plot before the end of the stream, or I can't. I'm just gonna be so upset. I'm following. Oh, shoot. Okay, do we need to fight these guys? I really don't want to. I'm gonna pretend like we don't have to. Yeah, we don't have to. I'm sick of combat, everyone. There were other things, but also it's so... It really... Oh, it's beautiful. Oh my god. Their noises are so scary. Oh my goodness. Okay. I've made all these things for the first time. That's what you always want to hear when you go to a party and people are serving you food. That's always what you want to hear. We're not going to do any inventory management. Next week we will be doing all the inventory management that you've ever dreamed of. But today we are hunting down plot, or I guess this thing? Whatever, sure. No plot. Oh, what time is it? I gotta go. It's been a lot of fun, but I gotta go. Yeah, not the asshole, exactly.
Sweet taste of battle.
Right, there are so many things that don't require gluten that, like, you just never want to try. The substitutions is never what works, right?
What lovely fleas.
What inventory? I haven't written an inventory management song yet. Maybe one day. Yes. Yeah, that does sound kind of horrible. Oh, weakness. Nice. These enemies are all really strong. Maybe I should have been investing more in Kamiko this time. No, darn it, I was so close. Yeah, apparently it is a high bar. Oh, oh man. And she's dead. That was a relentless combo? That was 2 hits. That was 2 hits. Does Minoko have a replica of Miles' head? It does look like that, doesn't it? Martina! It is a high bar. It is a high bar indeed.
Take down the shields.
The action point economy is we are in a really a bullish economy right now. Suck up a touch time. Oh my god, yes. Oh my god, yes. Oh my god, Minoko, you are my favorite. Oh my god, Minoko. A salad. They could have just made a salad. It's so true. Minoko absolutely carrying. I can't believe I underestimated him all this time. And he gets a new foot. And he gets a new foot. Life is good, chat. Life is good. Trumpet! Cool. Random buff to 1 to 3 allies. That's kind of fun. Where am I going? Where am I going? Victos. Upgrade. Am I going down here? Oh, hello.
Oh, lovely.
We're making strides today, chat. Regular mashed potatoes. Does that take gluten? Doesn't that take flour? I don't actually know how to make mashed potatoes. That's embarrassing for me. Never made mashed potatoes. Okay, so we just healed. We just fought you. We're just gonna keep going here. We're just gonna keep going. We don't want to fight. We don't want to fight. No, we want plot. We're speed running. We're speed running. Oh, I should stop going left if I'm speed running. Oh, there's so many things. Oh, there's so many enemies that I don't want to fight. Oh, no, 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 no. Milk? I don't know. Not flour. Not flour. I don't know what I was thinking of. I don't know what I was thinking of.
Ready to pack.
I don't know what I was thinking. I was thinking of something else. Bechamel. No, you don't need flour. What was I thinking? I don't know. This is why I'm not cooking in the commune. Got 9 action points and she's in Virtuo stance already. Okay, sure, sure. I was trying to be considerate, true. I'm trying to make something up. Some reason. Oh, nice, okay. Oh, flour to make gravy! That's what I was thinking. Probably. Oh, you know what? I'll take it. I'll just take it. Let's say that that's what I was thinking. I'm usually not the mashed potatoes maker at the Thanksgiving pop-up.
A bit of violence, yes.
Pastor Mask. Okay, sorry. Nullified. Oh, I'm so stupid. Oh my god.
Danger.
just to keep my head down. No, I think you helped. Right? 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 Fried potatoes, yum. Yum. You should have gotten potatoes. You should always have potatoes, shouldn't you?
Your turn to shine.
Nope. Nope, neither. Neither. Potato leek chorizo stew. Ooh. Ooh. Taco patate.
Watch out, Minogo.
Oh.
Finesse and grace.
Your weekly frozen potato product? Good, go get it. Go get it. And then they become not potatoes. Fair enough. Whoa, this music is getting a little too epic for me. Oh shoot, I gotta go, chat. Oh my god, sorry, I gotta go. I gotta go. we gotta wrap this up. I just remembered I had work tomorrow. It's not a holiday weekend. This is the final boss, obviously. Oh, darn it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Darn it. 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 It's okay. He's at Almighty. Almighty Mask. Taco potato. We're good. We're good. I have school in the morning. The kids are expecting me to have... I mean, it's like the school year just started and I'm already behind. I'm already behind. Well, I keep forgetting I can destroy things with that skill. I should remember. We gotta wrap things up. Yeah, have fun at school. I'm sorry. The monolith is gonna take us like 4 streams. But I am enjoying revisiting all of this. Oh? Oh my god! What the heck? Oh my god! Would they do this to us? It's Gustav's arm! Guys! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! There are 2 different directions to go. Which direction should I go? Oh, the manor. Okay, good. I can't believe that. I can't believe they would do that. That's crazy. Yeah. Oh my god, a greenhouse! This is so fun. The manor.
Ow, wow.
Ow, wow. A Lamortian manor. Oh. Oh.
His little grin. So proud of his latest creation.
Is this the Matrix?
But at least those memories remain. What hurts more are the memories unmade. The conversations we'll never have. The time we'll never spend. I want rage to consume me.
Wait, who's
anything
Aline?
to fill the hollow?
This is Lore. Aline?
But rage won't come. And I just float in an endless nothingness. The person I cannot be around is Alicia. Her pain is a broken mirror. The shards reflecting back tenfold, and every moment with her the cuts deepen and I feel myself unraveling. I know what he'll say. But this is the first time I've felt any surcease.
Surcease?
For a few moments a day. My heart beats again.
Surcease? Success. Great word. Shakespeare uses this word. Cool. Okay, lore. Journal. Time. What the heck? Okay, so, wait a second. We have Aline, and then we have, oh, I don't know. I want it to be the Paintress, but I'll be, okay. She does the gommage, man. Okay. Let's say Aline, whom I think is the Paintress, but TBD. But whom or who? Does it matter? Doesn't even really matter, chat. Alas, poor Yarick, I knew him well. Hey, Grant. Good morning. You're not getting us back to Hamlet, unfortunately. A valiant effort. But yeah, no, we're fully immersed in this. We are trying to get plot in this game. I have to end stream, like, at the next save. Chat, can you all do me a favor? I have to end stream at the next save point. Like, okay? But also, this is gorgeous. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is so... We've never seen this part of the manor before. This is so exciting. Oh my god. Lots! Lots! But dinner! Dinner is important too. And sleep. Oh, awesome! I'll check it out after stream. I look forward to it. Oh my god. We're back. We're back in the manor. Food is temporary, lore is forever. You're right. You're right! Oh god, I love this game so much. Why does it do this to me? Where's my manor? I know. I wish we could photosynthesize. Cooking is the bane of my existence. I feel like I spend so much of my life just pushing a boulder up a hill, and the boulder is the food, and the hill is the oven. I don't know. Okay, that was good. I'm glad we did that. Okay. Hey, Raven. You hate cooking until you start cooking. Honestly, fair. That's like me with running. Or sometimes the reverse. You love cooking and baking, you hate cleaning. Perfect. Perfect. Perfect, because I love cleaning. I actually really like baking. I really... Oh my god, we made it to the next level, everyone. We made it to the next biome in the game. Yeah, why don't we have a manor for the commune, okay? Oh, how close... No, you know what? I have to go. I have to go. We have to end the stream. We have to end the stream. We're ending the stream. We're ending the stream. Folks, it's been a really great stream. This has been so much fun. Thank you all. Next week, I'm back with more Clair Obscur with inventory management. Everyone's favorite thing. And then we will... we're getting a commune. You want to be in charge of the farm? Absolutely. We do have a bit of an agricultural gap, I think. Cooking and baking, doing the dishes. You do the dishes while it's in the oven. And then, of course, then the tray that was in the oven is the thing that sits in the sink for a week. But, you know, what can you do? Farm management books? Perfect. Yeah, if you leave more... I'll be back next week. We'll do more Clair Obscur. We'll talk more Shakespeare, always. Obviously. But thanks all for being here. This has been a lot of fun. Let's see if we can, No, I'm in the game. Okay. Let's see if we can maybe perhaps raid someone? Should we try? Well, I wanted to try to make new friend, but now I'm scared. But actually, I think y'all, if you like literature, if you've enjoyed the conversations we've been having so far, I think this person might... Would it be weird to raid them, though? Because I like, went to their stream 2 weeks ago, so they probably don't remember me, but they have really good energy, they got really good vibes, and they like literature, and they're also a game dev. This is the game dev from the Ori game, so you know what? Let's just do it anyway. Let's just do it. Doesn't hurt to try to make friends. Only possible downside to it is that you don't make a friend, so. Farm management books, please. This was a great stream, everyone. All right, everyone be nice, be cool, talk about Shakespeare, probably. Actually talk about all literature. They had really great taste in literature. Of all kinds in many different languages. So here are our raid messages. So if you have sub emotes, I always love doing the bouncy owl, but if you don't, just hoot hoot. I'll be back in a week from today, and we will talk. We'll do more Clair Obscura. All right, everyone, let's go raid Lelling. Everyone be cool, and I will see y'all later. Take care.